Hello, and welcome to the Science of Happiness. I'm Professor Laurie Santos, a professor in psychology and cognitive science, and I'm excited that you're going to join me on this journey to learn a little bit about the science and also the practice of well-being. I started these lectures here in Silliman College, right here in my home, to introduce a small set of students to the science of psychology. And we thought that it might be so beneficial to Yale students, we wanted to bring it to a bigger group. And that's where you come in. You get a chance to watch these short lectures on the science of happiness, but also to think about how to develop these practices in your own life. We hope you enjoy it. Well, welcome everybody to the science of well-being, what psychological science says about the good life. I'm going to kind of give a quick introduction to the stuff about the course, and then we'll get to our particular topic of today. But I kind of wanted to start because this is a bit of a strange adventure. I'm here sitting with about 25 of my students, most of the students in Silliman College, one of the residential colleges here at Yale, but a couple students who snuck in from other colleges, but we welcome you anyway. And I thought it's cool to kind of welcome you by noting that you are starting this kind of interesting new journey. And I mean new in a couple different senses. One is that this is kind of a new thing for Yale. Never before at Yale have they taught a course on the kind of science of psychology and sort of practice of how to be happy. So it's kind of new for Yale. It's sort of new for Yale's online courses. Unlike most of the online courses, we're sitting here in my living room chatting with you guys in this kind of comfy space. This is kind of a new way to think about how we teach people who aren't at Yale. And it's also a new journey for all of you. The hope is that this isn't going to be like an ordinary kind of class or lecture series for you. This is the kind of thing that we really hope can actually change your life in a real way, not just by teaching you new content and new information, but by really changing your habits. That's sort of the goal. So welcome to this new journey. If you're scared of the journey or you don't want to be here, you can take off. They'll shut the cameras off and cut you out of it. So there's a way you can go for that. Okay. But the new journey is kind of cool. The goal of the class is to do two separate things. One is a thing that's kind of typical of classes here at Yale, where we're going to teach you some content. We're going to teach you about the science of happiness, all these cool new findings that the field of psychology has. But the second part, which is a little bit different, which is the kind of journey part, is that we're not just going to do stuff on the science of happiness. We're going to think about the practice of happiness too. One of the things we're going to learn is just knowing about this information about what makes you happy isn't enough to actually make you happy. You actually have to put those things into practice. And the hope is that by being here as part of this course, you're kind of signing on to do that hard part too. You're not going to have homework in the way of readings or that kind of stuff, but you are going to have homework if you want this stuff to stick, which is kind of thinking about your habits and that stuff too. And in part because of that, we're really hoping, because I'm a scientist, not just to kind of give you this content, but I really kind of want to see if this works. The goal is to scale this up to a really large course at Yale. You guys are kind of the pilot program about this. And in part because of that, we really want to check whether or not this kind of approach of teaching you guys the science and sort of seeing if this practice goes together is actually going to work. And so one of your pieces of homework for tonight, if you guys are interested in doing so, is to actually help me measure whether or not this stuff is working. And we're going to do that by actually measuring your happiness levels. We're going to take that sometime this afternoon. That's going to be the before. And then at the end of this, we're going to do the after. Really, our goal is to make sure that what we're doing in this course is actually having its effect. And we're going to try to look at that in detail. Okay, so what is the course about? Well, you're signed on for kind of 5 quick lectures here in my home. And we're going to go through a couple different topics. Today's topic is going to be about misconceptions about happiness, the things you think make you happy but don't actually. So be ready for kind of all of your misconceptions to be cleared up, which will be great. Next time, we're going to talk about why our expectations are so bad. Basically, I think what you'll see is many of the things we think are going to make us happy don't. And so why are we not accurate about the kinds of things that are going to make us happy? Why are we seeking out these things that aren't going to help us? Third, we're going to sort of jump to the stuff that actually really does increase happiness. And as is the case in a lot of BuzzFeed articles, the answer may surprise you. Da, 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 so weird. From there, we're going to kind of broaden to say, okay, if that's the stuff that's going to increase happiness, what are the strategies that we should be using? That's where we're going to get into more homework and more habits for you guys to engage in. And then the fifth thing is going to take this even broader, not just thinking about putting these strategies into practice for you yourself in terms of your own personal happiness, but how can you put these in practice more broadly? How can we use this stuff to help society or help Silliman or help things more broadly? Okay, so that's the set of topics, and we're going to start with this idea of misconceptions. But I thought, since this is the first of these lectures, it might be useful to kind of give an introduction of why I wanted to do this class, because I think that sort of shows off the point of why I think this is so important. Like, why teach this class now? Some of you know I teach a class here on campus that's a class on evolutionary psychology. I think some of you even took that class. And I didn't need to start teaching a new psychology class. In fact, it's a lot of work to come up with this stuff. I'm still working on the lectures. It takes a lot of time. But I decided to do this for a couple reasons, and I decided to do it now for a couple reasons. The first, and there's going to be 3 reasons why I decided to do this. The first of those 3 reasons is that this is the time that is ripe for thinking about applying the science of psychology, in part because we are learning a ton about how to apply these kind of concepts about how we can make ourselves happier. We actually have lots of insights into the kinds of things that make us happier, that make us laugh, that make our lives more fulfilling. And we know this in part because not only are scientists coming up with good ways to study this stuff, good ways to measure this stuff, but folks that really think about applying science to public policy, to practice, are using this stuff a ton. So these are a couple different articles about different programs in government, both in the UK and here in the States, to apply the science of psychology to kind of nudge people's behavior in the right directions, nudge people to save more, nudge people to eat healthier, and so on. And the amazing thing is that these programs, even when they're implemented in large government scales, actually seem to work amazingly well. There's tons of successes of applying this stuff to changing people's behavior in real time. So never before have we really had so many insights that I could actually teach you about. The kind of time is ripe to start applying this stuff in our own lives. So that's kind of reason number 1. Lots of insights there to teach you guys about. Second reason, though, is that we kind of really need these insights pretty badly, because the fact is that we're not as happy or as kind of increased in our well-being as we sort of need to be. I'll give you an article. This is from 2013 on ABC News. Americans' most unhappy people in the world, right? And this is 2013. This is before our divisive election. This is a little bit before the kind of recession. We're just kind of unhappy. Couple quick statistics. We prescribe antidepressants at 400 times the rate that we did 20 years ago, 400 times the rate 20 years ago. Most surveys show that Americans and a lot of people in general are not getting happier. And if you look at some subsets of the population, surveys like the Harris survey and so on have shown that certain groups are actually getting more unhappy. And one of those groups is recent graduates, like a lot of you guys are about to be soon, getting more unhappy than they've ever been and more unhappy than they were before. So this is not cool. People kind of need this stuff. The upshot is we're just a society of kind of walk around not being as happy as we could be, so we kind of need this. But I think one of the reasons I chose to teach this here, and then I'm talking to you guys and not only doing an online course, is the we is a kind of broad we. It's society at large, but I think the we here on campus is even more needy, that you Yale students need this stuff. And so that was reason number 2 I decided to teach this course now, is that you guys broadly as a society and you guys as Yale students really need this stuff. But the third reason is actually the most personal one of why I wanted to teach this, which is that it's not just Yale students that need these insights. I actually need these insights too. So I'm kind of below average on my own happiness. So you might have the thought that the professor teaching this course is this smiley happy, and I go through life and around all these Yale students who are sad. I'm I'm gonna make you guys as happy as I am. But in fact, that is not true. If anything, it's I'm sad too, but sometimes this thought that because I know this stuff, should be good at it, and that's all we need to do. You need to kind of read these studies and then you're gonna be golden. That actually is gonna be one of the first fallacies that we talk about in the context of this course. And it's a fallacy that's kind of near and dear to my heart because I invented it with my colleague Tamar Gendler, who's a philosopher here at Yale. But it's a fallacy known as the G.I. Joe fallacy. And as you might guess, the G.I. Joe fallacy is named after G.I. Joe, the cartoon. How many of you guys saw G.I. Joe, the cartoon as a kid? Heard of G.I. Joe, the cartoon? Some people. You're missing out. It was a fantastic show from the 80s. Get your 80s culture and watch a G.I. Joe cartoon. But the fallacy is named after G.I. Joe because G.I. Joe is this show about these military guys who had this action stuff, and it was different things would happen every week. But at the end of the show, every week, because it was a show for kids, they would have this public service announcement, look both ways when you cross the street and don't talk to strangers and all these kinds of things. And at the end of it, the kid in the public service announcement would say, "Thank you, G.I. Joe, now I know." And then G.I. Joe would say their kind of canonical phrase, which is that knowing is half the battle. And so this is the fallacy. It's this mistaken idea that knowing is half the battle, right? In G.I. Joe, we used to think that when you learn, look both ways when you cross the street, that you're kind of done. Now you know how to do it. And G.I. Joe even has this kind of awesome graphic if you Google it on the internet. But the claim is that this actually isn't true. Merely knowing something is not enough to put into practice. Merely knowing something is not enough to actually change your behavior. And that's the G.I. Joe fallacy. And to get a sense of this, I wanted to kind of give you this little metaphor of a spot where you can see that knowing is not enough to really change how you actually think about it and how you actually behave. And to do that, we're going to use a bit of a metaphor. Sometimes seeing our own thought patterns aren't as easy as we think. And we're going to use the metaphor of vision, in part because we're used to seeing that our vision is off. We're used to seeing things like optical illusions and so on. Some of you may have seen this one before. It's the Mueller-Lyer illusion. How many have actually seen it before? Some folks, right? And so for the folks who maybe haven't seen it before, which of these two lines, the top one or the bottom one, looks longer? Or even if you know it, say which one to you looks like it's longer. The bottom one, thank you. Well, if you've seen the image before, you know that in fact they're the same length. You know, we could take it away and do that. But this is the thing about knowing not being half the battle. You guys have learned about this in intro psych or on the internet and so on. But you can't teach your eyes not to see the bottom one as longer. Even though you know what the problem is, your eyes are still seeing it in the wrong way. Merely knowing it doesn't make it better. Here's an even more fun illusion, I think, which is one maybe some of you haven't seen, which is Shepard's tables, after the vision scientist Roger Shepard. And here's the illusion. Which of the two tables is kind of longer in depth, the one on the left or the one on the right? Like, which of these two tables is kind of longer both ways? The one on the left? Other people think so too? All right, here's where we do the awesomeness, because I planned for this, is that we're going to measure it and see that your vision is wrong, right? You ready? So here is the one on the left. Put that there. Like basically, did I do it right? Or no, it's upside down. Hold on. We got this. There we go. One on the left. And here we go. One on the right. This is where you're supposed to go, whoa. Oh my goodness, right? And I actually invested in this construction paper. I did this whole demo, but now you know this, but you're going to look at it and you're going to see it exactly the same way. It doesn't change how your mind perceives it. I can teach you how these illusions work. I could teach you the vision science behind it, which I'm not going to do. It's still not going to change how you see it. And this is the part of the G.I. Joe fallacy, this idea that knowing is kind of half the battle. It's not. Like, we actually have to do all kinds of stuff other than just knowing stuff to change our behavior. If we really want to change our behavior, we have to change habits. We can't just learn this stuff. And that is why your professor is kind of just as mopey and just as not good at this well-being stuff as you guys. The hope is that we together, as a socially supported community, can put these habits into place, we can commit to them, and then we're all going to get better. Anyway, these are the 3 reasons why I wanted to teach this course and why I want to teach this course now. Now I'll get into the part about these kinds of misconceptions. Misconceptions in terms of what we think is going to make us happy, and also why it kind of doesn't. We'll focus more on why it doesn't next round.
In this activity, we're going to focus on savoring. First off, what is savoring? Well, it's just the simple act of stepping out of your experience to review it and really appreciate it while it's happening. Why should we take time to savor? Well, it turns out savoring can boost our mood in at least 3 ways. First, savoring can thwart hedonic adaptation. It can make us remember the good stuff in life. Second, savoring can help thwart mind wandering. It keeps us in the moment. And finally, savoring can help us increase gratitude. It can make us thankful for the experiences we're having as we're having them. How do we make the most of this savoring activity? Well, first off, you just have to take part in a positive experience, and then you have to savor during that experience. Take a second to realize why it makes you happy. You can use your phone to help you by taking a picture, which will help you remember it later. Then track what you savored today. As we've seen, tracking can help turn savoring in one moment into a habit. So get out there and savor something good. Go out and really enjoy the best things in life. In this activity, we're going to focus on gratitude. Why gratitude? Well, as we saw in lecture, the simple act of experiencing gratitude has a host of positive benefits. Experiencing gratitude can increase your mood and lower your stress levels. It can even strengthen your immune system and lower your blood pressure. Experiencing gratitude also can make you feel a stronger social connection, which itself has a whole host of positive benefits. And so how do we make the most of this activity? Well, if you're new to this habit, just start by writing things down that you're grateful for. You can also use the app to take a picture of the kinds of things you're thankful for. As you write and take your photos, really take a moment to try to experience the gratitude you're thinking about. And as usual, do it over time. Use the app to make it a habit. So get out there and feel some thanks for all the wonderful things in your community and in your life.
And so just to kind of have you guys brainstorm some of the things that we think are going to make us happy, some of the things that we think are going to make us have a successful life, what are some of the things that you think might matter? Like when you think about what are the kinds of things that you want to get out of this semester, what are some things that come to mind? Just kind of call them out. Yeah.
Good grades.
Good grades. Number one thing that comes out from Yale students who want this semester. How about after this? How about this summer? What are things that you want to get out of the summer? Internships. Any kind of internship? Do you want to be volunteer? Do you want to be paid? And what do you want? If you could have low pay, high pay, what would you go for? High pay. So jobs, high pay. As you think about your life when you get out of here 5 years from now, what are some things that you'd like to see in it? You feel like this would make a successful life? Grad school, like getting into things that you want to get into, things that you plan on. Yeah.
Good friendships and relationship with family.
Good friendships, relationships with family, having close connections with people. Other ideas? Although we'll get to that one because I bet a lot of you are applying for internships right now, but I bet very few of you are putting as much time as you're putting into your summer jobs into like making sure your friendships are going to be good next year. So hold that one for a second. So jobs, good salary, getting into grad school, good grades, other stuff. How about like, would you see yourself as like being in a relationship or married? People want that out of life. I think that's important. A lot of nods. Okay. So we got all these goals on the table. And what we're going to do is we're going to teach you guys that all those things, most of the things you said, aren't actually going to make you as happy as you think. So this is the warning, is that you're about to learn that everything you just thought was important for being happy is not. And I'll again pause in case anybody wants to like hold on to their false intuitions and leave here so you keep working on your grades. Everybody stay? Okay, good. Okay, so what are these kinds of goals that we think are going to make us happy that are false? Well, the first one is one that came up, which is that you think when you get out of here, you want a good job. In fact, some of the seniors who are finding this like a lot, when I talk to seniors here thinking, oh gosh, what's going to happen next year? I need to get a job and I need to get something that I care about. Like, is this really going to make us happy? And so there are all these jobs that I think Yaleys think are going to be really important, right? Maybe the like tech thing, or maybe the the consulting-y things that make lots of money. A lot of you who are seniors are nodding because you're like getting emails about this stuff and thinking about this stuff. And you do this stuff because you think it's going to give you a good life and make you happy. Let's see if that's actually true. First off, let's see if actually getting a good job is going to make you happy. Some of you, when asked about this summer, said you wanted to get an internship this summer. How happy is it really going to make you to get the thing that you want as opposed to not getting it? Because sadly, some of you, for better or for worse, are going to apply for these things and it may or may not actually work out, right? So is this going to make you as unhappy as you think? Let's sort of simulate it. So pick the thing that you most want to do this summer, and let's say you apply, and let's say you don't get it. How's that going to make you feel? Well, in fact, Dan Gilbert and his colleagues actually did this. They actually set up college students with a potential job, a paid job that most college students found was really cool and they really wanted to get. And then they were to find out that they actually didn't get the job. And they would predict how they were going to feel before and after this happened. And here's their little scale. This is the scale that they use. 1, you're going to be not very happy, and then 10, being very happy. So let's play along. First, your baseline. How happy are you right now on a scale of 1 to 10? You can just yell out some numbers. More numbers, come on. 7, 6s, okay. All right, so now you get the call, I'm sorry, you actually didn't get the job. Now how happy are you? What's your numbers? 4 is 5, 3, all right, you guys really wanted this job, it's great. So this is what these students had to do, predict, and then they actually find out, and how does it work, right? And so here's what Gilbert and colleagues actually found. So What if you found out that they looked at your qualifications and everything was fair and you just didn't get the job? Like you just didn't have the qualification to get the job. What's your predicted drop in happiness? And so they're doing drops in happiness because as you saw, people are starting with different numbers. Some was 8, some were 6, whatever. We really want to see is what's the drop. And what they find is that in that scale, people are predicting that their drop in happiness is going to be about 2 points. What's their actual drop in happiness? Way less than a single point. So it's a drop, but it's not as much of a drop as you think. The more interesting thing comes when people thought that the decision wasn't fair, but was unfair. Imagine you could think, there was just something that happened in the interview, I said something dumb, they're not really looking at my qualification. Basically all the kinds of rationalizations you would normally do if you didn't get a job. What if it was a case like that? How would you feel? Well, the prediction is that you're still going to drop in happiness just about as much. It's still going to be about a 2-point drop. But in practice, if you actually look, the actual drop is nothing. As soon as you could justify, they don't know what they're talking about, they're missing the best candidate they ever had in their life, whatever, as soon as you can do that, you get no drop in happiness. All your predictions about how you're going to feel when you don't get a job are just not true in practice, right? So that's getting any job, but as you guys talked about, what you want is a good job. You don't want the internship where you don't make much money. You want the jobs with a lot of salary. And that's why so many students apply for these consulting, investment banking gigs. They make a ton of money. And you can see that not just from Yale students, but a recent survey by LinkedIn talked to recent grads and said, what do you want in a new job? And here are the data they put forward. And basically the highest thing up here is this thing right here, compensation. People want a big, high salary. They want to feel like they're getting paid a lot. And the question is, okay, that's great. You want a high salary, but what is a high salary? What counts as enough? And here's where we get to see that what we think counts as enough is kind of one of these visual illusions. It's another kind of misconception. So Sonia Lyubomirsky, in her wonderful book, The How of Happiness, we'll see this book coming up a few more times, actually reported data about how much people really think is the salary they need. And they look depending on the salary you actually have. So imagine you're a person who gets out of here and you're earning about $30,000, and I ask you, what's the salary you think you need to be really happy, to have all your needs met, to feel like that's a job with a good salary? And those folks at 30,000 will say in US dollars that what they really need is about 50K. Great. So let's say we ask people who are earning $100,000 what they really want. Clearly they're probably going to be fine, right? They're probably like, I'd probably just use 50K, but it's kind of nice to get the extra cash, right? They're going to be fine, right? But no, in fact, they too are like, nope, I'm not making enough. I should be making about $250,000. That is the salary I really need to feel comfortable, right? The point is that it's not just some objective number that we think. What we think we need actually jumps up every time we get more. And so this seems to be a problem for kind of finding a good job that's going to give us a good salary. Because it seems like when we're talking about getting a good job, one of the goals we're going for isn't really the good job, is getting lots of money, right? It's like having wads of Benjamins where you could just go wherever you want and do that, right? We know this not just from what people are applying for in terms of their jobs. We know this in terms of how people spend money to try to get money. I'll give you one quick statistic. This is US lottery spending in 2015. Anybody want to venture a guess in US dollars how much people spend on the lottery in general? No guesses?
$10 billion.
$10 billion, actually 7 times that. It's $70 billion. And just to give you a sense of what that means, this is combined more than people spend on books, music, movie tickets, sports teams, and video games combined. So this is most forms of being excited about things in the world, people are spending that on lottery tickets. Why? Presumably, not just because the lottery tickets are fun, presumably it's they're hoping to get more money. They're hoping to get lots of money. Those are just crazy people who spend money on lottery tickets, but can we see that sort of thing in you guys, in Yale students, particularly in freshmen? We can look at that by looking at this one cool survey that researchers have done for a long time, which is known as the American Freshman Survey, which looks at national norms every couple years. And this has been running for a super long time. They've been surveying freshmen since 1967, and this is still running. The last published stuff is from 2005. And this is a really big cohort, right? So just the 2005 numbers are over 200,000 people from almost 400 different schools, right? It's getting a real swash of what people want. And so we can ask, how much does money matter to American freshmen today? And if you ask not about money particularly, but just asking about what's very important to you in life, what you'll find for most freshmen in 2005 is that they say that what's important in life is to be very well off financially, 71%. And you could imagine maybe freshmen say everything's important. So you say, how important is relationships, or how important is this? They say, that's very important. They just think everything's important. But they don't. If you ask, for example, how important is it to develop a meaningful philosophy on life, only about half of freshmen think that that's true. The interesting thing for me, thinking about you guys today and some of the problems you guys experience today, is that if you look at the rates for 1967, they're kind of flipped. So only about 40% of people thought you needed to be very well off financially back in the 60s, but a lot of them thought you needed to develop a meaningful philosophy on life. So you're getting this interesting flip about how important finances are. And that raises this question about whether or not money is really going to make us happier. Having a bigger income, is that actually going to help us? Luckily, lots and lots of work on this. Does in a bigger income increase life satisfaction? And a lot of the work has been done by this cool psychologist, Ed Diener, who has this nice book on happiness, Unlocking the Mysteries of Psychological Wealth. And it's a hint there, it's psychological wealth, not financial wealth. But Diener's done all these cool studies trying to look at what the correlation is between your income and life satisfaction. And because some of you aren't scientists, quick primer on what correlation means, really what we're going to do is plot out everybody who writes back to our survey what their income is and some measure of how satisfied they are with their life. And we're going to see if as income goes up, does life satisfaction go up? And we're going to get a different correlation. We could get a correlation like this, which is like it's super tightly correlated. You know, every time your income goes up, your life satisfaction goes up. For stats people in the audience, this is like a super strong correlation, like 0.9. Could be a little weaker. This is what like a 0.75 correlation looks like. This is what 0.5 correlation looks like. Here's what a 0.25 correlation looks like. And you can see this is correlated. It means as income is going up, life satisfaction is going up. But you couldn't ever tell from somebody at a particular income where their life satisfaction is. Like if your income up here, maybe your life satisfaction is over here, and maybe over here. There's all kinds of other things affecting it. That's a 0.25 correlation. So what's the real correlation for actual income and life satisfaction? We can look at this from two different worldwide samples. One is this thing called the World Value Survey, which surveys adults across many, many different countries. The other is a college survey across college students, many, many different countries. And here's all the different correlations. Here's the most relevant one down here, which is the mean of all of them. Basically, the correlation is about a 0.1. It's half as strong as that last correlation you saw where the dots were all over the place. So like, yeah, there's a correlation, but like it kind of doesn't map on as well as we think. You can also look at this by if you parse the correlation down between the different countries that we're talking about. And if you do that, you see an interesting pattern, which is that the correlation across life satisfaction and family income, now they're kind of swapped here, depends on whether you live in a poor nation or a wealthy nation. If you're in a poor nation, it is true that as your income goes up, your life satisfaction goes up. And that's presumably because if you're super poor, you're not actually getting your even basic needs met. But if you live in a wealthy nation like ours, I think the one that most of you guys who are here come from, you're just like not really seeing any correlation. And so these are the basic data. The upshot is that it does seem like income has an impact, but it really doesn't have that much impact. And the impact it has is mostly driven by poor nations for whom an income bump means you're going to get access to things like clean water and basic health care and that sort of stuff. Really, for most of us, it kind of doesn't matter. And it seems like once you get your basic needs, getting extra money is not going to help you too much. Another way we can look at this is to look across history, where the kinds of needs that we have met today are much better than what we could see way back in the day. Like, is the happiness level of people in the modern day different than back in the old day before? We don't have great surveys from super far back in history, but here's a comparison that's kind of relevant. What life was like in the 1940s versus 2015. So income has gone up a bunch since the post-war time in the 1940s. Also kind of cool stuff that you'd think would be kind of basic needs has gone up. So I'm told only about 2/3 of houses in the 1940s had things like indoor showers and plumbing and hot water and things like that, let alone things like dishwashers and iPads and cell phones and all the stuff we have, right? So presumably their basic needs are being met even less, so their happiness should be lower. What can we see? Well, if we look at average happiness as reported in 2005, most people are saying like 7.2 out of 10. What about the 1940s? If anything, it's slightly higher, right? So getting access to like the stuff that, you know, if all of a sudden your dorm rooms didn't have hot water, or you had to like walk outside to an outhouse to go to the bathroom in the morning, like you would be annoyed and you would think that would reduce your happiness, but it actually doesn't for people who are used to it back in the day. So that's the historical part, and it's caused some folks like David Myers, who wrote this book, The American Paradox, to say like, we're living in this paradox, which he nicely articulates. He said, compared with their grandparents, today's young adults have grown up with much more affluence, slightly less happiness, and in fact a much greater risk of depression and all kinds of social pathology. And he says this is a paradox because becoming much better over the last 4 decades hasn't been accompanied by one iota of increased subjective well-being. All this extra stuff that we're getting is not actually making us much happier, and that we should see kind of as a paradox. The final data I'll give you on this connection between income and life satisfaction comes from a recent and very famous science paper by Danny Kahneman and Angus Deaton, both of whom are psychologists and economists who've won the Nobel Prize in economics, so they're hot figures to listen to. They know what they're talking about. And they were interested in this correlation of not just the correlation, but is there some sort of threshold? Is there a point past which if you hit that income, you're basically not going to get any more of a bump in happiness? We saw this there is at the lower level some bump, but where does it level off? And to do that, they surveyed Americans because they wanted it to be applicable to most of you folks. And what they looked at was a couple different measures of life satisfaction. They looked at what they're calling positive affect, so how much you smile in your daily life, nice predictor of if you're happy. Whether you report that you're not blue, this is the opposite of reporting that you're worried or sad or anxious throughout the day. And whether you report that you're stress-free. I asked you, were you stressed yesterday? And you say, no, I wasn't stressed. And so what happens across income? And so here are all these different measures. You're seeing income over here, but it's kind of a logarithmic scale. So we're kind of jumping bigger incomes here. And you'll see what they report for all these different measures of stress, not blue, affect, and so on. And so you can see 2 things. One is at the lowest income levels, yes, as you get more and more money, those things are getting better and better. But then they kind of just level off. And they level off even as the incomes get substantially bigger. What is the threshold for this leveling off? Because it does appear that there's one. It's about $75,000. After that point, as an American, you're just not getting any more bump in any of these good things, which is kind of cool. So this is basically what they find. It is the case that what they're calling emotional well-being, that's that EWB, rises with your income, but it stops after $75,000. Why $75,000? Not really clear, but they know in the paper that that's kind of a plausible number at which you think money is not an issue. That's at the point where you basically got everything covered in the US, right? I note this particular paper, and I think it's especially relevant for Yale students right now, and was really apt to see this last week in the New York Times, because some of you might have seen this. It was on Overheard at Yale. Last week at the New York Times, they did all these stats on average, how much people make and all this stuff. And one of the statistics in particular was what students make when they get out of Yale across different Ivy League schools. And so this is median student income at age 34. Yale is ranked among the Ivies as the 6th Ivy in terms of what you can make when you get out of here, so not so bad. But the relevant number is, look, the median income at age 34 is over that threshold, $76,000. So basically, once you guys turn 34, you guys are set. You're not going to have any more income happiness increase is basically what the statistic is. So most Yaleys, when they get out of here, after they turn 34, are just set. So if you think $75,000 sounds like a lot, probably most of you in this room will make that. So you guys are golden, right? So that was the Kahneman and Deaton finding. But they did one more interesting thing that I think kind of gives us a sense of where our bad intuitions are coming from, which is that in addition to measuring all these things about are you stressed, are you blue, and so on, they also measure this thing they called life evaluation. And what that is they said, imagine that you could evaluate your life on a ladder numbered from 0 to 10. And the bottom is the worst possible life, and the top is the best. You're going up this ladder. Where do you put yourself on this ladder, right? What's your perspective on your own life? Not are you actually happy or actually blue or actually stressed, what's your own vision of your own life? And then they looked at how that played out according to income. And these are the measures you saw before, but here's what happens with this ladder measure. Basically, that continues to still go up, although not as steep at the top levels. But the idea is that even though our emotional well-being isn't going up after $75,000, we think our own evaluation of our own life is going up. We kind of have this mismatch between how we're actually feeling and how we're evaluating our real life. And so this is the idea, is that high income doesn't actually mean happiness, but it kind of makes you think that you must have a life that's happier when you're I make $200,000. When you think of that, you're I must have a really good life, even though it's not actually translating into it. And so this question of, does money really make us happier? The answer is maybe a little bit. Maybe if you're in the US and you only earn $10K a year, more money would make you happy. But for most of us, it's not going to make that much of a difference, and it's making way less of a difference than we actually think. So that was money. If you had that as a goal for the summer, just get rid of that. It's not going to help you be happier. This wasn't mentioned in our discussion, but I think it comes up, which is one of the goals we have, one of the ways we spend our money is we like to acquire awesome stuff, right? If you don't believe me, I bet some of you could fill this in. If only I had blank, I would be so happy. And you can fill this in with little things. If only I had a new pair of boots. If only I had a Canada Goose jacket. Today I was thinking, if only I had a pan that didn't have scratches on the bottom of it when I was trying to make your banana bread today. Or you could think in terms of the big things, like when you get out of here, if only I had like a house with this awesome pool and like a pretty sunny neighborhood, or if only I had like, you know, a nice Benz to go through this thing. Like this is what we think of as like good stuff that's gonna make us happy. Otherwise we wouldn't buy it. This stuff's expensive, right? Presumably we buy it to be happy. And because some of you know from my other class that I really like old school hip hop, I have to give a nod to I think the one cultural genre that really tells us to like awesome stuff. Here's back in the day when you really want your JVC boombox and your Kangol hat and your gold. That's the old school hip hop, but even hip hop today has all these things. One of my favorite ones is if you look at references in hip hop songs to awesome cars, this website nextshark.com actually quantified this, which I love because I'm a data nerd, but here's quantified by nextshark.com all the mentions of different expensive cars in hip hop. And as you might expect, if you listen to hip hop, this is the Benz. There's like 5,000 references in hip hop songs. They even quantify like particular cars, like that one, the Cadillac. It's an Impala. That's like the best Cadillac. Anyway, the point is like these are songs that are mentioning all this stuff. If you didn't think that this was going to make you happier or make your life better, they wouldn't mention it, right? Not just cars. If you listen to hip hop, also good drinks, like specific drinks are good. This is like the complex.com has a different Hennessy, Cristal, right? You get right. But the point is like we think this awesome stuff from like awesome drinks to good clothes, whatever. We think this is going to make us happier. Otherwise, we would not pay the money to get this stuff, right? But does it actually make us happier? Is awesome stuff making us happier? Well, you already saw data suggesting that that's not the case, right? These folks in the 1940s didn't have half the awesome stuff that you guys probably buy to make your lives happier, like a new iPhone or a new laptop or new kind of clothes, or like they just didn't have that stuff, but they were just as happy. And in fact, as we'll see, there's kind of lots of metrics showing that stuff doesn't actually make us as happy as we think. The other thing science is learning is that thinking about stuff, kind of being materialistic, wanting stuff and sort of striving to get it, seems to actually make us worse off than we would be at baseline. And we know this from another survey of freshmen that Nickerson et al. Did. This time they're surveying freshman attitudes. It's a little bit old, but I think it's even more apt today. Freshman attitudes about materialism, like how much do you want nice stuff? How much do you want a nice new computer? How much do you want these nice things? And then what they did was, the reason it's in 1976 is that they were able to go back 20 years later and test what predictions those materialist attitudes had about life satisfaction much later. So they ask you guys now when you're in school here, and they come back to you 20 years later, like when you're my age, and they say, how's your life? And they say, does your materialist attitudes predict anything later? And what they find is that those people who reported materialist attitudes that wanted stuff had lower life satisfaction than these non-materialists 2 decades later. It's kind of like if you spend 20 years seeking out all this stuff, you are not necessarily going to be happy. So it doesn't just make you like happier, it makes you unhappy. And in fact, if you actually look at DSM diagnosed mental health disorders, those materialists had more. So like get rid of those materialist attitudes now, it's not going to help you later. And so does awesome stuff really make us happier? Not really, and seeking it out might actually make us way less happy than we could be. So awesome stuff, if you were spending your money on that, not gonna help you. Okay, let's jump to some of the other stuff. True love, this thing. All of you are making this like very cute coy face, right? True love, Princess Bride, oh, the love, the thing. Right, many of you kind of believe this, right? That like if you just meet somebody, if you just kind of get out of hookup culture and get in a real relationship eventually, or maybe even get married, like that this is gonna make you happy. Lots of lay intuitions. We could go through the cultural intuitions that predict that true love is going to make us happily ever after, like all the Disney movies you guys grew up with. But is this really true? Is kind of falling in love, particularly getting married, actually going to make us happier? Well, we can look to data to look at this, as Lucas and his colleagues did. They were surveying a big group of people over many years. And what happens if you survey a big group of people is their life circumstances change. Some of these folks are actually getting married. In their sample that they started in college, it's a little smaller, that a certain number of people got married, and they could ask, are those married folks happier than the non-married folks? And how long, if they are happier, how long does it last? What do they find? Well, what they find is that married people are in fact happier in that first year or two. There is this honeymoon effect where you report being happier. But sadly, after that, it goes back to baseline. The married people are just as happy as the non-married people. And if you self-report that your marriage is not a happy marriage, it can get even worse. Here's just another data set on that from a German population that was studied by a different group of researchers. This is reporting happiness relative to 0.0, which is the time that you got married. And all those bars with the star are ones that, or the dots with the star, are ones where your happiness is statistically different from baseline. So the 2 years when you meet your partner, right before you get married, your happiness is statistically higher than baseline. It goes up. And then in that honeymoon, it stays up. But then basically after like year 2, you're just back at baseline again. It's like, here's a case where, yes, maybe true love makes us happier a little bit. You get that little 2-year window. But it also kind of plops you back to baseline. This big life event you think is really going to change things around. Finally, so we drop off true love. Because we're in part here for the new year and we're organizing all these wellness activities and so on, another thing that didn't come up but you might think might make you happy, or at least people spend a lot of money on to make you happy, is this idea of maybe having a perfect face or body or so on. We're a couple weeks into the new year, so if you're on Facebook and things, you're seeing images like this in magazines, People Magazine, talking about people losing weight, and like you think if you lose 10 pounds, you're going to be happier and so on. Does this really actually make you happier? Well, again, we can look to data, as Jackson and colleagues did. They actually had a survey of about 2,000 obese individuals, so individuals for whom they really, at least in terms of the health maybe, should be losing weight. And so what they did was they followed these folks for about 4 years during their diet program. And the neat thing is that this is like, they just picked these folks to follow. They're all doing the same program, and a couple things are going to happen. Some people in this program are actually going to lose weight, which is what the program was aimed at doing. Some people in this group are going to gain weight because that's what happens by chance, and then some people in the group are going to weigh the same. And the question is like, from time 1 to time 2 when they started this program, are they going to be happier? All of them started this program because they thought that weight loss was going to make them happy, right? And so here are the data. I'm just going to plot how much of folks have a depressed mood. So now bigger bars are worse. And so here's folks that lose weight, folks that are stable on their weight, and folks that gain weight. And at baseline, they're about the same. But 4 years later, in fact, the folks that lost weight are actually in the worst category. They're the ones reporting the most depressed mood. And if anything, it's almost like double the kinds of depressed mood that we see in other folks. If anything, the sad thing is like being in a weight loss program, no matter what your result is, seems to make you more depressed, which is kind of sad. But particularly if you're successful with this weight loss program, you get more depressed. So it seems like all these things about losing weight, we predict that it's going to make us happy, but it's kind of like a visual illusion. It's just not going to make us as happy as we think. What about more extreme forms of body changes, like cosmetic surgery? People who are really, really worried about their own nose or their breast or something. Is actually getting these changes going to make you happier? Well, we have a little bit of data on this from Von Soest and colleagues. They actually looked at a particular group of individuals who can maybe get cosmetic surgeries, such as teenagers. So they're surveying adolescents across time over 13 years. And again, just by chance, they're going to have some population or some portion of these folks who undergo cosmetic surgery. And so the question is, does that actually make them happier? The first thing they worried about, since this was a small percentage, they said, well, maybe the adolescents that actually get cosmetic surgery are just at baseline less happy people, right? Maybe there's something about them that makes them get cosmetic surgery that makes them different from the other group. And so that's what we're going to report here. This is just before surgery. Who gets plastic surgery? Is that the kind of thing that makes you unhappy? And the answer seems to be yes. If you look at these different measures of physical appearance, obviously they probably like their physical appearance less, but also kind of not great things like suicidal ideation, alcohol use, conduct disorder problems. The cosmetic surgery people, the people who would eventually get cosmetic surgery, were already worse than other folks. So actually getting it is probably a bad sign anyway. But what happens after you get it? Well, the answer is that all those negative measures actually get worse. So all the negative measures they're looking at get worse after the fact. So it's kind of like not actually helping you. If anything, it seems to be making it worse. And so does beauty really make us happy? Do these changes in beauty we think are going to make us happy, like losing weight or like changing our hair, all these, do they make us happy? The answer seems to be no. In fact, these extreme changes in our changing our looks, or maybe even having these looks goals at all, seems to actually reduce our well-being. This thing that people spend all this money on not actually making them happy. Finally, because you guys, all right, well, so cross out having a perfect body and face here. Because you guys are Yaleys, and the first thing you said, which I was so happy that you said, is that the thing you want most this semester is getting the perfect grades. This is the thing, I think, of all the visual illusions, the one you believe most strongly. Is this going to make you happy? This is from Overheard at Yale a couple of years ago. You know, everybody's so scared about this. This is like looking at, you know, the SIS system when your grades come in. Some of you probably just had this. But is it actually going to make you happy? Well, luckily, there are data on this. Levine and colleagues actually did a big survey, thousands of students in the UC system, so these are students, making you predict how you're going to feel if you get grades that are better or worse than you expect. And so here was the prompt. which is if you get a grade that is lower or higher than you expect, how happy will you feel? And so let's actually, so here's their scale. Their scale, all the scales are going to change around across different studies, but this is a 1 to 9, where 9 is the most happy, 1 is like the worst happy. So let's play along. Pick the class that first comes to mind, or the class you're going to have this semester. And how will you feel if you get a grade in that class that's higher than you expect on this scale from 1 to 9? You're like, I'm going to get this grade, and you open the Yale SIS, and it's like, it's better than you thought. What do you predict? 9, 8, 9. Okay, very high. Okay, so now the same scenario, that class you're thinking of, you have this grade that you think you're getting it, you go in SIS, and it's way less than that. It's lower than you expect. How are you going to feel? 1 to 9. 4, 5, 1. There's some ones in there. Good, you guys are honest. This is great. Okay, so that's a prediction. And in fact, if you look at what people predict in this study, you get results that look a lot like yours. So here's their predicted. When you get higher than expected, people are like, I'm going to be super happy. I'm going to be at 8. If you get what you expect, you're still pretty happy what you expect. But if you get lower than you expect, you're low, around a 4. Almost exactly the average you guys just said. So what really happens? What horrible things happen if you get lower than you expect? Or wonderful things happen if you get higher than you expect? Here are the actual data. So they actually go back and like tell people to log in with SIS, like when they see their grade, and like, okay, how do you feel? What you find is that higher than you expected is way less high than you expect. It's still good, you're still kind of mostly happy, but not as good as you expect. In fact, not really any different from getting what you expected, getting higher ones. But the amazing thing is that getting lower than you expect, yeah, it's a little less, but not statistically less. And in fact, it's way better than you guys actually predict. Basically, it's not actually going to affect your happiness that much. And this is at the right when you find out what your grade is, not like months later when you've processed it and come to terms with it, like you guys are now for your fall semester. This is like when you find out, it doesn't matter to you as much as you think. And so our grades, perfect grades, can make you happier, not as much as you think. So now here, we're going to pause for a second because we're almost at the end of the lecture, but I want to really have a moment where you guys reflect on this and take this all in, right? All the stuff that I've told you, scientifically, when you actually look at the people who get good stuff on this and bad stuff on this, and who make changes in this, does it actually make them happier? Does it increase their subjective well-being? The answer is no, it does not, or not nearly as much as you expect. And many of you have this sort of stern, sad face here, and I think that is good, because when I see these data, these are goals that either I had as an undergrad or I have now as an adult and so on. You think that basically most of the direction you're going with how you're putting energy into things, what you're applying for, what you're stressing about, all that stuff is just the wrong direction. Or maybe a more coursey version of this is you are clueless about what is going to make you happy. All these things you're spending your time on is just not helping. And that's kind of the main message of this part of the lecture, is that we've just been wrong. And so with that, we could ask the question, why aren't these things making us happy? Something's gone wrong. All these things we think are going to make us happy aren't. So what's going wrong? And when you pose this to students in particular, you often get two kinds of answers. One answer is, well, I bet all those things like salary and grades and all that stuff, I bet that's not making you happier because maybe you can't make people happier. Maybe your happiness is just genetically set and you just can't change it around. Maybe you're either a glass half empty person or a glass half full person, and that's it. You're just stuck that way. Even if you get the perfect grade and good true love and all that stuff, not gonna help you, right? So that's one thing you sometimes hear. The other thing you sometimes hear is that, well, all that stuff is great, but life sucks. Bad stuff happens, and maybe you're gonna get the perfect grade, but maybe even if you get the perfect grade, horrible thing happens, and you just can't be as happy because other horrible stuff happens, right? So the idea is your life circumstances creep up on you. So maybe you got the perfect grade, but terrible car accident or something, or maybe the opposite. Maybe you didn't get that job, but then something else good happens. It all kind of balances out your life circumstances, right? And so these are the kind of two answers people give. Genetically, we're just set, we can't change it. Second is life circumstances matter so much, it trumps everything else, or somehow the life circumstances balance out. And in fact, those two answers are both wrong. They just don't seem to bear out in the data. And we'll end with this, which is the lovely work by Sonia Lyubomirsky, who has this book that I mentioned before, this sort of How of Happiness, How to Get the Life You Want. She's actually done some really cool scientific work to try to parse this out, to try to say, okay, how much do genes play into happiness? How much do life circumstances play into happiness, and so on? And the fast version of it is that to look at the role of genes, she's been able to look at different happiness measures across identical twins who presumably have the same genes, and she can compare their kind of happiness correlation with happiness correlations across fraternal twins who don't have the same genes but have similar life circumstances. Bunch of studies on that. There's also a bunch of studies looking at life circumstances, particularly people's life circumstances where there's been some sort of like train wreck, for lack of a better term, like really terrible things happen, like you become paraplegic, you like lose your job, you become a widow, all these things. And you can kind of parse all the different parts together and ask how much of a contribution is all these different things actually making? And this is the pie chart that she's kind of famously come up with to describe this stuff of how much of a contribution each of these things makes. There is a decently big slice that comes from your genetics. It seems like we do actually have a genetic set point for happiness. This idea that some people are glass full people, some people are glass empty, that does seem to be borne out by the data, but often way less than we think. It's only about 50%. There's a lot of movement there. The thing that's amazing is the life circumstances part, the thing we really think affects you, like if you had a car crash or you were paraplegic or you won the lottery, all these things, that actually is the smallest component of our happiness. It seems like only about 10% of our actual happiness is affected by that. The final part seems to be based on all kinds of actions, intentions, habits that people bring in. That big 40% seems to control a lot of our happiness. And the good news is that unlike the other stuff, that part really is under our control. It's under our control in important ways. We can work towards it. And she has this lovely quote about this where she says, our intentional, effortful activities have a powerful effect on how happy we are over and above the effective set points. These are these genetic things and the circumstances we find ourselves in. We can work hard to be happier. The problem is that we seem to be working towards the wrong things. We seem to be putting our time into things like getting good grades and getting the best job and all this stuff. We plan for that stuff, but it's not the stuff that's making us happy. And so the upshot is that there are things we can do to become happier, but most of the goals we think are going to make us happy don't actually make us happy. So we have to kind of pick the right goals. And that's what we're going to talk about in future lectures. However, I had to end on a particular note just in case some of you are thinking this, because I think it's important. Another fallacy we're going to see creeping up. And that fallacy goes something like, okay, that science stuff might be true for everybody else. Maybe that's true for all the freshmen you surveyed before. But I actually am going to be happier if I get the perfect job this summer. Or like when you thought about how sad you're going to be, the person who said 1 and you get that grade, like I actually am going to feel like a 1 when I get that grade. Like, you know, like that science doesn't apply to me. And so to that, I will introduce you to the first of many things you're going to hear in this course, which I'm going to call annoying features of the mind that actually lead us astray. It's just dumb ways that the mind is set up that mess us up. We kind of saw this already where we think that once we know something, we're going to get better at it. Like, there are lots of these dumb, annoying features. And this dumb, annoying feature that makes you think that is that you think that when your mind delivers to you an intuition, like, I'm going to feel really sad if I get a bad grade, that intuition is normatively correct. But the fact is that the mind all the time is delivering to us these intuitions about what's going to make us happy, what's correct, what line is longer, what table is longer. All those intuitions that are just wrong. Sometimes our mind delivers to us stuff that's just like factually incorrect. And we can see it in vision, right? We saw it here, or with the case of the table. The key is that sometimes even outside of vision, we're getting these intuitions that our mind is delivering to us with full force, like that's the right answer, that's what's gonna make us happy, but it is just wrong. Just to see one on the kind of more reasoning side, some of you might have seen this problem before. If you have, don't answer, but this is a problem that's kind of commonly given in business schools. So if a baseball and a bat together cost $1.10, and the bat costs $1 more than the ball, how much does the ball cost? So yell out answers real fast.
5 cents.
Oh, you guys are good. You yell, students. Most people, when they see this, have the intuition like, oh, the answer's gotta be 10 cents. I won't ask you to raise your hands, but some of you are smirking, so I know you had that intuition. I won't ask you to embarrass yourself. But that is the wrong answer. The correct answer is 5 cents. In fact, if you do this, most students, even in intro kind of algebra classes and stuff, will get this stuff wrong. Sometimes we get this answer like, oh my gosh, it's popping out, like it's obviously 10 cents, but that's the wrong answer. And what we're going to see in this course is that there are tons of things that are going to work like this. You're going to get an incredibly strong intuition that you would hate it if you left this room and got immediately hit by a car and were paraplegic for the rest of your time at Yale. You have the intuition that that would ruin your time at Yale, but it's actually just not true. You have the intuition that if you left here and somehow some random relative that you don't remember or know left you $27 million and you just had that to play around with the rest of your time at Yale, you have the intuition that that would make the rest of your time at Yale pretty awesome. But in fact, it would make it much less awesome than you think. You have the intuition that if you get the grade that you want or a grade that's higher than you want, it's going to be better, but it's just not. So many of our intuitions about happiness are just wrong. And that's one of the things we're going to have to tackle as we kind of go through the rest of the course. And so for that, we'll kind of remind you the kind of message, which is that most of the goals we think are going to make us happy aren't. And in the rest of our time, we're going to kind of go through the goals that will. And with that, we will finish today and open up for any questions you have. Quick questions as we're still filming. Yeah, Gary.
So statistically, we're looking at the median, right? But there is a range. What about the more extreme people in the data set? Like, how do I know I'm not like of the more extreme sort that do get like violently affected by the metrics?
Yep. So for a lot of the different data sets I talked about, there is a range, right? There's a range at the baseline, and that there's a range in how people are affected. For most of the things I talked about, most of the predictions, there is a range in terms of how much people are affected, but in almost all cases, we're pretty rarely as affected negatively as much as we think. So our predictions about happiness in most cases are less good than we think, and our predictions about how terrible something is going to be are in most cases less bad than we think. So there's a range. Some people are more affected than others, but almost everybody is mispredicting. This is a phenomenon that we'll talk about in future lectures that's known as affective forecasting. How do you forecast how you're going to feel about something? And it seems like we're often wrong in terms of how much we predict. We're wrong in terms of the magnitude of how badly we're going to feel. Like we think it's going to be worse than it is, or we think it's not going to be. We think it's going to be better than it is for good things. Or we think it's going to be worse than it is for bad things. We're also wrong in terms of the duration of that impact. We think that bad grade is going to feel bad for like ever. You know, like years later when you're my age, if you ask me the grade I got in like this intro social class that I took and I actually got a B and that was like awful. Like you think it's going to like affect me really badly, but like I'm fine with it now, right? We think these impacts are going to have a long impact, but they're just not. And so there's things that we classically mispredict. Some people are worse than others, but pretty much everybody is off. And so I think even if you think you're statistically going to be more accurate than most, you're still not going to be as accurate as you think. Yeah.
How much of these levels of happiness are dependent on the context with which the person is situated in, as in like the perception that other people around them are happier or less happy, so like relative happiness, I guess.
Yep, very good. So we're actually going to deal with that a lot in the next section, in the next lecture, because it turns out that as we think about these annoying features of the mind, one of the most annoying ones is that our minds are very, very sensitive to context. They don't tend to think in terms of absolutes, they think in relative terms. And the most salient relative term that we think in terms of is other people. And that explains some of the factors that you saw today. We'll see this kind of in more detail next time. Why are we just as fine with grades as we think? Like mostly it's because other people are getting those grades mostly too here. And so as soon as you find out somebody got just as good a grade as you, you're totally good. It's especially true in the context of salary. One of the reasons that funny misprediction we make, which is that when we're at 30K, we're like, oh, if I could only get to 50K, I'd feel awesome. But then somehow you get to 100K and you have that same thought, except that you're thinking, oh, if I could only get to 250K, everything would be awesome. The reason for that is that usually as you bump up in salaries, you're also hanging out with people who are also bumped up in those salaries. Like people whose salary is $100,000 tend to hang out with people who have that kind of salary, whereas people whose salary is $10,000 tend to hang out more with people that echelon. And what you find is that that actually matters a lot. So a lot of our perception, a lot of our things come from social comparison, and that's what leads us astray a lot. It's true in vision. We can see all these cool visual illusions where something next to something makes it look different, but that's actually what happens a lot for our happiness. This is one of the reasons I worry about your generation's use of social media a lot, because if you're looking at Instagram, if you're looking at Facebook, if you're on Snapchat, people aren't Snapchatting. You know, if you imagine people have a plot in their life of like things that are just kind of super boring or bad or whatever to things that are awesome, people aren't Snapchatting like this stuff unless it's like really funny. Like they're usually Snapchatting this stuff, right? So you're not seeing the right distribution, but in your own life you see the distribution. You look at other people's Snapchats and you're like, everybody else's life is awesome and everybody else is like doing these cool things that I'm not, and FOMO, and all these terrible things. But I think that social media is a way that these social comparisons get even worse. So the answer is yes. Next time you'll see lots of cool data on the actual impact of social comparisons, but it's insidious. And so one of the reasons you guys should stay off social media.
And this might play into what you're just saying about social media, but I was going to ask, some of the data you showed were driving kind of this narrative that over the past X number of years, Americans have gotten A, more materialistic, and B, less happy. And I was wondering if you have any theories as to why.
Yeah, I think there are a couple of factors at work. I think the kinds of things that we see on social media and in our culture kind of make it worse. Like we live in a pretty materialistic culture, right, in a couple of different ways. One is people show off that stuff. People are proud of it, and so you see it more on social media and stuff like that. I think we live in a culture whose economy relies on us wanting awesome stuff. Like if tomorrow we all bought this research and we're like, we're just gonna live with what we have, you know? We'll just like get food when we need it, but you know, not Hennessy, like just minimal food, some water, some bread, whatever would be cool. Like the American economy as we know it would crash, right? Like it relies on the fact that we have a good jacket but still want to get a new Canada Goose jacket. It relies on the fact that we might have a car but are tempted to get a new car because our next door neighbor bought one. We live in a society that like tries to promote this stuff, and it's probably doing it through a lot of means that are more means and more effective means than it did in the 1940s. In the 1940s, people aren't seeing commercials and advertisements for things on TV and on the internet in nearly the same way as you guys do. Like all those things seep in, and I think it pushes material culture, then we get these social comparisons, and then it gets worse. So I think there are a couple runaway effects that we've seen, but all of them are pushing us more towards buy more, get more, be more. You don't have enough right now. You're not pretty enough. You know, all those things. Yeah.
So with that like drastic rise in the prescription of kind of antidepressants, so I see like social media is definitely a big factor. Just like people are obviously showing off like their best life. That could make like I guess people more unhappy with themselves. But do you think there could be something with just the increase in the amount of like drugs that are available and just like the growth of pharmaceutical companies? And also people are kind of more open about talking about mental health, and so people seek mental health and like see more like maybe drugs as a way to deal with like being more happy than changing your habits per se.
Yep, I think all of those factors you mentioned are at work. One is this reporting issue, is that probably since I think 1996, which is the date that I was quoting that statistic on 400 times more was from, obviously it's become much more okay. People think more about things like depression. People know what to associate those symptoms with. People are okay with those diagnoses. So I think part of it is reporting, and that might be a good thing that people are able to admit this stuff and seek out care, and it's not as shameful as it was maybe many decades ago and so on. But part of it is also the same culture I was talking about, which is that there's now a culture of payoff for people who are taking these drugs. There are drug companies who want to promote you taking them. There are drug companies that are training doctors to think about prescribing this stuff. And I think that can't be the full picture, but it's probably a little bit part of it, right? Is that we are in a culture where we think medicine is going to heal things. And so that's part of why these things are increasing. I think this is true not just in the mental health domain, but also in the food domain, right? There's this whole movement of sort of food as medicine, right? Don't take your cholesterol medication, your high blood pressure medication, try to solve it through eating more healthy, eating less processed foods and stuff. So I think there's like parallels in other domains too. But yeah, I think there are a lot of factors at work. The point wasn't necessarily to talk about those factors per se, but it was to say the things that we think are going to make us happy, like we just all have higher incomes and we all have all these gadgets and all this good stuff, it's not helping us as much as we think. If anything, it kind of looks worse. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just, I totally agree with the points about like our economy and lots of stuff in our society telling us to, buy more and be better than we are right now and desire something else. And I was just thinking that in terms of a solution as far as a solution, it definitely makes sense to sort of like change your individual habits to try to connect with those things less. But if it's, you know, social factors that affect everyone, then there's also got to be some place for, you know, us to question the institutions that create those, you know, social ideas and notions on a broader scale. So I was just, yeah, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that's great. And it's one of the reasons I love that I'm able to talk to you guys who are in the next generation, who, if you're going to make those societal changes, going to be you guys that do it. I think it would be awesome to kind of change these institutions around. If you guys are thinking about how you can do that, there's a couple obvious ways. One is don't take part in things that like increase depression. Like if tomorrow, everyone in your generation, if all college students just got off Facebook, it would go away. I mean, I know it's mostly parents on there now anyway, but the point is, like, if we stopped using these social media sites, a lot of you who did that, the data suggests, would be less depressed. You'd increase more positive mood symptoms, and they wouldn't exist. If all of you stopped buying these things that you didn't need, all of a sudden those efforts would go away. So I think we can kind of vote with our dollars and vote with our ATM cards to a certain extent. The other thing is that I think it would be nice if your whole generation of students didn't like support those kinds of movements in other ways. Like, it kind of breaks my heart when I see all these students who are part of these social justice movements and care about this stuff and want to promote well-being, and then they go off and work at a place that I think has a philosophy of not promoting those kinds of things, or particularly all these things I just mentioned, like increasing money, like, you know, doing these kinds of, you know, social media things that make people depressed, working for a company that wants to sell stuff that may or may not be helping people in the way we think. The kinds of jobs that we take and the meaning that we get out of them, if we're supporting that kind of society in that way, then that becomes tricky. And you might think, well, if I can't do that, if I can't become an investment banker, if I can't work for a pharmaceutical company, like, how am I going to make my $200,000 a year that I need to be happy and all these things? And I will point back and say, I told you didn't have to do that. As long as you're, you know, if you're at 50K, you're mostly golden. So. Yeah, so I think there's lots of ways. I think you're right that we need a more societal change. One person isn't going to do it, but I think it would be great if it came from you guys on a bunch of fronts.
So you mentioned, like, you're obviously going to go talk more about annoying features of, like, your minds, and I assume that over the course of this course, we're going to kind of like discuss how we can kind of like counteract those inclinations or those like kind of predispositions. But how are we going to approach that? Because like we all got to this point because at some point or time, we're like, very often we listen to our heads. We like listen to like that little voice that's saying, do this, do that, do this, do that, don't do that, definitely don't do that, do this other thing. So like, how do I like go into this trying to say, okay, like doubt that voice because it's gotten me to this point without like doubting everything I do, like every decision, like even the decision to like ask this question, like do I start questioning that too? Like should I just, like how do I like get so paralyzed, like worrying like, is this like something that could lead me astray? Like how do I just like live uninhibited but also like, without worrying?
Super hard questions, right? Super hard questions that people that have thought about this stuff for a while have worried about. And what we're going to see is that science has an answer to a lot of these things, maybe not all of the things. I think for your question, like, how do we get around it and how do we know what's what? We're still struggling with the full answers to that. I think the insights we have are that one of the things we can do, particularly about this annoying feature, so this is this special annoying feature, which is that we're not often getting the normative answers we think, right? Sometimes the things that our brains are telling us to do are either not true or they're going to lead us astray. How do we deal with that? One technique that a lot of folks have used in particular domains is sort of this technique about mindfulness and kind of mindful noting of different thoughts, right? I mean, the fact of the matter is that all these things that you have, these cravings for certain things, these desires, are really just that. They're just thoughts. They're just thoughts. And sometimes thinking of them as such can kind of cause you to take a step back and really look at your own data about whether those things are helping you. These kinds of techniques have been implemented the most and the best in the context of things like addiction, right? Where for certain people who are, say, addicted to heroin or addicted to cigarettes, their cravings, their desires that they have that feel really true to them, that they're leading them towards something that would be good for them, are really not. It's kind of more obvious in that case than in your case of like studying for good grades, say. And these techniques of mindfulness really have folks like treat their craving just as a thought. Like, you're craving my wanting the cigarette right now is just a thought. Like, I can be with it. I can sit there and say, okay, is this like getting worse? Like, how does it feel? And so on. And then the process of mindfulness also forces people to think about, like, what are you really getting out of this? Like, is this really making you happy? And I think that's a technique we can import from treatments of things like addiction into our daily life for things, you know, like studying too much for good grades, getting worried about them is not probably as bad as heroin addiction. I'll give you that. But I think it's bad. I think it causes a certain amount of undue stress. And I think watching the consequences that you actually get from it might really be helpful. Treating yourself like a real experimental subject and watching your own data rather than your intuitions, but what are the real data, might matter. All of you guys gave a number right now for that class. Like, you could walk back at the end of that class. You'd write that down right now. Like, I thought it was going to be a 1. And then you could see when you go on SIS and you open it up what it is. And you could honestly be like, all right, I'm a 5. That wasn't as bad. Like, you can kind of take your own data to see how you feel. And my guess is if you do that, if people did that, you might get a sense of, like, that some of these things are actually true, right? You know, you could try a different salary and see, are you really happy? Is your stress lower, and so on. In some ways, it's easier if you don't make those life mistakes and you listen to these other folks. But I think doing it for yourself actually matters. And that a little bit gets around the problem you mentioned, which is like, am I going to start questioning everything? I think if you're mindful of everything and you do something and you're like, that was actually, you can think about this question like, I actually felt good. She answered my question. I sounded smart. Like, that was, like that actually was a good, I'm glad I did that. Like, just kind of that questioning can often lead you to, rather what your intuition tells you, can tell you like, oh, that actually was good or that actually wasn't so good.
I was wondering, do you think that we as the millennials generation have like some specific characteristics that differentiates us from other generations and that makes us be unhappy and like more unhappy than our parents or our grandparents?
Yeah, well, the data on whether you guys really are more unhappy is a little bit mixed. One of the statistics I mentioned is it does seem like recent grads as a category are slightly more unhappy now than they were even a few years ago. What that's about, though, is tricky. Is that about job placement? Is that about like what's happening? So we don't have great data on if you guys are really more unhappy. My guess is that the rhetoric that you guys are so much more unhappy than previous generations is probably just that. It's just rhetoric. In fact, usually when we look across history, what we see is pretty strong consistency on what people report for happiness. So I think it's not as dire as everyone makes it out to be. But I do think you guys have your own particular challenges. These kind of illusions that trip up the mind to make you more unhappy in certain forms trip you guys up even more. I think we, as a generation of parents, have done you guys a disservice because we've drilled into your heads these kinds of goals that don't seem to matter as much, these goals that are incorrect. I mean, all of you said you wanted to get good grades, not just because like your parents have been fighting with you for years, like, don't worry about good grades, go out and like, get good social relationships or be spiritual or do all the things I'm going to tell you later matter. They weren't getting you guys to do that from like 1st and 2nd grade. They were like thinking about having you guys like get good grades and get into Yale and all these things. So I think you guys have been taught that these goals are the goals that matter, maybe more so than previous generations. And so it's in some ways no surprise that you're kind of going full force towards them. And I think that's a fault of your parents' generation. That's a fault of the way you guys are trained. Some of you guys have heard about this book, Excellent Sheep, which talks about your generation and the kind of accolades you guys go for. I think we've taught you to assume that these accolades are going to make you a lot happier than they actually make you. And that's kind of a fault of ours. So I think there's a little bit of that. And I think, as I mentioned before, your generation is the first to deal with this strange phenomena of social media, this strange phenomena where our brains are built. An annoying feature of our minds is we assume our perceptions are accurate. We assume our perceptions are giving us the right statistical information, right? And the fact is my guess is that social media is not giving you statistically accurate information about other people's lives. People don't really look like that on social media. They look like that only when they take the picture and post it, which happens to be when they look extra good. People aren't having that much fun statistically all the time as they do on social media. That's just not true. And that's just social media. That's not all the advertising you're exposed to about these norms, that people are happy, that people have great bodies, all this stuff. Like, I think you guys, more so than most generations, get inundated with social comparisons that are kind of built to mess you up. And that's tricky. That's something that you'll have to overcome. Good news is there's some strategies you can use to get better about that stuff too. Last questions as we finish up? Yeah.
And so when discussing like attaining this happiness with regards to these misconceptions, is there something in general that people seek with regards to like reduced levels of stress or a feeling of elation or kind of a combination of the two? Like, is there something specific that kind of people want from these things, or what kind of?
Yeah, what are people seeking? Yeah. I mean, I think that's a good question, and you guys can introspect for yourselves, right? Like, grades was a thing that came up first. Like, why do you want to get good grades? Like, it might not be to be happy, but it'll be like, so I can get that internship, or so I can get into grad school. I'll be like, okay, why do you want to get into grad school? Like, really, I think we're doing most of the stuff we're doing ultimately because we want some sort of positive mood, like positive life satisfaction. Like, ultimately it gets down to like being happy. Most of the things we think, I think if you push it, if you kind of keep asking those why questions, you get to that point. So my guess is that we kind of assume there's some causal role of this stuff in being happy. And if we find that link isn't what we thought it was, then we should kind of question it. But your question brings up something that we'll see a lot in the course, and something that is kind of a problem for the field of positive psychology. And that's like what we're measuring. You mentioned like life satisfaction, or increased positive mood, decreased depressed mood. Already in the studies I presented, I've tried to be kind of honest about what they're measuring. One was like feelings of not blue, one was like reported life satisfaction, or how happy would you feel. All those measures are a little bit different, and sometimes we kind of collapse them together, and they might not be telling us the same kind of thing. And this gets back to kind of Gary's question about individual differences. It might be that some of those measures move one way for some people, but don't hang together as well for others. And so you'll see that come up as like, is it, yes, your mood is different, but like, maybe your overall life satisfaction and meaning in your life will be different. We'll try to talk about those as we go through them. But the upshot is, my assumption is that people are doing these things even if they haven't articulated, because at some point they think it's going to make them happy. They think it's going to make their life better in some real sense. And so if it's not, we probably should know that. Or if we're spending time on this stuff, we should force ourselves to spend time on the things that is going to have the causal role that we want. And so with that, we will pause. Next time when we come back, we're going to go into way more of these annoying features of the mind. What are the annoying features of mind that really make you think all this stuff is going to make you feel totally jazzed up, when in fact it's not? That's what we're going to get next week. Before that, you guys all have your homework, which is that I want to see how authentically happy you are. So please go on this website. I'll send it to you guys again over email. And just get your score. It's going to be a score between 1 and 5. And we will just look statistically if whether that changes after these practices. So thank you guys for being here. There's more coffee and cake outside, so enjoy.
In this activity, we're going to focus on kindness, the simple act of doing something nice. Why are we focusing on kindness? Well, as we saw in lecture, the simple act of doing a random act of kindness can come with a host of positive benefits. Doing nice stuff for others can increase our mood, and it can also increase our feelings of social connection. How do you make the most of this activity? Well, you just gotta do nice stuff for people. Try to do at least one random act of kindness a day. It could be something big, like donating money or volunteering in your community, or it can be something small, like giving somebody a compliment, or just doing something nice. As usual, we want you to track what you did. So get out there and do something nice. It'll make you feel better than you expect. In this activity, we're going to focus on social connection. Why social connection? Well, as we've seen in class, being socially connected makes us happier. Turns out that the simple act of making a new social connection, talking to a stranger on a train or even at a coffee shop, can significantly increase our positive mood. And so how do you make the most of this activity? We just want you to seek out more social connection. Strike up a conversation with a friend, or grab lunch with someone you haven't seen in a while, or even strike up a fast conversation with a stranger, and then track that you did it. As we've seen, tracking will help us turn one act of social connection into a habit. So get out there and find a friend, or chat with somebody new. The simple act of making a social connection will make you happier than you expect.
Welcome back, everyone, to the second Psychology of Well-Being lecture. It's exciting to see everyone back again. Hopefully you guys learned something from taking your happiness measure, so we'll see how that goes. But just to kind of reorient everyone, especially for folks who weren't here the first time, about what we're going to do, We're going to go through 5 different lectures. Last time we talked about misconceptions about happiness, these spots where you think you have certain goals, but those goals are not going to make you as happy as you think. And today we're going to turn to this question of why our expectations are so bad. Why is it that we think all these things are going to make us happy when they won't? And so this is going to be a little bit more of a sciencey lecture, but it's going to be awesome in that it's going to teach you about lots of your biases that lead you astray. And so you're going to kind of see them in action. Just a reminder, because I'm being a professor here, I have to check that you guys did your homework from last time. And so hopefully you all successfully went through and measured your happiness on the Solomon survey. Everybody measure their happiness. How many folks were kind of surprised that their happiness was lower than they thought? Let me show of hands. A couple folks. Oh, a lot. Anybody surprised it was happier than you thought? A couple folks. So some room for movement either way, which is great. Just a wrap up of where we were before. When we last left, you guys finished up by realizing that all these things that you care about a lot, that you think are going to make you very happy, are not actually going to make you very happy at all. And I'll just re-put up the list that we keep seeing. Good jobs, lots of money, awesome stuff, true love, perfect body, perfect grades. We make the prediction that these things are going to make us really happy. But in practice, they either don't or they don't make us as happy as we think. And so that was the main take home of last time. All these things that you think are going to make you happy don't make you as happy as you think. And today we're going to walk through why that is. But I thought I would give you a nice word to sum up this take home, a kind of definition of this sort of phenomena of not really thinking the things that are going to make us happy actually do. And it's a term that comes from 2 researchers, Tim Wilson at the University of Virginia and Dan Gilbert at Harvard. And it's this fantastic term that I love, which is called miswanting. The definition of this is just this act of being mistaken about what and how much you're going to like these things in the future. This is the problem, is that our brains deliver to us this idea that we want certain things, but we are wrong about it. We are constantly miswanting. Right? And today we're going to go through this question of why does this miswanting occur? What is up with our minds that it delivers to us incorrect predictions about what we're going to actually like? What are the biases that cause these? And we saw some hints of what the answer we're going to see this week, last week, because I noted that there are these lots of annoying features of our minds that are messing us up, annoying biases that we seem to have that lead our predictions astray. And we saw one of them last week, which is what I'm going to call annoying feature number 1, the first one that you're going to learn about, which is that our mind's strongest intuitions are often not the ones we expect. We sometimes get things totally wrong. Our intuitions are just false. And we can see that in the context of vision. Vision sometimes gives us a nice set of intuitions into our biases. And we saw last time that even though it looks like these 2 tables are actually different sizes, in fact, the top part of the table is exactly the same size. You saw my fun demo where I stood up and did that last time, so I won't do it again. But basically, we're getting this intuition from our visual system that those 2 things are different and they're really the same. This is the way lots of our mind works. A lot of the intuitions we're getting are just incorrect. So that's kind of annoying feature number 1. I want to put it in the context of the other annoying features you're going to see. The rest of this lecture is going to be focused on 3 more annoying features that mess us up all the time. Standard ways our minds see things that just don't really work. And just like the case of the other annoying feature, I want you to see them first in the context of our visual system, again, because it's easier to see our biases that way, because they operate kind of all through the mind, from vision to happiness decisions. You're going to see them in that context, and then we're going to apply them in the case of happiness and the typical decisions we make. Okay, so what's annoying feature number 2? Annoying feature of the mind number 2, which is rampant throughout the mind, is that our minds just don't think in terms of absolutes. We just don't think in terms of the true thing that's out there. Instead, we think in these very relative terms. And we're constantly judging relative to what I'm going to call a reference point. What do I mean by reference point? Well, it can mean all kinds of different things, but for the purpose of this, we're going to talk in terms of this salient but often completely irrelevant point against which we're judging something all the time. There's a really cool illusion in vision that some of you may have seen that involves such reference points. This is an illusion known as the Ebbinghaus illusion. Some of you guys seen this before? Show of hands, some people, not everybody. Well, the illusion comes when thinking about those orange circles in the center. So which of the 2 orange circles do you think is the larger orange circle? The one on the right, yep. Well, of course, it's an illusion, so I'm messing with you guys, right? In fact, they are exactly the same size, as you can see when I get rid of the circles. But because of the presence of these other circles on the outside, these other reference point blue circles, we actually don't see the circles at the same size. We can't. Even though they're absolutely the same size, we can only see them relative. So when you're looking at this orange circle over here, you think, whoa, that orange circle must be super big because all the blue circles around it are so small. And then when we look at the orange circle on the right, we think, whoa, that orange circle's got to be really tiny because look at how big the other circles are there. We're not seeing in terms of absolutes. Whenever there's a reference point on the side of something, we actually see it differently. This is this phenomena in spades. We are constantly judging relative to other stuff out there in the world, and it messes up our judgment of what the thing we really care about, our particular decision or a particular circle, what size, what magnitude, what awesomeness it really is. So that's vision. The question is, do we actually see these kinds of reference points messing up our happiness judgments? Is it really the case that we judge the kinds of events that happen in our lives and whether they're great or not relative to these kind of irrelevant other things? One of the most famous examples of this was talked about by Medvik and his colleagues. And it actually involves like situations that people experience in real life. And some of you may watch these kinds of things like sporting events like the Olympics. And so here's one of the most famous examples of these kinds of reference points messing up happiness. So some of you folks might remember who this guy is, Michael Phelps. This is Michael Phelps with one of his bazillions of gold medals that he won. I think this is the 2008 200-meter swim or something like that. But he just won the gold medal. He's pretty happy. You can tell by his expression. And so that's one point of happiness. But is Michael Phelps a relevant reference point for other people's happiness? So let's look at the dude who's on the side of him who won the silver. And the idea is we might predict from an absolute level, if you win a silver medal, it's like you're pretty happy, right? You just won a medal in the Olympics, but you might be slightly less happy than Michael Phelps, right? So we might predict that the guy who won the silver's expression is happy, but not as happy as Michael Phelps. Well, this is Laszlo C, I think, or Che, Laszlo Che. He's from Budapest. And you can see from his expression, he's like way less happy than Michael Phelps. He is not looking very happy at all, much less happy than you might have predicted. Well, if he, the silver winner, is that unhappy, what can we predict about the guy who's the bronze winner? He must be like super unhappy, like frowning up there, right? Well, I will reveal the bronze winner. It's Ryan Lochte from back in the day, but you can see he is not super, super unhappier than the silver medal winner. He's actually looking really, really smiley, maybe even more smiley than Michael Phelps, right? So what is going on? Well, what Medvik and colleagues claimed is that each of these folks is experiencing a different reference point, one that's very, very salient to them at the time. If you're Laszlo and you were like 1 second away from winning silver, what's your most salient reference point? You just got the silver medal. You're thinking, well, it could have been like I was like 1 second away from the gold medal. I could have won a gold medal and I just messed up, right? That is your salient reference point. And the claim is that that's why he's looking pretty unhappy relative to Michael Phelps. If you're Ryan Lochte, however, and you're bronze, what's your most salient reference point? You're almost like, dude, I almost didn't make it on here at all. Like, I almost didn't get any gold medal. Like, this is pretty sweet. Like, if I was 4th or 5th, like a couple of half a seconds away, it would have been terrible. And so what Medvik and colleagues did was they made this prediction not just from this sort of image here. They actually went back and analyzed video footage of the Olympics that the year before, I think it was, and they had raters just rate independently how happy they thought everybody's faces were at the moment that they got their medal, the moment they knew their place, and on the stand. And what they find is exactly this pattern where the white bars, this is kind of looking at how high happiness is, the white bars are the silver medals and the yellow bars are the bronze guys. And both when you first find out and when you're on the stand, you're finding that the silver medal winners are actually way less happy than the bronze medal winners. Kind of reference points in action. Whatever your counterfactual is, it's affecting your happiness. It's not your absolute level or the absolute medal you got, it's what you think you could have gotten, right? So that's all well and good for a happiness move that, you know, many of us, maybe some Yaleys actually are Olympic medal winners in this room, but like most of us aren't gonna get to that point, right? Most of us are not gonna have reference points that are that salient, like the gold medal in the 200 meter at the Olympics. Are our reference points messing us up in just the same way? And what I'm going to submit to you is that all the stuff we talked about last time, good job, how much money you get, the perfect body, all those things, we think of in terms of reference points. In terms of thinking about what counts as a good job, we saw last time that most of our evaluation of what a good job is actually concerns having a high salary. That's, for better or for worse, what everybody seems to care about. And what we've seen is that those are cases where we can look at our preferences only relative to other reference points, and other reference points severely seem to mess us up. One of the first reference points we saw a little bit last time, and we'll talk about in detail, that seemed to mess us up, is our own reference point. It's what was happening to us in the past or what's happening to us right now. What we used to make in terms of our salary is a pretty salient reference point. We saw that a tad before when you ask folks, how much salary do you need? What's the salary that's your required income that would make you happy? And it just goes up depending on what you were making before. So if you're making $30,000 and you're thinking about your next raise, you say, well, the required income I would need to be happy is $50K. Whereas if you're at $100,000 and you're thinking about your required income, you then say, aha, actually, it's not like $50K. I'm not like twice as good as I should have been. What I really need is $250K now. You're kind of constantly bumping yourself up. And this is this idea that our idea of a good income is not just done in absolute terms. It's done relative to some reference point. And the reference point is often what we used to make a little bit ago or what we're making right now. In fact, we kind of never get satisfied. And two economists did a nice analysis of this, kind of what's the jumping point. And what they find is for every amount that your actual income goes up $1, your required income, the income you think you want, actually goes up $1.40. And this happens at every raise. At every raise point, if I survey you, you actually think you're not making enough, you want to make more. So this is one of the first reference points that super messes us up, is our own current status is messing up what we think the good status is. We're constantly below the reference point we seek. The more annoying reference point, and the one that I think messes us up even more in all these other different contexts, is not our own reference point of where we are right now or where we were before. It's the reference point of where other people are at. It's our social comparisons. And I'll put this kind of slightly cheesy cartoon up there, and you can't read it in the back. This is this guy kind of negotiating for a salary raise, and he says, okay, if you can't see your way to giving me a pay raise, how about giving Parkinson a pay cut? And the idea is like, this guy's not gonna be able to buy any more if Parkinson earns less than him. But that is a salient thing to us. We care a lot about where we stand relative to other people, even more than our own absolute level. This is what psychologists refer to as social comparison. As you might guess, this is the act of evaluating yourself, be it whatever it is, if it's salary, possessions, abilities, beauty, grades, whatever, relative to other people. Okay, let's back up there, good. And so, is this really the case? Are we constantly comparing against other people? Well, it turns out that comparisons against other people are one of the #1 things that affects whether or not we not only like our salary, but also like our job. And this is what Clark and Oswald looked at. They actually did a big survey of 5,000 British workers at various jobs. And what they found was that a person's job satisfaction, how much they liked their job, actually went down as their comparative income went up. In other words, as your income is less than the other people in your firm, if you feel like you're making less, you like your job actually less. So as other people's income goes up, you like your job even less. And so the idea is if you're in a place where your coworkers have a higher salary than you, you're just necessarily less happy with your job. Controlling for absolute income, so controlling for how much you make, you're still just less happy, not because somebody else makes more than you. Even though that doesn't affect how much earnings you take home, what kind of house you can buy, what kind of car you can buy, none of that's affected, but it still makes you unhappy. In fact, it makes you so unhappy that humans do what they tend to do when they're unhappy, which is do all these crazy, spiteful things, like maybe take less money to make other people get less money too. And so this is what Solnick and Hemingway looked at. They actually did this survey among Harvard students at the Harvard School of Public Health. They asked, okay, imagine you were to pick a job with one of two situations. Which would you prefer? So option #1 is that you can have a job where you earn $50,000, but everyone else in your firm at your same level is only earning $25K. Or you could be in a job where you are actually earning $100,000, but everyone else around you in your similar pay grade is actually earning $250,000, right? You would think that most people would want double the potential income that they could spend, like more cars, more all this stuff we think we want. But in fact, when you actually look, over 50% of people choose the first one. Over 50% of people choose having half of the income so they won't be less than others, which is pretty crazy. This also explains some of the reasons why earning less than others causes so much hardship. So think of the case of unemployment rate, something we might want to bring up. What's the awful thing about being unemployed? You might think it's like, well, not having a job, not having money, and so on. But it's partly maybe just earning less than others in a really extreme way. And to look at whether or not that was the case, Clark did this cool study and made a kind of funny prediction. He predicted basically that if you're unemployed in an area where not that many people are unemployed, that's going to impact you really badly. But if you're unemployed in a spot where lots of other people are unemployed, you're going to be fine, even if that means the overall job rate around you is like really, really bad. And so to test this, he looked at this measure of well-being, comparing people who were employed versus unemployed. So it's like, how much worse are you than if you had a job, across different cities in the UK with different unemployment rates. And so here's what I'm going to plot. This is kind of how big the well-being gap is. So bigger numbers means you're like worse off when you're unemployed than when you're employed. And this is the unemployment rate of these different counties in the UK. And so bigger numbers means more unemployment. And here's what they find. They're just plotting all the different kind of zip codes throughout the UK. And what you're seeing is this neat negative relationship. So if you're unemployed in a spot where lots of other people are unemployed, it's actually not as bad for you, even though it means that all the people around you are not having the income they might expect. We're so prone to social comparisons that even something like not having a job depends on whether that is bad for us. It depends on whether or not other people around us don't have that too. And so this gets even more extreme when we think about what counts as a reasonable social comparison. Maybe it makes sense that if you're unemployed, you treat others who are employed or in your zip code as being a reasonable social comparison. But are we only doing that? Or are we taking in these reference points that are kind of crazy, right? Like, what's my reference point for what my salary should be as a Yale professor, right? Well, I could look to Paul Bloom, who's my colleague, who also teaches Coursera courses. He's in the psychology department. He might be a good reference point. That might be okay for me to compare myself to. But it would be bad if I was comparing my salary against Beyonce's, because that's just crazy. I'm not going to be Beyonce. I'm not going to make her money. I'm not going to be as beautiful as her, so on. We would assume that our minds, if they're going to use reference points, use reasonable ones. But it turns out that our minds don't do that. They seem to soak in anything around us as a reference point. And given that I'm watching Beyonce videos, this could be messing me up. And so this was what Ogin and Shrum looked at. They wanted to see whether people who were exposed to crazier and crazier reference points, more unrealistic standards of salaries and incomes, actually got messed up. And here was their hypothesis. People who watch lots of TV are faced with people with crazy salaries, crazy incomes, crazy beauty levels, crazy stuff. Is that messing people up? In other words, does just watching a lot of TV where you see things like The Real Housewives and Empire and all this stuff, does that make you less satisfied with your own salary? Does that mess up your intuitions about what normal salaries around you are? And what they found was that, in fact, it does. So as you go up in your TV watching, so this is number of hours of TV watching, you also go up in your estimation of other people's average wealth. So this isn't just like average wealth that you see on TV, this is average wealth around you. In addition, what they found is that if you go up in numbers of hours of TV watching, you also go down in your estimate of your own wealth relative to others. So the more TV you watch, the more unhappy you are with your own income. Why? Presumably because you see these Real Housewives, right? You're watching like Kim Kardashian on her reality TV show, and you're like, my income is not nearly this good. And what do you do to solve it? You might just be unhappy. You might try to spend more to keep up with the Joneses. And that was what Shor looked at and did, because an economist can do these kind of cool calculations. And what was reported is that for each hour of extra TV watching you do a week, you are spending on average $4 more each week in household spending. So for every hour of TV you watch, people are spending $4 more on stuff. Why? Presumably because we have these mechanisms to kind of keep up with the Joneses. We're trying to kind of keep up with the other folks who are near us, but we're not calculating who's really a good reference point to be near. We're just kind of keeping up with whoever happens to be in our space, be it people we see on Facebook, people we see on TV, people we see so on. We're not calculating the weirdness of how people got the stuff that they got. And another lovely example of this, one of my favorite kind of studies in this field, comes from Kuhn and colleagues, who looked at a strange case of keeping up with the Joneses, namely, do you try to keep up with people in your neighborhood who have won the lottery? And they looked at a particular lottery in the Netherlands where you win not only a bunch of money, but you also win a car. And so you have this like prominent new car that's sitting in your garage. And the question is, if you live close to somebody with that new awesome car in their garage, Does that mess with you? Does that cause you to want to buy your own awesome new car, even though you didn't win the lottery and you can't afford it? And so here's what they find. So they're plotting how the percent of people that are buying new cars within that year, and they're looking at it whether you live next door to the person who won the lottery, whether you're 2 houses away, or whether you're a control. You're in that district, but you're not like seeing this new car in the garage all the time. And so here's what happens before the lottery, just to say people in these situations don't like buy cars differently. They kind of all buy cars at a particular rate. And here's what happens the year after the lottery. Basically, you're almost twice as likely to buy a new car yourself if you live next to a person who won the lottery than you are if you're just kind of in a control case. It's kind of like just seeing the new car in the other person's lot makes you want it so bad that you buy this car that you probably don't even need, at least basically what the controls are doing. And so all this goes to say that all these things we're seeing, kind of a good salary, money, how much awesome stuff you have, we don't think in terms of absolutes, we think in terms of reference points. And it's a really insidious reference point. It's just like whoever we happen to be near and whatever lives we happen to see. And if we're in a situation where we're seeing lives that are just like crazier than ours, because they're Kim Kardashian's life or Beyonce's life or so on, we're not tracking that. This happens also in the context that you guys face all the time, like the context of good grades. Why are Yale students so unhappy about their grades? Because they happen to be at a place where lots of people are really smart and lots of people get really good grades. But that means that as other people's grades go up, maybe your unhappiness with your own grades are going down. And that can also lead to these insidious, spiteful sorts of behaviors vis-a-vis other people's grades. And one of my favorite examples of this comes from a cool study by Burleigh and Megan, where they actually did an experiment in their own classes to see how spiteful students might be about other people's grades. And so I'm going to show you the email they sent out. I'll kind of read you the relevant parts so you don't have to read it. But he says, look, I like to give my students these bonus opportunities. Sometimes I make mistakes. And so here is the bonus opportunity I'm going to give. Basically, if you just check this answer at the bottom, anyone who does this, we're going to have a system where you're going to get 0.567% on your final grade. So your final grade point average is going to go up by a half a point, basically, which sounds awesome. Which, if you're on the tipping point, like if you're at like 95.5, or I guess maybe say like a 90.5, maybe that'll tip you into a better grade. So you could go from like an A- to an A, right? So it seems pretty sweet. All you got to do is check this off. But he goes on to say, because it's 0.5, not everybody's going to get the benefit of this, right? So he says, if you're at 69.0 and you go to 69.5, we round up. So that's going to be pretty sweet for you. Then you'll go from a 69 to a 70. Instead of getting a D+, you're going to get a C-. You're going to go up a lot. But if you happen to be a 68.9 and I had the 0.5, then you're only at 69.46, like you wouldn't go up. So you're getting the math? Like it just depends where you happen to fall on that decimal if you go up a grade or not. And he says, look, there's no way to know what part of the decimal you fall on. Probably half of you are going to be lucky and you're going to go up a whole letter grade, and the other half of you are not. But there's no way to know. You just have a 50% chance. And the question is just do you approve, does the class as a whole approve of this policy, right? And so just to point out, nobody's going to go down at all. And everybody doesn't know they have a half chance of going up just because they're on the cusp. What they found is that not everybody preferred this plan. In fact, about 41% of students rejected the proposal to do this and said, we don't want our class to be able to do this. Even though nobody goes down and everybody has a half chance of going up, a lot of people rejected it. And the neat thing is that the rejections were higher in the top 50% of the class. In fact, they were about 10% higher than across the board. What does this mean? This means that the students who were at the highest levels of the class, who had the most worries about social comparisons of people being bumped up, they were the ones that hated it the most. And the upshot is that students are all willing to miss out on their own grade bonus just to kind of screw over other people because of this social comparison. Some of you are kind of sad, some of you are laughing, but I think you get that Yale students might do something similar. So good grades, social comparison really bad. How about things like perfect body, perfect relationship, and so on? Well, this is a spot that's super insidious if you've ever been like me at an airport or at a newsstand looking at all of these things, because the world has media that features bodies and perceptions that don't match with what the average is. And at least in my case, they're usually a little bit hotter than me. I'm constantly faced with these social comparisons that are younger, better, all these things. And so the question is, does this really mess us up? Well, this is what Kenrick and colleagues looked at. They looked at specifically about messing up our happiness and our mood. And so they did this in particular with women's mood on this 4-point scale. Just rate your mood before and after you look at pictures of models in magazines on a 4-point scale. And what do you find is that before looking at models, you get about a 2.3 on a 4-point happiness scale. Afterwards, that drops down to about 2.0. But this is on a 4-point scale, right? You're dropping like 1/3 of a point on a pretty small scale. This is just like a few minutes of looking at these kinds of pictures makes you more unhappy. This is true of your own perceptions of yourself, but can this also mess up things like your perceptions of other people around you? Like if you're in a relationship and you're looking at pictures of lots of other hot people who might happen to be hotter than your spouse, does that mess up your own absolute rating of your spouse? Kenrick, in a different paper, looked at this too. And so he had men rate their wives' attractiveness after looking at centerfold models. You might think, oh, this isn't harming anything. I'm just looking at, pictures of attractive people and so on. But in fact, it harmed people's ratings pretty badly. So rating your partner in a control condition on this scale came about with a rating of 26. When you do it after looking at the model, it drops a bunch of points. So these are small differences, but showing you that social comparisons are kind of messing us up. And if you're tracking, it's messing up all the stuff we talked about. It makes you less satisfied with your job, your amount of money, your car, your stuff, your relationship and how attractive your partner is, your body, and your grades. All these things, other people's stuff, makes you more unhappy, right? And so the upshot of that is that we face a particular set of reference points that are messing us up. But you guys in this generation face a very special set of reference points that have never been experienced in the history of the world, because you guys don't just have TV and magazines and media, you have the reference points that you face through social media, through things like Facebook and Snapchat and all this stuff. And there's this question about whether or not these kinds of reference points are messing us up too. I don't know why my screen keeps going up, but let's see if it comes back magically. Here we go. So are these kinds of things also messing you up? And in fact, as you might guess, they really are. And they really are in a much stronger way than at least I expected before I started looking at this stuff. So one study, Vogel and colleagues actually looked at Facebook and how much looking at your social comparisons on Facebook improves or messes up your own self-esteem. And so they tested this correlation between Facebook use and your self-rated self-esteem after you've looked at Facebook. And they also looked at the direction of your comparison. So when you're on Facebook and when you're on Snapchat, are you looking to see are other people having a really bad day? Are you trying to make downward social comparisons where you're looking at people who are worse than you? Or are you on Snapchat whoa, everybody else's Saturday night is way better than mine, and kind of looking up and making these upward social comparisons? What happens? Well, what they found is that there's a pretty high correlation between Facebook use and self-esteem. So 2 things. Remember last time we talked about size of correlation? And we saw that the correlation between income and happiness is about 0.1. There's twice as big a correlation between Facebook use and self-esteem. But unlike the other correlation, this correlation is in the negative direction. What does that mean? It means the more Facebook use you have, the lower your self-esteem. And the magnitude of this effect, again, to soak that in, is twice as much as the magnitude of increased income on happiness, right? This is messing you guys up pretty badly. You could say, though, well, correlation doesn't necessarily mean causation. Maybe it's the low self-esteem people who are spending all this time on Facebook, right? So could we do an experimental intervention where we make people look at Facebook feeds, just random people, and see if that messes them up? And that's what they did in a second study. They kind of exposed people to this fake Facebook feed so they can mess with it and say, are they all the awesome people, or are they the kind of loserish people who don't have things going on? And so they did both. They did the kind of people who were awesome and people who were loserish, and they measured your self-esteem. But they also did a neat thing where they took your ratings of yourself and the target. They measured how you thought about yourself after you saw this and how you thought about the other person. And so here's what they find. First is that if you're making downward comparisons, so you're looking at the losery people, your self-rated self-esteem is about that, which actually they didn't do a control, sadly, so you can't say did it go up or did it go down. But definitely it's much lower than if you're doing this upward comparison. And remember, this self-esteem is on, I think what I said, a 5-point scale. So this is a big jump that you're jumping down just by doing these upward comparisons. What about your ratings of yourself and other people? Well, here are, I'm plotting kind of these big ratings. More things are more awesome, you think the other person is extremely awesome, all these good things. And so here are what the data show. These white bars are yourself, when you're making upward and downward comparisons. You get a little bump when you're making downward comparisons, but not very much. What you do though is get a big bump depending on what you're looking at with the target. So when you're making upward social comparisons, you definitely think the target is better than you. But when you're making downward social comparisons, the weird thing is you don't get that same bump for yourself. So if you're looking at the losery people, you might think you kind of bump up your own perception of yourself. You don't. The only thing you get is a bad effect when you're looking upwards. You think, I'm such a loser, like this is terrible, and so on. The upshot is that all the data suggests that across social media, all these problems with reference points are kicking in, and they're kicking in a major way and in a way that's not giving you the benefit that you think. It's actually just bad. So if you right now were to structure your life and do one thing that you think would make you happy, it wouldn't be picking a job that earned you $100,000, because the magnitude of that effect is less than if you just decided to stay off social media, because it's not actually helping you. And so with that, we'll kind of conclude this section, this annoying feature that our mind doesn't think in terms of absolutes, it thinks relative to reference points. And our mind just sucks at picking reference points. It just soaks in whatever reference point we get, and it doesn't actually have a great filter. And so the more you can kind of force that filter on it, the better you will be. We'll now jump to the third annoying feature that we're going to see really messes up all those happiness judgments we saw. And that's the fact that our minds are built to get used to stuff. We just kind of have these minds that kind of adapt over time and habituate. Again, since we think in terms of vision, we can see this really well in the concept, in the situation of perceptual adaptation. So have you ever been in a super dark room where you walk out into the light and all of a sudden you're like, the outside, like how is it like the brightest thing ever? What's going on? Well, your visual system has adapted to being in the dark. So much so that it just assumes the dark is going to be there. So when you get this contrasting thing, this bright thing, you're like, what is going on? This happens in the context of light. It also happens in cool ways in the context of color. And that's where I'll give you your visual illusion in the context of absolutes for the day. So we'll see if this works. So bear with me here. So what I want you to do is to stare at this image as much as possible. And what I'm going to try to do is to kind of habituate and let your color receptors adapt to assuming this color that you're looking at is just the color you see in the world. So be staring at it really, really intensely and so on. And then when I get rid of it, if this works, you should see a really brief after image of the opposite colors that come on. Your brain has assumed so strongly that those colors were there that as soon as they go away, it assumes that other colors might be there even though it's just white. Here's a more timely one. I'm going to leave this on longer to see if it works. So stare at this image. You might not know who this person is. Stare, stare, stare. Eyes really big. Staring, staring, staring. She goes away. You can tell who it was. It was Beyonce, but anyway. You're supposed to do this with your screen closed anyway, and Coursera will have it and it'll work out. But basically, this is the phenomenon of perceptual adaptation. Your perceptual systems, just in those few seconds, are just assuming like, oh, the state of the world is just like, I see a reverse flag on the screen, that's just like the way it is. And as soon as it goes away, you're like, whoa, what's happened, right? But you're getting used to stuff over time. The phenomena is the same in the context of hedonics, in the context of what makes us happy. It's not like we just get a stimulus and it's there and we notice it all the time. We just get used to it. And this is this phenomena of hedonic adaptation. I'll just give you a quick definition of this. This is this process of becoming accustomed to both positive stuff and negative stuff, such that the effects you get from them emotionally just like don't work as well over time. And this is the kind of thing that makes a lot of the awesome stuff we see not as awesome. And I love this little meme of the cat facing this awesome thing. The cat is saying, he's faced with all these hot dogs. He's saying, yes, I believe I'm going to enjoy this. And I feel like this is the kind of situation we face a lot. We see this hedonic stimulus that's awesome. We're like, I'm going to get this, and it's going to be awesome. And the more I get of it, like the more awesome it is going to be. And the fact is that this is just wrong. This is just not the way it works. And it doesn't work like that in part because of hedonic adaptation. The problem with all of these awesome things, that once we get them, usually they tend to stick around. You know, we get a new job, you're going to be in that job for a while. You buy awesome stuff, a new car, a house, you meet the person of your dreams, you achieve these perfect grades, you get a certain GPA. Like, these things stick around. You get used to them. They become the new normal. They stop bringing you the happiness that you expect, and they reset your reference point for the future. This is one of the reasons that when we get this stuff, it doesn't make us happy. But is this really what's going on? Can we see these effects? how about these kinds of effects in the context of money? Do we habituate to money? You might think, no, like if I had awesome money, I would love it forever. But you just saw the effects I talked about, which is that as soon as your income gets bumped up $1 more, you actually want $1.40 more, like a really particular spot where you get this sort of form of hedonic adaptation. There's an even better study that looked at this by Ditella et al., where they really looked at individual people at their salary adaptation over time. So they tracked people across almost 20 years in Germany as their salary went up and up and up, and they tried to see, are you getting used to it? And here's what they find. Here's people's salary. So this was like the 90s, like dot-com boom. People's salary was just like whoop. And here's what their happiness looks like. It's just flat. You kind of just get used to it. That's the context of money. How about an extreme case in the context of money? Maybe like over time, there's such small changes you can get used to them. But what if you get a big windfall all of a sudden? What if you win millions of dollars in the lottery? Surely you would notice that, right? Surely you wouldn't get adapted to that. Well, Brickman and colleagues did a very famous study where they looked at lottery winners 1 year on and they assessed their happiness. Lottery winners versus controls who did not win the lottery. What you find is lottery winners report about 4 out of 6 happiness. That seems pretty good until you realize that controls who haven't won the lottery are at 3.82, statistically no different in that case. So even like this huge windfall, you think you're not going to get used to having $1 bazillion, you actually just do. This is also true in marriage, as you guys saw. I love this cartoon of the happy people who are just married, but then 2 years later, they're just married. That's all they are, right? We saw this graph last time, but basically if you missed it last time, here's the graph of marriage satisfaction as you get to time 0 of marriage. Kind of life satisfaction goes up, but then by 2 years in, you're no statistically different, and then you just kind of habituate to your partner. They stay around, you just get used to them, just like perceptual adaptation. What about one that's a little bit more close to home, this phenomena of going to Yale? You guys have been at Yale for a while, most of you, so if you forget how happy you are when you first find out that you go to Yale. So to remind you, I went to YouTube where I was happy to learn that there's a lot of these college acceptance videos where people like film. This seems so anxiety provoking to me. I can't imagine that people do this, like take a video of themselves as they're clicking, but they are there. And if you watch them, those people are very happy to find out they got in. So this morning when you got up and you had like, as soon as you got up, you realized like in this moment, you're like, wait, I'm a Yale student. Did you think, were you like, I'm a Yale, holy crap, like, holy crap. Like, probably you guys are laughing because no. Why is this all the case? Well, the psychologist Dan Gilbert, who's this fantastic book called Stumbling into Happiness, has a great quip about this, where he notes that wonderful things are especially wonderful the first time they happen, but their wonderfulness wanes with repetition. That moment when you're like, I'm going to Yale, that first time you realize that is fantastic. But the subsequent moments, you just kind of get used to them. He also has these examples that you guys are too young to realize, but he talks about the first time your partner says, I love you, is just like the best ever. But like last Tuesday when they say I love you, it's just nothing. Or he notes the first time your child says mommy or daddy is like the best thing ever. But then like, 17 years later when you guys say mommy and daddy, it just loses its thing. But this is sad, right? Because we want to maintain the awesomeness of all of these moments. These things are going to stick around. We want them to remain as awesome, but as we get used to them, we just get kind of sad and bored over time, which is kind of sucky. But I want to talk about an even more insidious, annoying feature that's related to this, that I think affects you guys even more than this hedonic adaptation, which is what I'll call annoying feature 4, which is that in addition to having hedonic adaptation, we also don't realize that we're going to have hedonic adaptation. We don't realize that our minds get used to this stuff. And this is a particular thing that messes up our predictions because we think the happy things that we seek out are going to make us happy for a long time. And maybe even more insidious, we don't realize that if bad things happen, we're just not going to be that affected by them very soon. And so we go back to our cat example, and the reason I chose this meme, in addition to the fact that it's funny because it has a cat and lots of hot dogs and whatever, is the bottom part where he's like, I believe I am going to enjoy this. Like, this cat really believes that if he continues eating hot dogs 6, 7, 8, 9, whatever, that the 6th and 7th hot dog is going to give him as much happiness as that first one. And I think it's funny, the cat, but we all have a little bit of the cat in us where we think these things that we buy, we think when we buy the new iPhone, we think when we get into this new relationship, we think when we get into Yale that we're going to maintain that same level of happiness, but we're just not. This is an illusion. And it's an illusion not just for this cat and his hot dogs, it's an illusion for when we think, oh, we're gonna get the perfect job that we really love, or we're gonna get this awesome stuff, or we're gonna get in this awesome marriage, or we're gonna get into Yale. Like, we think this is gonna be there, but it's not. And if we realize that, we might be a lot happier. And so there's a word for this that Dan Gilbert and his colleagues came up with. They call this bias the impact bias. And this is the idea that we tend to overestimate the emotional impact of things in two ways, both in terms of their intensity and in terms of their duration. We think they're going to be better than they're going to be at the moment we get it, and we think that it's going to last longer than it really does. You saw one of these, the intensity part, in the context of a study that I'm going to say one more time because it's so important to remind you guys of. It has to do with grades. Remember this study about predicting how badly or happy you're going to feel if you get a grade that's better or worse than you expect. So if you get a grade that's higher or lower than you expect, how will you feel on this 9-point scale? Here's what students actually predict. If it's higher than expect on a 9-point scale, you're going to be at an 8. If it's what you expect, you're going to be like almost 8. But if it's worse than you expect, boom, you're going to drop all the way down to a 4.4. What is it really? It's basically exactly the same the whole way down. It's like not really different than you like really care about, right? And so why am I telling you that? This is the case where we're mispredicting the intensity of our own reactions. We predict that we're going to be super happy if we get a grade that's higher than we expect. Even worse, we predict we're going to be really, really depressed and really sad if we get a grade that is worse than we expect. But in practice, we're just not that messed up. We also are messed up in terms of mispredicting the duration. We think that events are going to last, they're going to affect us way longer than they actually do. And this prevents us from taking certain actions in the world that would make us happy or not, or maybe be risky, there might be a bad outcome. I think it's going to affect us a lot and for a long time, but it kind of just doesn't. And so here's another example that's close to home, sort of, because it involves residential colleges, but it's residential colleges not here at Yale, it's at that other school at Harvard. Some of you may know that at Harvard, or at least at the time this study was run, you find out which residential college you're in during your freshman year. So you just learn, like, you're in this residential college. They don't know when they first get there, at least at the time of the study. And what they asked is, you know, you're going to find out tomorrow that you're in like either a super good residential college, like Adams House, which is the best house on Harvard's campus, or you're like in a super crappy one, like you're like in Mather, or like you're quadded, which is like the terrible thing at Harvard, right? And they asked, like, how are you going to feel? In fact, how are you going to feel 1 year later? Like a year later, you're stuck in this crappy residential college. How bad is that going to be? And they have people predict. And they predict on a 7-point scale. And what do you find? Well, here's the graph of what people predict. So they predict if I'm in the Silliman at Harvard, which is the best residential college, obviously, then it's going to be awesome. Like on my 7-point rating scale, a year from now, I'm going to be a 6 because it's going to be awesome. If I'm in, you know, Franklin or like Stiles or whatever, one of the not so good colleges, then my happiness is going to, like, you know, it's going to be half of what it could have been, right? What is it actually a year on? It's indistinguishable, right? We think these things are going to last forever. Probably at the moment you find out you got in a crappy one, you're kind of like, that's a little crappy. But like after that moment, everything else takes over. Okay? And this graph is awesome because I think it shows one of the things I worry most about our misprediction, which is that, yeah, we have this impact bias for positive things. We predict it's going to be awesome. It's not as awesome as we expect. But we have way more of an impact bias for negative things. We think this is going to destroy our lives to be in this crappy residential college. We'll only be at half our happiness potential, but like it just doesn't nearly do it as much as we think. The impact bias we have for negative predictions is much worse than we think. And so just to give you a couple extreme examples, one of the spots where researchers have looked at this, I think because researchers care a lot about this being academics, is our predictions about getting tenure, right? So as you know, most of the junior faculty here will find out if they get tenure. Some will get tenure and then they have a job forever. Others will be denied tenure and they predict that their whole life will be over. They have to leave Yale, find a new job, et cetera. And so Gilbert and colleagues actually asked professors to predict how happy are you going to feel if you get tenure and how sad are you going to feel if you don't get it. And so here's what they find. You get tenure, you predict, I'm going to be super happy. You don't get it, you're like, oh, this is going to be terrible. What do you actually find? It's just like you guys with grades. You're like slightly over-predicting for how happy you're going to be if you get it, but you're really under-predicting how happy you're going to be when you're denied. It's just not as bad as you think, right? Maybe you guys can't relate to getting tenure, so here's another example that might be more salient to you. What if you go through a horrible breakup? You really thought you were going to be with this person for a long time, but you break up in a long-term relationship. You're both predicting something about the intensity of how bad this is going to be and its duration. Are you right? Paul Eastwick and colleagues looked at this. and it turns out you're wrong. Here's your prediction of distress, so bigger bars are more unhappiness. Here's what it actually is. Like basically at every point, if I ask you, how about 6 weeks in, how about 10 weeks in, you're just off in your predictions. You're just way better. You're way happier than you expect, even with this negative event. How about a really extreme negative event that you might think? So you go in for a routine test at DUH, you decide to get an STD test, and you find out that you are HIV positive. Like this is something that you might all predict is going to really mess up your life and decrease your happiness for a long time, right? Here we have some famous examples of this. We have Charlie Sheen, who found out he was HIV positive, and I love this next headline, like from 11 months later. He says that how he's doing excellent. It's like he's having the best time of his life, even though he's HIV positive. You might think that's just because Charlie Sheen's like a little bit off, like normal people would be really messed up by this. But what is it really? Well, Seif and colleagues actually did this. They actually looked at people's predictions of their HIV test results and what people actually feel at the moment they get the HIV test results. And so you predict before and after. Here's the predicted for a negative result. I think this is around out of 100, basically on the scale they use. So you predict like you're going to be pretty, mid-range happy if you get this. And it's distress, so bigger numbers are worse. And you predict that if you get a positive result, you're pretty much at like max distress possible of finding out you're HIV positive, right? What are the actual results? Well, they're less good than you think, and they're way less bad than you think. I mean, this isn't like the best day of your life when you find out you're HIV positive, but it's not nearly as bad as we think. And in fact, this is just the moment that you find out. If you look a year later, the results even out even a bit more, right? So even the most horrible things, we are not good at predicting. And you might say, maybe this is just because we don't get to do this all the time. Like if you think about the worst things in your life, your breakups or finding out you're HIV positive or something, it doesn't happen that much that these horrible things happen to us. So maybe we don't predict well because we just like don't have that much experience with it. Maybe if we had more experience with horrible things happening to us, we'd be like, when horrible things happen to me, they ain't so bad. And so Aiden and colleagues actually did a cool thing. They found this strange case where horrible things happen and they might repeat happen to try to see, do people get better at reducing their impact bias over time. And they looked at teens like facing a driver's exam, because as you know, some of you may have had, I had this experience too where I failed once, where like you can sometimes fail multiple times in a row before you get it. And so you're predicting like how happy am I going to be if I pass, but you might have had the experience of predicting you're going to be really upset if you fail, and then you fail and you weren't that upset. Maybe you update over time. And so that's what they did. They actually looked at teens' forecasts of how happy they're going to be if they fail the driver exam. And if they fail multiple times, are they more accurate as they fail more and more? And so here's the graph of predicted and actual happiness. And you're seeing basically what we've seen on a million other graphs, which is that people are predicting that they're going to be really low on happiness, but their actual happiness is really high. But that's if you've never had a previous test before. That's your classic impact bias. Question is, does the impact bias get lessened if you've failed a number of times before and had the experience? The answer is no. Every single time you fail, you still mispredict the next time, that you're like, this time I'm still going to be really upset if I fail, and you're just not. We don't get better at impact bias as we get more experience with it, which is kind of sad. And so there's this question about, okay, we're not getting better at it, but like, why are we so bad at this? Like, what is messing us up? Why can't we see how resilient we're really going to be? And again, we have Dan Gilbert and colleagues who came up with these like fantastic psychological biases that he talks about. And these are pretty profound, and they're ones that you can actually work on to get rid of these biases. The first of these is what he calls focalism. And this is the idea that when we think about our predictions about an event, we tend to think about just one thing about those events, forgetting everything else that could happen in our lives, right? So let's take an example. Like tomorrow you get a DUH, you do your routine STD test, and you find out you're HIV positive. And you're like, everything in my life is going to stop. And I say, a year from now, how are you going to feel? You're like, what are you focusing on? You're like, I am HIV positive. That is the thing you're focusing on. Everything in my life is going to stop. But a year from now, what's really happening to you? Like, you're going to classes, you're like hanging out, you're thinking about summer jobs, you're like, eating really good cupcakes in the dining hall. Like, your life is filled with all this stuff that's not your HIV status, right? It's just not going to mess you up as much as you think. This is focalism. We focus on this one thing, we ignore all this other stuff. And this is the misprediction. This is what focalism is. When you focus on the one thing, you mispredict. And so when you're predicting about your own happiness levels, like if you get a job or you do something, think not just about that moment, but think about the stuff surrounding it. Like, okay, that's how happy you're going to be if you get this internship you really want this summer, but what else is going to happen around it? Like there's still gonna be rainy days, there's still gonna be all this stuff. Same thing with the bad stuff. If you're predicting like how bad you'll feel if you take this class that's kind of risky and you get a bad grade, like think about the stuff around it. You're gonna have other grades, it's gonna be the summer, like you're gonna move off, you're gonna rationalize why you get that bad grade, all this stuff, right? And that last part about rationalization gets us to the second bias that causes these mispredictions. And that's what Dan Gilbert calls immune neglect. And this is his idea that we are sometimes unaware of the power of what he calls our psychological immune system. What does he mean by this? He means that we just have this tendency to adapt to and cope with negative events. We're actually just pretty resilient. We're actually a lot more resilient than we like to think sometimes. So the fact of the matter is, like, we actually don't like when sucky things happen to us. Like, our minds don't like to feel really awful, and we have lots of mechanisms for feeling better when we feel really awful. Like, let's say we have a breakup. Do you just like sit there and bemoan the breakup? No, you have friends who take you out and you go get ice cream, or you like go on the internet and look at pictures of puppies. Like, we are not like trapped in this horrible event that happens. We have lots of resilience to get over things. This is true with bad grades too. Yes, it's a bad grade, but like you move on, you go out with your friends, you go to like you're not stuck in this focus. You have mechanisms to make yourself feel better, and you engage in those mechanisms much more so than you realize. And we have a set of powerful ones to get ourselves out of thinking that we are a bad person or things are really awful when bad things happen. We can rationalize and we give ourselves reasons and we find meaning. We do all these things because we have a whole suite of psychological traits to force ourselves to feel better. The crazy thing is we don't realize we have these. We're constantly forgetting how resilient we really, really are. And that means we're mispredicting. And this is why I think this annoying feature is one of the most insidious ones, because it means you guys don't know how powerful and how resilient you are. And this is the thing that worries me most about your generation, which in discussions like this book, Excellent Sheep, and all these things have been talked about in terms of being not very risk-seeking. I think you're scared about negative outcomes and negative feedback, even more, as folks have claimed, than other generations. And this bias is maybe the result of this. You're scared to take on these things, and what we know about you from psychology research is you're just gonna be fine. If you take that risky class and you get a crappy grade, you're gonna have all these mechanisms to not feel as bad for as much bad or as long bad as you think. If you go risky and you try to apply for a risky job and you don't get it, you're just gonna be a lot better than you think. And so this is the bias I worry about most, because it means you're mispredicting your own potential in these ways that are kind of sad. That we have all these kind of funny features of our mind that deliver to us this form of miswanting, this idea that we're not wanting the right stuff. The first one, as we saw, of these annoying features is that we're constantly getting delivered misinformation. It's just a feature of our mind that sometimes our mind tells us very strongly this information that's just false. It's the crux of miswanting, but we need to realize this annoying feature to believe that miswanting really happens. And then we saw some of the other things that deliver this miswanting on those particular things. We don't think in terms of absolutes. We're constantly comparing ourselves to reference points, and we don't have control over what those reference points are. They just kind of pop in. I'll just keep going in case this cam to me and not to the screen thing. The next one is that we are constantly seeing this annoying feature where our minds get used to stuff, where if we have something for a long period of time, it just becomes rote and we stop getting the pleasure from it over and over again. And the worst thing is that we don't realize that that happens. We don't realize that that happens for the good stuff, that the good stuff's not gonna make us as happy as we think. So we're constantly like seeking out stuff and feeling like we didn't get it because we don't get more. And we also don't kind of take on potentially bad things, thinking like, oh, that's just gonna destroy me, when it's really not. And so the big question we're gonna end with today is, okay, you just told me about all these annoying features of my mind, how do I shut them off? How do I make those things go away? What are the habits that I can put into place to overcome those annoying features? And for that, you're gonna have to wait till next time. Yeah, Freed.
I had a question about the TV study that you talked about at the beginning. So you had said that there's this idea that you watch TV, and as you watch people on TV, you feel inadequate because they make more money, and then it makes you spend more money. But I was wondering if there's maybe like a confounding variable in that. Is it maybe that because you're watching a lot of TV, you have a lot of leisure time, and as you have more leisure time, you buy things, so it's not, you're buying potato chips to watch the TV, and not necessarily buying things because you're watching the TV and feel inadequate?
Yep, great question. And in fact, in all those cases, they weren't able to like, what is the extra $4 being spent on from that statistic and so on. With all these studies, they're kind of pooling data that's correlational, right? So they're looking at, I'm going to correlate the amount of TV you watch with some outcome. And in all those cases, all the things you're talking about, where it's like, maybe you're getting this effect, but not for the reason you realize. Maybe just the people that are watching more TV are the people with like, the cushiest jobs, so they have the most money to like blow on things and so on, right? What would be awesome is to do those same studies in a more experimental way, where you just assign people. I just bring random people off the street and I assign you to watch more TV, and I ask if that impacts your behavior. Those kinds of studies haven't been done yet, but I think those are the kinds of studies that are being done in a different context, like in the Facebook study, where I assign people to look at Facebook and not necessarily in terms of money spending, although they didn't look at that, but some of the same effects are there. So I agree, there could be all kinds of things that are going on with those data points, and they should do the right kind of more experimental, not correlation equals causation kinds of studies. But my prediction is if they did them, you probably could get a lot of the same effects. And one of the effects in there that does worry me that we already have is this idea that when you watch more TV, you perceive your income as worse. So if it really was the case that people who are watching a lot of TV had more salary and more leisure time, maybe they wouldn't just necessarily see their absolute salary as worse than the same salary if you didn't watch some TV. But totally agreed, it'd be awesome. A lot of the studies we're gonna see, and this is gonna be true for the whole course, is like, if you just looked at that one study, you'd be like, okay, there's like a way better way to do that study and we should do it the right way. But sometimes the mass of all this evidence together starts building the same case. But yeah, totally right. And whenever you see a correlation, you should call me on like, okay, what's really doing the work there? Is it the thing you think, or is it like something else? Yeah. You?
Yeah, my question is regarding social comparisons.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we are at the end of the day like super social creatures, particularly a college campus where students are always looking over their shoulder to see how other people are living their lives.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess like one way to avoid it is just to put all these filters, such as deactivate Facebook or use less social media. But other than like kind of totally just detaching yourself from the social realm, which is kind of impossible, what other factors kind of help with the problem of social comparison other than proximity? Yep.
So a couple of things on that, because that's like, I think the $1,000,000 question, right? Like, are all of you going to deactivate Snapchat and Facebook tonight and all that stuff? Although I kind of think you actually should, but whatever. But we'll say you won't. Probably most of you won't do that. Okay, so how we shut this off. First thing, I think on social comparison, because I kind of presented it in a pretty negative light. I'm like, this is this horrible thing. But like, the fact is, when social comparison was first studied by social psychologists, like back in the 50s, they actually thought of it as a good thing. And it's a good thing because it allows you to like set your compass, right? Like, so like, how much should you earn? Like, how pretty should you be? Like, how many likes should you get on this comment on Facebook, right? Like, you just don't know. Like, there's no absolute value. In fact, the idea is that the only way we could get an absolute on this is to look to other people. Like, other people as a reference point is really useful because it kind of tells you what the yardstick is, right? And so when social comparison was first studied, people thought of it in some ways as kind of almost like a positive, right? Like, it's this way our minds seek out information about what should our yardstick be when we don't have any way to have an absolute yardstick. So it has its good points too. And that's kind of part of your question, because you couldn't shut it off for everything, right? Like, you kind of need to know, like, how many internships should I be applying to, and like how should I be doing in this class generally, or like, you kind of need that information, and we get it from the social world. The problem is that the information we get from the social world isn't an accurate yardstick on Facebook, Snapchat, etc. For the same reason that I think it's not an accurate yardstick when I go look at fashion magazines, right? So let's say it's actually accurate to compare, like, my beauty, my physique to other people's. Probably it's not for that particular example, but let's say it is. Like, the physiques I'm seeing aren't real physiques, right? Like, they're completely photoshopped, idealized, fake versions of what humans actually look like. Like, they're designed to set this standard that no one could maintain, right? They're designed to make you want this stuff, to make you feel bad, so you buy things, right? My guess is that more so than people want to realize, social media is the same way. Like, nobody's giving an accurate sense of what their real world is, of what their beliefs are, of how much fun they're having on these tools, because the whole point of it is to like make yourself seem kind of awesome, right? And that means that you're not getting, even if social comparison was a good thing, you're not getting an accurate representation of what other people are really like. You're getting this like idealized, like Instagram-y, photoshopped version of everything that's good. And so you take your actual life and how things are actually going, where you see the full spectrum, and you compare it to other people's and it doesn't match, but it's not like other people's real bell curve. It's like, you know, as we say, like the 2 sigma, like the super awesome part of the bell curve of your life. And you're comparing your whole like life to that, and you're like, wow, it's kind of inadequate. And so how do you deal with that, right? We're not, so, and we actually talked about this a little bit with some of the students who stayed last time. I think if we created a culture of social media where you gave like the full picture of what it looked like, then that might actually be good. Then those might be yardsticks that actually didn't have these detrimental effects. We talked last time with the folks that stuck around about an example in academics where this researcher created his real CV or his real resume. And so usually you see people's CV and it's just all their papers and all their grants, but he actually made the real one, which is like all the things he applied for but didn't get. And it was like all these, it was like rejected from this grant, this paper got rejected 17 times, you know, had to submit it to this really crappy journal, and like, and it like went through. And I felt like if you saw that, you wouldn't feel so bad, because you see your real resume, you see all the stuff that failed. And because of a bias we'll talk about in future times, another silly, awful feature of the mind is that it pays way more attention to the negative stuff than the positive stuff. We're just built to seek that out. Like a tiger could be jumping out, all our attentional resources are seeking out the bad stuff. So you only, when you look at your real CV, you actually tend not to see the good stuff. You see the bad stuff very saliently. It's attentional bias. Then you see other people's resume and you're like, oh, they just got this awesome internship. But you don't know they applied for like 70 others that they didn't get that they're sad about, and so on. And so one solution is to have everybody be more accurate about the real stakes. Probably that would be fantastic and you guys could start this wonderful cultural revolution. My guess is that's not going to happen. The second is to explicitly realize that that's the case, right? And so in the context of these kind of magazine images, you can shut it off a little bit by realizing these things are photoshopped. Like before you look at it to be like, this model is actually not that thin, she's like photoshopped. That does a little bit to kind of shut off that reference point's power. And you guys could do the same thing when you look at your Snapchat stories. You're like, this dude's having fun, but he didn't show me like Thursday night, he didn't show me Sunday night, and like you can try to reframe those kinds of things, and that can be really powerful. The final thing you can do is reset your comparison point so it's not so extreme, right? And downward social comparisons aren't always as powerful as we think, and they don't, as you saw in the Facebook example, it doesn't give you exactly what you need, but you can sometimes change your comparison a lot by just not having it only be your other Yale colleagues here. You can think that there are all kinds of college students with all kinds of backgrounds who lack the kinds of accolades that you guys have. You can think even more awfully that there are people without like just reasonable means of being here. You know, you can pick your social comparison group to be way different than you, and sometimes that can cause you to realize, like sometimes you can use the power of social comparison for good, because you're realizing that like what looks bad to you is not actually that bad in the scheme of things if you use other people. And sometimes the act of kind of counting your blessings, as we're going to talk about next time, is a sort of form of that and can be really powerful. So you don't have to shut off Facebook and all these things, although I actually feel like, again, if you're trying to get a job that's going to give you a good income, you have to recognize that the data is that's going to be half as effective in making you happy as just shutting off social media. So choose that as you'd like. Definitely a miswanting in your mind, but try to use these kinds of techniques to feel better. And if you're game, you know, again, you sort of mispredict how happy it'll make you. Like, try it. Like, there's no rule that says you have to have that stuff on for a week. Just shut it off for a week, and then take that authentic happiness survey. Maybe just that alone is going to bump you up a couple points more so than you expect. Any questions? All right, we will finish for this week, and next week we will return to get the actual things that will make you happy, the actual way you set these biases off.
In this activity, we're going to focus on exercise. Why exercise? Well, it turns out that moving a little bit more can have a host of positive benefits. Getting some exercise in can increase your mood. It can even decrease depression symptoms as much as an antidepressant medication like Zoloft. We've also seen in lecture that exercise can increase your academic performance. It's a totally free and super easy way to make your life happier and healthier. And so how do we make the most of this activity? You don't need to get out there and run a marathon. You just need to move a little bit more. Maybe hit the gym for a half hour or take a walk with a friend at lunch. You can even just dance around your living room. The goal is to move a bit more and then to track what you do in this exercise activity. Again, tracking the habits that we do can help turn the healthy practices we do one day into a long-term habit. So get out there and move a little bit more. You'll end up becoming happier and healthier. In this activity, we're going to focus on sleep and getting enough sleep. Why are we spending time focusing on sleep? Well, as you saw in the lectures, the act of getting enough sleep every night can have a host of positive benefits. We know that making sure you get enough sleep can increase your mood over time. It can also increase your cognitive performance, like doing well on tests and so on. Getting enough sleep also has a host of other health benefits. It can decrease your risk of heart disease, diabetes, and even cancer. It's a totally free and super easy way to boost your mood and your health. And so how do you make the most of this activity? It's pretty simple. You just gotta get some sleep. Try to shoot for around 7 to 8 hours a night. And when you do, track your sleep in the Rewire app. As we saw in lecture, tracking your sleep over time can help turn getting a healthy amount of sleep into a habit. And so go out there and get some Z's on. You'll be happier and even healthier.
All right, well, welcome back everybody to our third lecture on the psychology of well-being. I hope you've all been thinking about the insights that you've learned throughout the past week and all your biases, and you're going to be able to use them. This week, we're going to have some actual concrete intentional strategies that you guys can use. And so you're going to have lots of homework this week, so be prepared. But just to kind of go through, again, just a reminder of where we were. First lecture, we went through all these misconceptions about happiness, these things that we think make us happy, but we don't. Last week, we talked about why our expectations are so bad. We did a little bit of a swap on the third one here, because today what I realize is that part of the stuff that's going to make us happy is actually finding ways to overcome our biases. And so this is going to be the first week where you're getting concrete strategies of like actually making yourself happy. But the real shocking stuff that makes you happy is going to come next week. And I keep switching around, but we'll keep you on your toes. Back to our review. We started in the beginning with all this stuff that we think of as our goals that make us happy, and we said most of these don't make us as happy as we think. And we inserted this new term of miswanting, this idea that we don't want we're wanting the wrong stuff, and we are sort of miswanting stuff that we don't necessarily think is going to make us happier, that doesn't make us as happy as we think, and we're not wanting all the good stuff. And so we asked last time, why does this miswanting occur? Why are our minds so messed up? We said, indeed, our minds are messed up. There are all these annoying features that seem to be leading us astray. And we went through a couple of these different ones. We said our minds have these intuitions that are often really, really wrong. We have to fight against that. We saw that our minds are not thinking in terms of absolutes. They're judging relative to these reference points, and that messes us up a lot because we're often comparing against reference points that aren't good. We also learned that our mind has this really terrible tendency to get used to stuff. And in fact, there's this corollary that we don't even realize that our minds do this, but it does this all the time. That means that the stuff that starts out as being good stops being good really soon because we kind of get used to it. And so we ended last time with this question of like, how can we overcome these annoying features? What strategies can we use to do this? And that is what we're going to reveal and talk about today, how we can overcome these annoying features or these cognitive biases. And we're going to do that in a particular way, which is we're going to use a set of strategies that we can intentionally use to overcome our biases. And I'm putting that word intentionally kind of in bold and in color, in part because this is the part that really matters. Our minds are naturally not going to want to use any of these strategies. These are the things that we need to do effortfully and intentionally to make things better. And we're kind of hearkening back to the quote that we started with in our first lecture, in this How of Happiness lecture by Sonia Lyubomirsky, who sort of talked about how we have this pie chart of the things we can intentionally control. And she notes that we have this, with these intentional, effortful activities, we can have a powerful effect of how happy we are, even much more so than our genetics or much more so than our circumstances. But it's these things, intentional, effortful, they're not going to be habits immediately. We're going to have to work to get them to be that, right? And so with that, we sort of jump into these strategies that you're going to intentionally use. And as I said at the beginning, this is going to be your homework. You're to be thinking about these things really in terms of habits that you can implement this week and which ones will actually work for you. But we're going to kind of go backwards through strategies that help the biases from the reverse direction. And if you recall, the main thing we were focused on at the end last time was this idea that we get used to stuff and that sucks because we get used to the stuff that's really good in our lives and we want to kind of feel it being new and so on. And so how can we, in some sense, get over getting used to stuff, overcome this horrible thing of hedonic adaptation, this idea that like we are happy at first when we get something, but that happiness goes away. Just as a reminder for folks who missed last time, we saw lots of graphs that look like this. We have this awesome thing that makes us happy, something like marriage, and it makes us happy for a little bit, and then over time that happiness goes down. And what we saw is that that basically happens in like all these awesome cases, from like having an awesome job to having tons of money, getting into Yale, as you guys all laughed about. Did you wake up this morning and say, holy cow, oh my God, I'm at Yale? I bet very few of you did that because hedonic adaptation. And all this hedonic adaptation, we have to awesome stuff. But how can we use strategies to overcome this stuff, right? We'll start at the bottom on strategies we can use to stop hedonic adaptation for awesome stuff, because the awesome stuff that we talk about is a particularly insidious thing. Stuff is usually like a thing that we buy, a nice car, a new house, and it has this terrible feature where it's not really dynamic at all. It doesn't change at all, and it sticks around, and that means stuff that we buy is sort of the worst culprit of our hedonic adaptation. And so when we think about the strategy we're going to use, it's going to be that we're going to stop investing in stuff in the first place. From now on, as you think about the kinds of things you can do to make yourselves happy, think about not investing in awesome stuff as much. Why? Well, as we were saying, first of all, it doesn't make us as happy as we think. We think the new house is going to make us super, super happy, but in practice it doesn't. And it doesn't in part because it sticks around. It's the same house day in and day out, and we kind of just get used to it. Same thing with all the other awesome stuff we have, awesome cars and so on. They end up sticking around, and that means we get bored with them. And there's a wonderful quip by the psychologist Dan Gilbert, who you heard about last time. You know, it's part of us believe that the new car is better because it lasts longer. But in fact, that's the worst thing about the new car. It will stay around to disappoint you. This is the problem with stuff that sticks around. We get used to it. And so the new car, it hangs out. We stop paying attention to it. Like the longer it lasts, in some sense, the more time we have to get used to it, which is sort of boring. And so the first strategy we're going to think of, and this is for thinking about new things in your life, is don't invest in stuff. Invest instead in things that are not going to stick around, namely experiences. What do I mean about experiences? But just like anything you could pay money to that gives you happiness, that's not a thing, that's like something you experience. So going on vacation, or spending some time at an awesome art gallery, or going to Europe to check out the wonderful paintings there, or going to a concert, even something short like going out to eat or enjoying sort of a delicious dessert. Those are the kinds of things that are experiences, and they're not going to stick around. You're not going to have time to adapt to them. And Dan Gilbert also quips about this. He notes, a new car sticks around to disappoint you, but a trip to Europe is over. It evaporates. It has the good sense to go away and leave you with nothing but your wonderful memory. And it seems like our intuition is like, well, why would we want to invest in an awesome vacation when we could get a car? That car is going to stick around and be useful to us in the future. But again, this is a spot where our minds are kind of giving us the wrong feedback. We actually get more happiness than we expect out of experiences. Like the fact that the vacation is only a week long is a good thing. Like the fact that you can't be in this room looking at this art for very long means you don't have time to get used to it. Same thing with a concert. I think the longest concert I went to was 3 hours, and that was good. If it lasted any longer, it'd be terrible. Same thing with like, a delicious glass of wine. Some of you want it to keep going, but if it kept going, that would be bad. You actually want stuff that goes away. And so that's the intuition, that experiences should make us happier because they go away, but is this really true? Are people who invest in experiences actually happier? Like, is it the case that people who buy more of these are happier than people who buy more of that? Right? And for individual people, if you were to invest in experiences over stuff, would you feel happier? Well, this is what Leif Van Boven and Tom Gilovich studied. They actually had people come in and say, think about an experiential or a material purchase you made that's over $100. So you can think about this, and specifically something you bought to make you happy, not something like, not some textbook that you had to buy because you had to. Like, think of something that you've ever spent that like actually you got to be happy, right? It says, when you think about this, how happy does it make you? Just like, very simply, like, does it make you not at all happy or very much? And they asked other things like, how good of an investment was it, and so on. And so here's what they find is that when you think about how happy it makes you, how happy does it make you? Well, you get higher ratings for just thinking about the experiential purchase. Does it contribute to your happiness now? Like even like still when you think back to it, does it contribute? Yes, these numbers are bigger for experiences. And also like, was it money well spent in retrospect? Like, did you actually think it was a better use of your money? And what you find is that yes, it was. So all these measures of happiness, both at the time and retrospectively, you think of experiences as better. What they worried about in this first paper though was like, well, maybe that's just like for all of us like very well-off people. You know, we're all here at Yale, we have lots of awesome stuff. Maybe we have as much awesome stuff as we need, and therefore like getting new awesome stuff isn't gonna help us. Like, so what, we might as well invest in experiences. But the idea is like maybe people from lower incomes or people who don't have as much stuff, maybe if they got stuff that would make them happier. So maybe it's like really just a function of being, you know, a richer kind of folk that we get this. And so to test this, they looked across different financial incomes to say, does this pattern hold across everybody? And here was what they found, that hash marked bar is the different experiences that you purchase. And what they find is that every level of income, experiential purchases make us happier than material ones, but it does in fact get bigger as you get to higher and higher salaries. So again, thinking back to what we learned the first time, most of your median incomes is gonna be around $76,000. Like you guys are definitely gonna be way better off investing in experiences than in material stuff. And so it does seem like investing in experiences is good, but there's a couple other ways that investing in experiences allow us to get over our hedonic adaptation. And one of these is that when we're thinking about purchasing different experiences, so when you're like sitting at your computer doing your problem set and you're thinking about your spring break vacation, that can actually make you very happy, right? And so researchers hypothesize that maybe this is another way that experiences help us, is that even before we have the experience, the anticipation of it, thinking about it, actually gives us a little happiness boost. Is this really true? Well, this is what Kumar and colleagues tried to look at. They had people think about some experiential or material purchase you plan to make soon. So you could say, think about the next kind of big purchase you're gonna make, either a thing or like some sort of experience that you plan to have. And you say, how does the anticipation of this purchase make you feel? And they said, are you feeling kind of happier, like you're feeling more excited? Or is the kind of feeling of anticipation bad? Is it more like impatience? And then they also very explicitly had people rate whether it's pleasant or unpleasant. And so what do you find? Well, what they found is that if you look at the excitement levels, they're higher for experience than material, so it's more like excitement and less like kind of impatience to get it. And if you look at the pleasantness, it's almost like 2.5 times as pleasant to think about the fact that you're gonna go on this cool ski trip or the fact that you're gonna go to this awesome concert than it is that you're gonna buy a new pair of shoes or a nice Canada Goose jacket or something like that. Thinking about these experiential purchases makes us really happy. Finally, it seems like we really look forward to these experiential purchases in a way that we might not. And just the fact that you're a person that tends to do that, that tends to think about your future experiential purchases, that might make you happier than tending to be a materialistic person that tends to think about your next material purchases. And to test this, they use this cool technique that we'll see a few times in this course, which is called experience sampling. Basically what they do is they get people's cell phone number and they give them a little app, and every once in a while throughout the day, they'll like send them a little blip that says check in and answer these questions. And usually they'll just ask something simple like, how happy are you feeling right now on a scale of 1 to 100? And this lets them tag, okay, what are the kinds of things you're doing in your day? Just a random day that let you think in terms of what's making you happy. And so if you said, you know, you give your happiness rating and then they ask you this question, hey, you know, what were you thinking about? And you can go through, I was thinking about lunch, I was thinking about this stuff. Some people, just by chance, will be thinking about a future purchase. And they say, oh, that's great, now you're in our sample. And they say, was it causing you to experience excitement or impatience? Was it causing you to be pleasant or unpleasant? And then they tag what the purchase was. Was it a material purchase or an experiential purchase? And so here's what we find sort of mapping across these mean happiness ratings. That bar at the top is how happy you are. And what you find is when I ping you and I say, how happy are you? If you happen to be thinking about an experiential purchase, if you're thinking about the ski trip that's coming up, you are just necessarily happier than if you happen to be thinking about a material purchase that you were thinking of. And this is sort of coded for how much that purchase cost. So already we're seeing this happiness effect. But we see that that's because of two different things. One is that experiential purchases are making us feel more excited and less impatient. It's kind of like if you just bought this new set of shoes, you kind of want it to come in, you like putting on Amazon Prime, you're like, when is this gonna get here? It feels really impatient. But in the context of experiential purchases, we're feeling excited. And then same thing about pleasantness. They just feel better to wait for these experiential things than not. the sad thing though is that this phenomena, which seems to be pretty robust across a couple studies, that we like waiting for experiential purchases and that we're gonna like them better, is another thing that falls prey to this thing that our mind delivers to us, intuitions that are just wrong, because we don't actually believe that this is the case. And this is what a set of other researchers looked at. They said, these findings feel wrong to me. Let's check and see if this is really the case. And they had people make predictions, like think about an experiential purchase or a material purchase that you're about to make, and do you think your money is gonna be well spent? You have to forecast that, and then they come back and ask you later, how was it? And so if you're thinking about a forecast before you buy something, you have the intuition that probably some of you are having when I'm telling you these data, which is like, yeah, those studies are all well and good, but that's not what I feel about my purchases. In fact, people are forecasting that they're gonna be about half as happy with an experiential purchase as a material purchase. They forecast that they're gonna think it was half as good money less spent. But when you actually look at people's real post-consumption ratings, they're higher 2 weeks after post-consumption for the experience, and even 4 weeks after post-consumption. Long after this thing has evaporated away, and you still have that stuff that you bought, you're still happier with that experience that you've had before. But again, we don't seem to realize it. And so with that, we can say one strategy already that all of you should adopt moving forward for all your future purchases to make you happy, which is that because you don't adapt to experiences, they're gonna make you happier than stuff will. Even if your intuition is telling you otherwise, that's just wrong. Really, you're gonna be happier thinking about experiences. So as you think about how you're gonna treat yourself by buying yourself stuff, switch it around. Think of a cool thing to do, ski trip and so on. Think of free things to do that are experiences, and then you save money on top of it. Anyway, great individual strategy to get you going. But that works for, and so it's actually worth noting that experiences are better than stuff, not just because you don't adapt to them. They're actually better for other reasons too, which makes this one of the most powerful techniques you're gonna learn about in this course. One of the reasons they're better than stuff is that when you tell people about your experiences, it's just way more fun for everybody else than when you tell people about your stuff, right? So imagine like you hear about somebody's cool ski trip. That's actually fun, but when you hear about somebody's new Canada Goose jacket and how warm it's making them, that's just like boring and it kind of sucks. And it turns out that this is one of the reasons that experiential purchases are better, is that it helps other people resonate with you. To test this, Leif Van Voven and colleagues actually did this study where they had friends rate hearing about other people's experiential or material purchases. And if you had them rate your overall impression of that person, that is higher after talking about experiences than material stuff. If you have other friends rate how psychologically well-adjusted are you, you get people to think you're much more psychologically well-adjusted if you invest in experiences than material things. And here's one of my favorite slides you'll see today. This is a list of the adjectives that people spontaneously talk about after their friends told them about a material purchase or an experiential purchase. And you can see much more kind of negative ones on that side. You know, he's self-centered. 33% of people after hearing what this say, oh, he's self-centered, he's insecure, blah, blah, blah. But over here it's like, oh, he's humorous and friendly and open-mindedness. You actually make people think you're twice as humorous by investing in experiences. And so this is kind of additional reason, not even about hedonic adaptation, why experiences are better, is like people just dig you better if you're the kind of person that invests in experiences. But there's a final reason, which harkens back to something we talked to last time, that experiences are better than material stuff, and that experiences are less susceptible to social comparison. It's harder to compare your ski trip versus somebody else's ski trip. It's much easier to compare your car versus somebody else's car. And that means that if we're the type of people who invest in experiences, we're less susceptible to social comparison. And we know this from a cool study by Howell and Hill, who actually did the normal things, talk about an experience or a material purchase you just made, and do all these ratings for it about your happiness. And when they do that, when they ask you about how happy it made you, how was this money well spent, and so on, they find the same kind of thing that everybody else finds. They kind of replicate these other findings where experiential purchases are also better. But they find two other things that have to do with your social relations after that. The first is, did that purchase make other people happier? Or was it just you? And here you're starting to see an even bigger effect, that experiential purchases just seem to make other people happy. Sometimes it's because they include other people in a way that stuff often doesn't. Sometimes it's just through telling people about your crazy experience and it makes other people happy. But even more important is the fact that when you take measures of social comparison, do you feel socially, you do kind of compare your experiences versus somebody else? Do you feel envious of somebody else? Now that's the only spot where these measures start to flip. And so you're just less likely to socially compare your experiences with others. And that means one of those annoying features of your mind that's constantly making you feel less good about what you have isn't in operation for experiences in the same way it is for stuff. And so all these things suggest that the first strategy you can do to kind of make yourself happier is to invest in experiences rather than stuff. If you move forward with all your purchases into the future doing that, you're going to be better off. Problem though is that if we go back to our list of things that we have hedonic adaptation for, like awesome stuff that we're going to buy, fair enough, I can use this strategy. But what about for everything else, right? You already may have, like, eventually you're going to have a marriage or you're going to have a great job. You're already here at Yale. You might have awesome stuff that you already have that you can't, like, sell now to buy experiences. You just have it. And so how do you thwart hedonic adaptation for these other kinds of things? Well, you are in luck because now we have even more strategies that we can use to sort of stop adaptation in its tracks. And we're going to go through a couple of these phenomena of sort of savoring your experiences, what I'm going to call negative visualization, a strategy that Lubomirsky and colleagues have called make this day your last, and we're going to spend lots of time on the last one, which is experiencing gratitude, which some of you said was one of your signature strengths. That's good. We'll all be boosting this signature strength this week. But let's start with savoring. What do I mean by savoring? Well, in this psychological context, when I'm talking about savoring, I'm going to be talking about this act of stepping outside your own experience to kind of review and appreciate it, right? So when we have a good experience, when we're eating ice cream, some of you might have had some of the goodies that are outside, one of the like delicious cookies and so on, you can just have that experience. Or you could kind of be mindful as you're having it and sort of realize that it is that experience. You could have the moment where you realize, like, this is actually a good, delicious experience. Like, I am like eating some glucose that is tasting really good right now. And you could have this moment of realization where you're like, this is really awesome. This is the phenomena of savoring. And it turns out that savoring does a couple things. One is it forces you to actually notice and enjoy that experience and keep your attention on it. Our attention is this horrible beast that's going to be moving around all the time. You can be eating your cookie thinking about like what your problem set is and so on, or you could be eating your cookie realizing that you're having this enjoyable experience. And the latter means you notice things much more. And that means you start higher on your hedonic adaptation curve and it takes you longer to go down. The second reason that savoring is really important is it kind of focuses you on that experience for even longer, and that can also help you prevent adaptation. But is it the case that savoring actually helps you, and what specific strategies can you employ when you're savoring to kind of help you? And so this is a paper by Jose and colleagues who's been looking at this, and they really talk to people who either savor or don't, talk to people who enjoy their experiences or don't, and have them write down the exact things they were doing during that experience that caused them to savor the experience or not. Like specifically, what are activities and things you can be thinking while you're having that experience that help you? And so these are, based on their paper, the full list of the best things you can be thinking that cause you to experience more savoring while you're having that experience. So the first is that you talk to another person about how good it felt. Like you're having this wonderful experience and you tell somebody about it. The other is that you look for people to share it with. You amplify your experience by being with other people. You think about how lucky you are. You kind of experience this gratitude for the experience. You share it later with others. So you think about how you're going to, like, I'm enjoying it and by myself right now, but as soon as I get out of here, I'm going to tell someone and it's going to be super awesome. You show physical expressions of energy. They talk about jumping around or like yelling. You say this. You sort of laugh or giggle because you like it so much. You think about how proud you were, specifically for experiences, positive experiences like winning some award or having something that you really like that you can be proud of. And finally, you really were just in the present. You were absorbed in that moment. So all the people who had these experiences of these things, when you do stuff, it's going to make you savor those activities. Even in simple things, as I said, like we're joking about like the cookies we have here before you guys come in. But if you were thinking about this stuff during that, you would enjoy that experience more. They also look, though, at activities that kind of decrease or hurt savoring, like things you can be thinking that make the experience less good and that make you savor it less well, that can increase hedonic adaptation. What are those? Well, the main ones that you see are cases where you're not in the present moment, but you're thinking about the future. So I'm focusing on the future. I'm thinking about what's going to happen when it's over. Like as soon as the cookie's over, then we're going to have the lecture. Like that's bad. Thinking about the future is bad. Reminding yourself it would be over soon. Thinking that it wasn't as good as you hoped. So finding some other reference point and being like, it wasn't as good as I thought. That can really mess you up. Remind yourself that nothing lasts forever. It's never going to be this good again. I thought it always could be better. Or here's another thing. It's kind of the opposite of gratitude. Like, I told myself I didn't deserve this good thing, like a sheer way to kind of make you feel bad. And so what are we seeing? Getting out of the present moment, thinking like finding other social comparisons of why it's not as good, and in particular thinking you don't deserve these things, these are bad and they're going to reduce your savoring. So try to kind of get more of the former and sort of less of the latter, and that's going to promote you experiencing positive activities. Another kind of more controversial way to savor is one that folks like Kurtz and colleagues talk about, which is kind of taking images or literally taking pictures of this experience to enjoy it later. This is kind of Instagramming your life. And so this is a mixed bag for two reasons. And the reasons are that you can take photos and enjoy them in two different ways. You can be not being mindful and thinking about all these other things and focusing on your photos, or you can be using your photos to see a different aspect of the thing that you're keeping, sort of learning about new and better properties within it. And so if you're out on your vacation and you're sort of worried about taking this awesome picture and you're kind of not noticing anything, that's really bad. But if you're using the camera as just another lens through which to see things, you're kind of doing the savoring, like I'm so lucky to be here, like look at how it's even more beautiful than it's just in my eyes, I'm kind of seeing it in a savoring way, then all of a sudden it can actually boost happiness. So if you're an Instagrammer, if you're the kind of the person who's like using Snapchat and using all these things to kind of think about your experiences, think about the way you're doing that. Are you really doing those savoring things, or is the act of taking the photos interfering with that? And those two give you very different ways of dealing with your own savoring. Finally, there's nice work on thinking about savoring not just in the moment where you're having this awesome positive experience, but savoring stuff that happened in the past, your memories, and bringing them back. Because it is the case that you can enjoy something in the here and now, but we have this wonderful technique as a human where we can kind of pull up memories from the past and think about them again. And the act of doing that and doing that as a habit seems to really increase happiness. And that's what Sonia Lubomirsky and her colleagues did. They talked to students and they were asked, not asked, but they were asked to replay their happy memories in their mind for 8 minutes a day for 3 days a week. So you set your timer on your phone, you say for the next 8 minutes, think about a really happy memory that you had. And their exact instructions are, think about the event as though you were rewinding a videotape and playing it back. So for the next 8 minutes, relive the moment when you found out that you got into Yale. Or for the next 8 minutes, pick something that was really fun, like the most fun activity you did in the last year at Yale, and replay what that felt like. And like literally sit there and think about it, right? You might think that this is just this kind of ephemeral thinking about this thing. 8 minutes for 3 days, what's that, 24 minutes total, shouldn't do anything. But it turned out it had really huge effects on subjective well-being. In fact, the people in this study actually increased their positive emotions 4 weeks later. So 4 weeks later, I survey you, and the idea is still then you're having more positive emotions than if you didn't do this intervention. So this is the idea of the power of savoring. Really experiencing our stuff in the moment and thinking about it and being there and being present can help us. And even if you missed it then, kind of going back and replaying the good stuff can actually lead to happier moments. So that's one way to break your adaptation. Be there, be present, recall it back so it comes back, you haven't gotten used to it, and then that's a great way to kind of feel better. The next one is what researchers and folks refer to as sort of negative visualization. You're kind of thinking about the reverse that could have happened. And the best example of this is the movie It's a Wonderful Life. Some of you have seen It's a Wonderful Life, this holiday movie. But basically the plot is that Jimmy Stewart kind of imagines what his life would be like if he were never born, like if it had never happened, right? And he sees that like had he never been born, all these really wonderful things wouldn't have happened and he couldn't have affected people's lives in a positive way and so on. It sounds cheesy, but it turns out that these like cheesy Jimmy Stewart movies were kind of onto something, that actually doing the habit of negative visualization, thinking about what things would have been if they didn't go that way, can cause you to kind of break out of your hedonic adaptation because you realize like, wow, I really do enjoy these things, and you're kind of back at the top of the curve. And this is what Koo and colleagues did. They did this in the context of romantic relationships, another spot where we see lots of hedonic adaptation. And they brought couples in, and for 15 minutes, they had to write about how they might have never met their partner. And they have this prompt that's like, you know, the things in life are just kind of like ephemeral. Like, think of the ways, like all the things that could have gone wrong when you never met your partner. Like, it's such a surprise that you got together, so unlikely. Talk about all these other worlds you might not have met them. And then they ask all these measures of subjective happiness, how much you love your partner, and so on. In contrast, the controls just wrote about how they met. So tell me how you met, and think about that. But you're not thinking about the possibility that like, wow, there was like a huge, huge probability that I might not have met this person ever, right? And what do they find? Well, what they find is when you look at happiness ratings, both of marriage and subjective happiness in general, when you wrote about it, how it might not have been, you're getting much higher happiness ratings than in the control where you just write about how it happened. You've been boosting your happiness ratings by about a whole point on this scale, which is pretty huge. And so you guys can kind of do that too. You can think about, you can really like literally go home and write about how you might not have gotten into Yale. What are the subtle things that could have gone wrong that made you just not get in here and you'd be at a different place? And what would that mean for the friendships you made or the stuff that you learned or all the stuff that you got out of this place? You know, by just a small quick of luck of a draw, some of you might not have wound up in Silliman. And like what a tragedy that would be if you didn't like get this awesome courtyard and so on. I might not have wound up in Silliman. You know, if a year later, I might have been the head of like Franklin or Murray or something terrible like that. But you might not, sorry for the apologies to those in the room, but you might not have met your suite mates. What was the luck of your draw that let you just happen to meet these particular people and become friends with those particular people, right? All of these things sound a little cheesy, but the act of doing them does an important psychological thing, which is that it breaks you out of the here and now. You're at this point of adaptation with being here at Yale, knowing your friends, being in this college, whatever. And like having the moment where you do this can pop you out of it in this really powerful way. A similar thing to do, although it works in a slightly different way, is this strategy of pretending as though this day was your last. And I don't mean your last in terms of like you have a terminal illness and you kind of have to think about like why everything's great. I'm talking about for specific situations in your life, what if those situations were going to end in like a real way? Like what if, for example, tomorrow was like you were kind of going to lose this thing that you loved a lot? Like the act of being just about to lose something where you're just going to let the balloon go, like that's the moment where you really tend to realize it. And you can simulate and frame the things in your life like that. Like what if, like fast forward, like in 2 more days it's graduation. Like in 2 more days you're leaving Yale, right? Like what are the feelings you're having? What are the things that you're going to miss? How would you think about that, right? This is exactly the manipulation that researchers use, not at Yale, but at UVA, but I'll give you the Yale version. Kurtz presented to students, he actually did this with seniors at UVA who were just about to graduate, and he framed thinking about how happy they were and how much they loved their friends and how much they loved their classes, either in the normal way, where you just think, how much do you like that stuff, or as something that was about to go away very soon. And so he said, you'll be taking part in this 10-minute writing exercise. You're going to write on topics related to your Yale College experience. As you write, keep in mind that you either have a short amount of time or a significant amount of time left to spend at Yale. And he noted, in fact, you have only, because these are seniors, like 1,200 hours, which feels like, oh my gosh, like I'm going to leave really soon. Or, you know, a quarter of a year left, which kind of feels longer because it's a year versus second. And so he's framing it either like it's going to end really soon or you have a lot of time left. And seniors in the room, just a reminder, you actually have about double that amount of time. You have about 2,400 hours left to be a Yale student. So let that sink in and leave here appreciating this place. But the question is, as they wrote that, did students appreciate things more? And so here's what they find when you plot subjective well-being. This is if I just sort of ask you to talk about a typical day in the middle. So like you just kind of talk about your day. It kind of doesn't change very much. If I frame things like you're graduating far away, your happiness actually goes down from pre to post test. But if I tell you, look, you're graduating soon, you have to think about all the good things, your friends and so on, then all of a sudden your subjective happiness is bumping up. Thinking about losing something is the clearest way to pop out of your hedonic adaptation because you're putting your attention on what was it going to be like not to have that. And then all of a sudden the good things start popping up because you worry about losing those. And so that's this kind of technique of negative visualization. You're holding this thing, what would it be like if you didn't have it? And so finally, we're going to end this section with thinking about one of the most powerful techniques for thwarting your adaptation. And we'll see also a powerful technique for resetting your reference points, and that's the phenomena of gratitude. What do we mean by gratitude? Well, we're going to define it here as a sort of quality of being thankful and this tendency to kind of be appreciative of the things that you have. Like you take the things you have and you not only notice them, but you feel this real sense of thankfulness that you have it. And so it seems like, you know, we go through Thanksgiving and we think about, you know, what we're grateful for, and it's just kind of a thing. But it turns out that it has incredibly powerful psychological effects, even just the act of like listing a few things that you're grateful for during the day. And this was a super famous paper by Emmons and McCullough where they first looked at this. They said, really, could this actually change people's subjective well-being? Just literally writing down 5 things that you're happy about in your life. And so here was the prompt they used with subjects. They said, look, there are many things in our life, both large and small, that we might be grateful about. Think back over the past week and write down on the lines below 5 things in your life that you're grateful for. Just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just write this. And you do this once a week for a few weeks. You're either in that condition or you're in a condition that, it sounds funny, but I think this is like what we tend to list all the time, like when we're hanging out with friends or in the dining hall, which is the hassles condition. So these folks said, look, hassles are irritants, things that annoy or bother you. They occur in various domains of life, including relationships, work, school, etc. Think back over today, and in the lines below, give us the 5 hassles that occurred to you, right? I feel like this is the thing you complain about with your friends in the dining hall, but you're like listing these 5 hassles. And just to have a control, they actually just had you do an events condition, which is kind of boring. So what were some events that took place over the last week? Just write a few things that had an impact on you down. And what you find in this condition is sometimes people put positive things, sometimes they put negative things. Kind of doesn't matter, because the power of the approach is that gratitude seems to increase subjective well-being relative to these other cases. So if I ask you later, having done this for a few, once a week for a week, how do you feel your life as a whole is going? You get almost a half a point higher. Your whole life as a whole is going better if you think about what you're grateful for. If I ask you kind of how do you think the upcoming week is going to go? So have you like think into the future of how you think things are going to go? Again, almost a half a point higher with gratitude. Interestingly, if you have any negative physical symptoms, if you're sick or you have things bothering you, those symptoms go down when you're feeling grateful, which is kind of crazy, like that you can actually feel better. But you also put your body through better things. You sort of take better health habits in general. So if I look at just the number of hours you exercise, you're getting almost a whole hour of extra exercise just because you're thinking about the things that are grateful. And here's the power of this gratitude manipulation, is that it's affecting all kinds of things that it shouldn't affect. Writing down 5 things that you're grateful for, probably you don't have the intuition that it's going to affect how much you want to exercise in the morning, but it's going to pop you, the data suggests it's going to pop you into wanting to exercise a whole extra hour every week just because you're more grateful. It's pretty crazy. In addition, what we know is that the act of taking gratitude to one next level, not just experiencing yourself, but sharing it, can be even extra powerful. Like, in addition to just writing these 5 things down, if some of the things you're grateful for are other people, what if you actually told them? Like, what if you actually shared, like, look, I'm really thankful for you, this means something to me, with other people? Could that have an effect? Well, this is what Marty Seligman did. He uses this intervention that he calls a gratitude visit, which is that in addition to kind of writing down what you're thankful for, you literally write a letter to somebody about how grateful you are. It doesn't have to be long. It can just be like, you did this nice thing for me. It's just like really meant something to me. And you actually physically go give it to that person. Does that increase happiness? And does it have a long-standing effect? Well, this is what he did. Here's the kind of prompt from the gratitude visit. In the next week, you're to write a letter of gratitude to somebody who's helped you or has been especially kind to you, but you never properly thank them. And you just deliver that letter to the person in question. And it's best if you do this like physically. Don't just like email them, like actually physically show up and hand it to them. And what does he find relative to some placebo control where you're kind of thinking about things that make you happy and so on? If you look at pre-test, there's no differences in those conditions. The white bars are at the gratitude visit. Here is immediately post-test. There's a huge increase in happiness. But the amazing thing is that this increase in happiness sticks around for a long time. So you visit last week, but a week later, 2 weeks later, 1 month later, even barely 3 months later, you're still seeing this effect of that visit. This one short visit of expressing gratitude can increase your subjective well-being for a long, long time. And this is the power of not just experiencing gratitude, but sharing that with other people. And this kind of thing can increase subjective well-being not just in the context of how you feel, it can actually enhance your personal relationships, such as in the context of actual like romantic relationships like marriage and so on. And so researchers have been looking at whether or not you can use gratitude as an intervention to fix some kind of marital problems that come up. One is a problem of communication. People aren't communicating with the others. They have these behaviors where one spouse is reaching out and the other spouse is not kind of paying attention and so on. And you can kind of categorize couples as like doing that kind of bad communication a lot or not. Are they kind of healthy communicators or not? And you can ask, does gratitude affect that? Can it kind of prevent the problems that even bad communication can have in a marriage? And this is what Barton et al. Looked at. He kind of plotted couples and their communicative styles, and then he looked at whether or not gratitude could help that. And so here's what he finds. He's plotting proneness to divorce. So this is the percentage increase that you have of being more divorce prone across these kind of bad couple indicators. So whether you kind of withdraw, like so high withdraws are like worse communicators. And what he finds is that if you have a lot of gratitude, you can basically almost nullify the effects of all these other bad things that can happen in your marriage, bad aspects of communication and so on. And so the idea is that the folks who are feeling grateful actually don't see the effects of other bad things in their marriage. And this is just like having gratitude for your partner and being thankful that he's there and expressing it can actually fix other problems that happen to be there too. This happens not just in the context of marriage, but can also happen in a work context. So this is something you guys can use yourself, both in your like jobs that you experience, but also in other interactions you have with people, like doing problem sets together and so on. What Grant and Gino did was to try to see, can just the simple expression of thanking somebody make them work harder? So if you're at your job and your superior comes in and says, thank you so much, I really appreciate your hard work, does that actually make you work harder? And in particular, does it make you work harder in a volunteer context? You're not getting paid extra, but you're just doing it out of the goodness of your heart. That was what they tested with fundraisers at a university. And they, half of those folks who were fundraising received this sort of note of gratitude from their superior. Their superior physically came in and said, look, I'm really grateful for your hard work. We sincerely appreciate your contributions to the university. And then they allowed these folks to stick around after and see if they would do extra calls beyond what they're paid for to help the university. And what you find is that these fundraisers who received their gratitude increased their calls by 50%. So you're increasing your work ethic by 50%. 50% more calls are happening just for the simple moment of like one sentence where it's like, thank you so much for all your hard work. It's like really increases. So I have a moment to thank all our crew who comes here on their Sunday. Thank you guys so much for all your hard work. But that was strategies for getting over getting used to stuff. You're thwarting hedonic adaptation at its core. Now we're going to talk about a second set of strategies that you can use to overcome that other annoying feature we talked about last time, and that's this phenomena of reference points. I'm going to teach you strategies for how you can reset your reference points. Just a reminder, what was a reference point? Well, we saw last time that it's this salient but completely irrelevant standard against which we're constantly comparing things. As we saw, our minds don't care about absolutes. They're constantly comparing stuff against something else. And sometimes that comparison looks bad. Sometimes we're like, oh man, all those other blue circles are so much bigger than me, I'm so small. And sometimes those comparisons are good. Sometimes we're like, oh, those blue circles, I'm so much better than them, and so on, right? The problem, though, is that we're often not picking which circles we're comparing against. The problem is that what we saw last time is that all these comparisons come in for free. We cannot stop them. And so that's kind of a problem. And what we saw last time is that reference points are kind of affecting our happiness judgments all the time, even though we don't realize they are. I'll just give you one more example, because I just think the study is really funny. We didn't get to it last time, but Carrie Morwedge and colleagues is very interested in how these biases affect our preferences for food and our food consumption. And so he does this really simple study if he makes you predict how happy you're going to be if you eat different potato chips, and he lets you eat the potato chips. So I say, how happy you're going to be if you eat these potato chips, you make some prediction. But when I actually let you eat the potato chips, I add these different contrast points. I either have you eat potato chips just by themselves, or I have you eat potato chips when there's a really delicious chocolate sitting on the table that you probably would like more, but you're eating the potato chips. Or I have you eat potato chips where there's a really gross thing of sardines sitting on the table. And what you find is that, as you might predict, these comparisons matter. You're almost twice as likely to enjoy these potato chips if you're eating them next to the sardines, and you reduce your liking of the potato chips if you eat them next to the chocolate. This means when you go on the dining hall, ignore the Nutella, walk by the delicious things and only see the things. But this is like potato chips. A simple act of having something else there can mess up your ability to enjoy this one thing. And what we saw last time is that this is happening to us all the time, right? We constantly are faced with these reference points that we don't think are getting in, but they are, and they can be crazy ones, right? We saw last time that even the people on TV are affecting the kind of salary that we think is appropriate for ourselves, right? We don't realize this stuff is getting in, but it's getting in and it's affecting us a lot. And we saw, of course, last time all these cases where other people and the other things they have on social media is getting in and affecting us. That social comparison can be this super powerful reference point that's really just sucky and seems to make us unhappy with the stuff that we have. And so how do we bust this stuff up? How do we reset our reference points and use better ones? Well, there are a couple different strategies we're going to talk about. One is what I'm going to call concretely re-experiencing. The other is concretely observing. Then we're going to talk more about how we can avoid social comparisons, how we can interrupt our consumption to kind of switch what our reference point is, and how you can increase variety and why that matters. We'll start with this idea of concretely re-experiencing. What do I mean by this? Well, what we saw is that one of the reference points that mess us up is what we used to think was there before. Like we have this idea of what we used to think, we get into a new circumstance, and at that moment, the new circumstance seems awesome because we have this new thing that we saw before. But we quickly forget what our reference point was before. Our new reference point is just this new thing. This happens a lot in the context of jobs. So if you all to get your dream job, some people's dream job is working at Google, you get your job working at Google. The moment that you find that out, in the first week or so, it's awesome. You're like, Google is amazing. They have all this free food. This is great. But a year into Google, that's just your reference point. That's just like where you work. How can you get over that? Well, the idea of concretely re-experiencing is find a way to go back and re-experience what your old reference point was like before. Like if you were at some crappy job before Google, like literally go back to that place and remind yourself what it was like re-experience the bad thing before. Or if you were just unemployed before that, like, take some time to like concretely use your imagination and think about what this was like. Or do the kind of version we talked about before, like take 8 minutes and like replay what your life was like back then and write down what it felt like. And all of a sudden that will switch your reference point, it will turn it back on. Some people even say to go back for a couple weeks if you have a new job that's paying you a lot, go back to a couple weeks of what that salary felt like before, what your old salary felt like, and then you will feel your new salary again, and all of a sudden it will be nice. But this is the idea. You can concretely go back and re-experience the things that you didn't feel before, and you'll kind of reset your reference point that way. I just experienced this a little bit just over the weekend. I was away from the delicious dining hall that we have here at Silliman all the time. And I had this moment where I was like, where am I going to get like a bunch of vegetables and greens? Or like it was breakfast. And I was like, how do I like achieve breakfast for myself? Like when you go away, even for a little moment, then you come back and you like re-experience what life was like before I could just go there and have all this delicious food, right? But this is the idea. Take the things that you like, the things that you realize you're taking for granted, and can you go back and really make yourself have a habit of re-experiencing this stuff as it was before you got the good thing, and then you'll start appreciating even more. The flip side of this is the opposite sort of thing. It's finding a reference point that's not as good as yours and concretely observing what that reference point is really like. Like actually going to see what it is really like can sometimes make you realize the practicals of this thing against which you're comparing. You can actually see how good or how bad it is. So you come to a wonderful place like Yale, and you sometimes forget that you could be in a situation that would be much worse, right? You could be at Harvard where like the rooms are crappy and like your roommates are weird looking and stuff like this. But the idea is you can just simulate that, or you could concretely go and see how terrible it is to live this other life, right? And here's just, I guess this is a Yelp review of Harvard. It's like, sucks so badly, it's not funny. Like, who is this architect? Like all these ugly buildings, it sucks, whatever. Like sucky, like this. But the point is, like, I'm making fun of Harvard, but here's the idea. You constantly have these kind of fantasy things that are a thing of like, if only I was doing X, or if only I had X. You can actually go out and concretely observe what that is. And sometimes when you do that, your fantasy of what it looks like actually comes into reality. And you realize that thing that I've been fantasizing about actually has some of the same problems that I have. And that can kind of reset your reference point about which things you're paying attention to. You can kind of be a little bit more accurate about it. And so this is the idea of concretely observing. Really see what the other half is like, and then sometimes you'll like what you have even more. Third, and we kind of alluded to this last time, is that the worst kinds of reference points are other people. And if we can avoid using those reference points, we will be a lot happier. So we talked about this in the context of social media. Seeing other people's Snapchat stories makes us make faces like this, where we just get kind of sad. Like, what can we do to overcome this? Well, the good news is a bunch of kind of individual strategies you can start using, some of which you might like, but some of which you might find a little hard. So pick the ones that work best for you. One is a technique that comes from cognitive behavioral therapy and folks who want to stop ruminating, which is just called the STOP technique, which is that sometimes you can be mindful and catch yourself doing these comparisons, and you need to give your brain a moment to just like shut it up and tell it it's not supposed to be doing that anymore. And so here's a technique. You're like looking through your Snapchat feed and you're like, oh man, everybody's having, Joe is having such an awesome weekend. And you notice yourself doing that. You have a moment where you notice you're making this comparison. You just out loud literally say, stop. And that causes your brain to take a moment to be like, wait, it's not the habitual thing you tend to do as your comparisons are working. It sort of forces you to do a stop, think on things. And it sounds a little crazy, but if you can be in the mode where you're catching yourself doing this, you're catching your own evaluations being about what other people are doing as opposed to absolutely about your own worth in your stuff, if you force yourself to do a stop think, sometimes that can have a powerful effect on breaking those kinds of connections. Another thing you can do is just go back to that practice of gratitude. Turns out another reason that gratitude works so well is it stops our social comparison. If you're experiencing lots of gratitude for the things that you have in your stuff, your attention is limited. You can't be doing that at the same time you're thinking about somebody else's thing and being envious. Gratitude is a kind of killer of envy. And so the more you practice that on your own, the less likely you're going to be making those social comparisons in the first place. You just don't have enough attentional bandwidth to do it. So yet another reason to kind of write in your gratitude journal and feel grateful for things. A third thing, I think, is to be conscious of the kinds of social comparisons you're letting in. What we saw is that we actually don't have information, we don't actually have the ability to see these things and to control what comes in. We're watching TV, we're watching advertisements, those are just the reference points we're getting for free, and we can't stop that. But you can change your feed around, right? If you're worried about social comparisons for body image, like don't be looking at the Victoria's Secret catalog, like pay more attention to these Dove Real Booty campaigns and kind of put your money where your mouth is in some sense, like support campaigns that are trying to come up with reference points that are healthier, at least from a kind of body image standpoint. But this is the idea, like what are the reference points you're letting in all the time? Are they ones where you're always going to be making this upward social comparison that's going to make you feel bad? Or are you actually like allowing the information that's getting in to be a little bit more accurate, a little bit more representative of real people's salaries, real people's bodies, real people's experiences at Yale, real people's jobs, and so on. And so you can kind of switch things around by kind of curating your own information you get. Once it gets in, you don't have much chance of stopping it, but you have some control over the kinds of information you let get in. Finally, the thing that I think most of you are going to say you don't want to do, but I'm going to put it out there anyway, which is that what we've seen is that social media provides a powerful mechanism of getting in yucky social comparisons, ones that inevitably make us feel bad, and even when we think they're making us feel good, as we saw last time, even when we do downward social comparisons on social media, it doesn't actually make us feel better. Like the data just suggests it's just not making you happier. And so the final suggestion is just like, go to your account and just like, get rid of it. In honor of this, since I was giving this lecture, on Sunday I went on my phone and I deleted my Twitter and my Facebook, which are the two major social media things I use. I didn't delete my accounts, to be fair, I just deleted them from my phone, but it's meant that I actually haven't been on them for a whole week, and I can self-report that I think I'm feeling a lot happier. And so I'm just gonna put that out there, like you could do it. Facebook too, you can do that. Look, this is the button you'll get, just delete, like go, and then no more bad social comparisons. But if you're not going to do that, I would encourage you to think mindfully about when you're doing it. At least pay attention when you're on there. And if you're experiencing those social comparisons, use one of those other techniques. Use a stop think. Try to get a more accurate feed that really reflects what's going on and so on. Okay, so that's how to avoid social comparisons. Now we're going to do another one that feels like it should be a bad technique. It feels like the kind of thing you don't want, but turns out can have a powerful effect on both resetting your reference point and inhibiting hedonic adaptation, and that's interrupting your consumption. So when we're faced with good things in life, I'm going back to my cat with his happy hot dogs, we want the good things in our life to continue, right? We want to keep eating the hot dogs forever. We want the good times to roll and keep rolling. But it turns out that if you can force yourself to have an interruption in the good times, to stop it and then come back to it later, what you find is that you're actually setting your reference point in a very positive way. So imagine I'm eating hot dogs, my reference point is eating hot dogs, everything's great. When I eat the next hot dog, it's not gonna give me a new boost of happiness because I'm already at the like, I'm eating hot dogs and everything is great reference point. If I stopped for a while and came back to it, you get this reboost that kind of overcomes hedonic adaptation and resets your reference point. And it's just from the simple thing of pausing and coming back to good experiences later. What are the actual data on this? Well, Nelson and colleagues have done a couple cute studies on this, giving people positive experiences, sometimes even asking them, would you like to interrupt this and come back to it? Get people's kind of forecast that, as you might predict, people are like, no, I want to keep going with this good experience, but then showing what really happens. And so he did this in a kind of funny context. He had people listen to their favorite song or their favorite song over and over again. And he said, you're either going to listen to that or you're going to listen to it with breaks. Like, which would you prefer? And then he saw people's actual happiness when they did that. And so this is people listening to their favorite song without a break. So this is time. So A is like what happens over time. B is like where there would be a break. and C is where it continues. So if you don't have a break, there's no B, it just kind of continues. And what are we seeing here? Our favorite hedonic adaptation curve, right? You start listening to your favorite song and it's great, but you start to get less happy and less enjoyment out of it over time, right? What happens if we put a break? So you're listening to your favorite song, you're jamming, and all of a sudden at time point B, it just stops for a little while, and then it comes back on, right? What actually happens to your happiness? Well, this is the curve for when you get a break. It's basically the same curve. You're hedonically enjoying it. It's going down and down. All of a sudden you get a break. That kind of does suck. Like you're like, this is stupid. But then when the song comes back on, what happens to your enjoyment? It just goes back up again, right? You don't predict. You think you're going to be at the basic same level, but you start re-experiencing what you liked about the song before. You've broken your hedonic adaptation and you've changed your reference point. Your reference point here is like, oh, I wasn't listening to any good music, and you can kind of increase your happiness, right? This even occurs in a domain where we think it's really not going to, which is in the context of TV. So now we have devices that get rid of commercials and get rid of these interruptions in our TV. But based on this research, could it be the case that commercials, like even really bad commercials, actually make us enjoy the program more? And so this is what Nelson looked at in this study. He had people watch a cheesy sitcom and tried to rate how much they liked that cheesy sitcom relative to some other cheesy sitcom. So it's either going to be liking it more or liking it less. And he had that sitcom play that they were thinking about with commercials or with no commercials. And the question is whether they liked it more. First, he had people forecast. And what people forecasted is probably what you think and the makers of TiVo thought, which is that your enjoyment of the disrupted one is going to go way down relative to the baseline, right? What actually happens is, in fact, the opposite. That what happens over time as you're watching, Big Bang Theory or whatever, it's just like getting boring, you're used to it, you've been doing that. But when you have the commercials and you come back from the commercial break, you get this sustained blip every single time the commercial comes back up, and it means your overall enjoyment is higher. What does this mean? It means you should be splitting the awesome things that you love most in life. So every time you face a delicious thing, a wonderful event, and so on, you could just cruise through that whole thing and not notice, or you could split it and pause and come back to it. And the key is that every time you do that, you're going to bump out of your hedonic adaptation curve, you're going to get a good reference point, and you're going to enjoy it more. A concrete spot where I've done this lately, it's not the most environmental move, but I recommend it anyway for happiness boost, is you go on Amazon Prime, sometimes you go on this like Amazon binging thing, you buy a bunch of things and it all ships together, and you go to the post office, you get your box, you're so happy, and you have a bunch of things in it. But like that moment when you first open it is really good, but like then all those other things don't give you as much of a happiness boost as you want. So if you had the Amazon Prime come in separate shipments, so every day you went and you got the happiness boost, that would bump up your happiness. As I said, not very environmental. If you're on Prime, it doesn't cost you as much. But anyway, simple technique you can do. Upshot is think about your consumption, the good things in the world, and split them as much as possible. This also has a corollary, which is worth mentioning, which is that for bad things, you want to hedonically adapt to them quickly. And that means if you're dealing with bad things in your life, don't try to break them up. Try to squish them all together. Like if you have a horrible problem set that you don't want to do, like do the whole thing at once. Don't break it up into 15-minute things where you take a break, because every time you go back to it, it's going to be bad. This is what I do in the context of exercise. I like to exercise, but I don't like the act of exercising at the time. So you got to like hit it all as much as possible, and then you won't notice as much if you break it up. It's just like, anyway, that's interrupting your positive consumption. And we'll end with this idea of increasing your variety. And we kind of know this implicitly, but we forget. We think, if you go to an ice cream shop, you go to Ashley's or something on campus, and you get the same ice cream every day, by the time you get to the fifth one, it's going to not be as good, right? You're going to be hedonically adapted to it. It's going to be really not that interesting a comparison relative to your reference point. But in life, if you switch things up and do different things every time, by the time you come back to something, it's actually going to feel better. It's going to be different. Why? You're breaking up your adaptation and you're changing your reference point. We can think about this. I mean, it kind of makes sense when you think about it, but we forget how much of our lives end up in these sort of routines that we're not mixing up in any way. From the classes we take every single time we go to the classes and the way we think about them, to the routines that we have with our friends, to the things that we do when we're having fun. Like the more you do the same thing over and over again, the less you have variety, the more you're just going to kind of adapt to it, and the more it's going to be a super boring reference point. So just doing things a little bit more variably can actually increase our happiness a lot. This is also true in terms of timing, right? So if you eat one ice cream and have the next one 14 seconds later, that other ice cream is your reference point. It's super boring. But if you kind of split it up and move your reference points further and further away, then this can make you happier. It's kind of a corollary of interrupting your consumption. It's like actually have the good things in your life happen relatively not frequently, and you'll actually enjoy them more. Again, counterintuitive, you space out the good things in your life even more, and they become happier, in part because they're increasing your variety. And so this is a final reason, kind of going back to what we started with in the beginning, that experiences are better than stuff. Like stuff tends not to change very much over time. You buy your car, and it's just going to be the same car, it's going to be the same color, the drive's going to be the same, like nothing changes about it. But experience tend to be pretty dynamic. They're going to change a little bit over the time. They're not going to be the same thing at any one point. That's one of the reasons why we like it so much, because even in the context of the experience happening, it ends up being much more dynamic. And so this is another hint, even for your stuff that you have, is how can you actually make it dynamic? How can you allow it to feel like it's changed around a little bit? Because that's the kind of thing our minds notice. Those are the kinds of things that are going to make us happy. But before we finish, quick review of everything we've seen so far. So we said all this stuff doesn't make us as happy as we think, and now we know why, right? We've seen the biases. We've also seen intentional strategies that will let us start feeling happy about this stuff again. This is the good news, is that all of this stuff can in fact make us happy if we reset our reference points, if we don't hedonically adapt to it. And now you guys have good strategies to make all this stuff good again, which is pretty sweet. Usually it's not, but now you guys have the power to do it better. And so then we said, okay, we have this miswanted, we want the wrong stuff. Why? We said, well, our mind has these crazy things. We have the fact that we just like think things are good when they're not going to be, or we think things are going to be better than they are. We have this mind that just doesn't think in terms of absolutes. It just like thinks in terms of comparisons. And we have minds that get used to things even if we don't believe they're going to, even though we don't realize they're going to. And we said, okay, those are pretty annoying features. How can we overcome these? And that's what we talked about today. We said, well, there's these great strategies. You can actually intentionally put habits in your life that change this. But the emphasis is on that intentionally. You could walk out of this lecture and not change anything, and you're not going to be any happier. The things that you have to do to become happier are actually going to take work. They're going to feel effortful at first when you start them. When you first sit down to write this gratitude thing, it's not like that's going to be a habit that you have. You have to put that in place for the first time, and it's going to feel like a little kitschy. It's going to feel effortful. It's not going to be your normal way of doing things. But if you put those habits into place, all of a sudden things will be better. And we talked about two kinds of ways you can do that. Getting over your getting used to stuff, thwarting your own adaptation, and then also resetting your reference points, finding ways to really get the right reference points in there so you can be happy about the stuff that you're happy about. But if you're paying attention, we've gone through all these annoying features and we've cleaving them off. We cleaved off hedonic adaptation, we cleaved off the fact that we think in terms of reference points, but there's one that we haven't cut off yet, which is this perhaps even the most annoying feature, which is that our strongest intuitions are wrong. I've told you how to make all those things in your life that you thought were going to be good, but won't be very good unless you take intentional actions. I've taught you how to make them good again. But what we haven't yet done is all the stuff that miswanting is confusing us about. Like I've told you that the stuff that we want is missing some other good stuff that's just going to naturally make us happy. So what are those other things? What are the things that we should be wanting, but we didn't realize that yet? And that's why I'm going to keep you guys for one more week, because that is what we're going to do next time. And so talking about this and telling me so I can ask in the dining hall, oh, how's that strategy going, means you're much more likely to put the effort in, this intentional effort, than just kind of let it slide. And so that's what we're going to do now. So anybody want to share some of all these habits? What are you going to do, Fraser?
Can I just ask a quick question?
Yeah, totally. And questions too, I should say.
Is the reason why you're waiting until next week to talk about these things is because you're interrupting our happiness? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, exactly. Well, two reasons. One is I'm kind of interrupting your happiness. I'm setting your expectation. Second thing is I will see in the final week, endpoints matter a lot. And so if I end on those, they'll stick with you best. The other reason, though, is that this stuff actually takes work. And you're going to need a couple weeks to do these intentional practices more than you are going to be to do the final thing. So there's a whole method to my madness about this stuff. But The good news is, though, is in some ways, these techniques that we've just talked about are really powerful because they don't take as much work for you guys to fully overcome your miswanting. You can like now the job that gives you a huge salary. You can like trying to get good grades. You can like all the accolades that you think are going to make you happy. This is a way to take the stuff that you think is going to make you happy and actually let it make you happy. So in some ways, it's more powerful than the things you've missed. But yeah, I'm stringing you guys along. It's good. It's more fun that way. All right, but who wants to commit? Yeah.
I also have another question.
Oh, yeah.
Why do you suggest deleting social media instead of like teaching us how to use it in a healthy way? Aren't there like also positive, like you can express yourself, you can connect with people? Wouldn't you be losing that part too?
Yeah, so that's actually a really good question. And I thought about that more as I was putting together the savoring part. Because one of the good parts of social media is that it often is a tool for savoring, right? Like think about your Snapchat stories, right? Like oftentimes you're doing a story about something you really want to like be thinking about and savoring. Often we're taking Instagram pictures of like, you know, delicious food or stuff we want to like share with others. And it lets us do that thing that was like kind of number one in the savoring, right? Which is like, I'm going to share this with somebody else. I'm going to let other people see it. So on the one hand, it could be used for good. But I think there's two features of it, even when we're using it for savoring, that are bad. One is that thing that I mentioned when we were talking about whether pictures can enhance savoring, that I worry that sometimes you're using the social media not to like really be more mindful and see the experience through a new light. Sometimes you're like, oh gosh, I gotta take a picture of this, or like, oh gosh, I gotta like, and you're on your like Facebook or you're on like doing the Snapchat thing and typing it and like fixing your type, and you're not fully experienced, you're like destroyed your mindfulness. So I think it does that more than we think. The second thing is that for better or for worse, sometimes our act of savoring can be negatively affecting other people because of the social comparison. So for every time I like, you know, take an awesome picture of like my food and I have this awesome, delicious meal, it's making the person who's like not eating a great meal feel kind of like bad about themselves. And so it's hard to have the good parts with the bad parts. But I think if you're committed to making social media good, and my guess is that most of you are not going to admit to me that you're going to delete your Snapchat, so fair enough. I think it's worth kind of finding ways to either make your feed a little bit more positive. As I said, you guys could all commit to like being more honest in your feeds to give a better, like to savor things that aren't as crazy or don't make people feel bad, right? You can also try to curate it a little bit better. So you can not go into it kind of habitually, which is I think a lot of people use social media. It's like, I'm just bored, I'm in line, like let me go see what's happening. Or not have it be prompting you with information, which is worse. You can kind of be active about your choice to go to it. And I think if you do it that way, then you're much more likely to kind of be mindful enough to do those sorts of stop thinks, where you're like, if you're choosing it actively, then all of a sudden people's stuff aren't gonna make you feel as bad because you're like, okay, wait, this is like what Snapchat does, is sometimes I feel this way, and you'll notice it, and that can kind of put the brakes on it. So I think there are ways to use it positively. I think the problem is like other people aren't always, and it's funny how I think the evolution of social media has moved more and more towards like an extreme social comparison. Like, you know, back in the day it was just like post what's happening, like, you know, and now it's like pictures and media and these Snapchat stories where you really curate this narrative about how awesome you are and stuff. So I worry that 3 years from now, there's going to be even more socially comparative kinds of social media out there. But yeah, so there are positive ways you can do it, but those are going to be very active seeming. They're going to take your intentional effort to make them more positive. Other questions? Yeah.
In the first lecture, you talked about the misconceptions of happiness, and you mentioned that having a good job or like earning a lot of money was not what makes us happy. But what if that good job and earning a lot of money, you do that because you want to afford all of these new experiences, and how is that related? Or what do you think about it?
Yeah, so what I would like you to take from this lecture is that those things that you thought were going to make you happy can make you happy if you're the kind of person that puts those intentional habits into place. So imagine you, again, let's not even take a good job, which I think some of you guys think in this fantasy world of someday I'll have a good job. Take this thing that high school you would think was like the fantasy thing right now. You are Yale students, and legit you could wake up every day and be like, holy cow, I'm at the school that like I really, really wanted to go to. Like simulate like 14-year-old you and be like, this is the bestest. And if you don't feel that way, really do this thing, like sit down and write, in 2 weeks you're gonna graduate. Like think about your friends. Think about the things about your life that were cool here. Like, think about what's facing you on the other side and how you're going to spend your time and how that's different. Like, literally spend 15 minutes writing that. And I bet even if you're the kind of person who like snickered at my this is the bestest because you didn't feel like this was the bestest anymore, like if you do that 15-minute exercise, there will be things about this place that you will be like, that's actually pretty good. That can turn it on. And so this is the idea, is that you can enjoy a good job, you can enjoy a marriage, you can enjoy like being at Yale if you put these practices into place. If you don't, your reference points will get all out of whack. Those ones that are out there in the world, you don't have a good filter, they're gonna come in and make you feel bad. Your hedonic adaptation, some of you have been here for years, it's, your liking of this place is gonna be down at the floor, but you have the power to like pop that up. So those goals can be great goals. And I think what you said, having a big income so you can have good experiences and so on, that's also good. But remember the caveat that like up to 75 grand, even with intentional practices, you don't get much happier than that. So yes, have a good income, but it doesn't need to be super good. Appreciating kind of mediocre experiences is just as good as appreciating these crazy millionaire experiences. Yeah. Other questions? Yeah.
Yeah, when you talked in the beginning of this lecture about like experiences, I just wondered, I know in the studies that they did, they probably didn't differentiate between different kinds of experiences, but I imagine that there would be like very different like reactions to experiences from, say, like, going to like the island that you had in the picture to like, going to grandma's house. So like, I was just wondering if you could speak to like the differences between different kinds of experiences, and maybe you'll get to that next week, and what we should be valuing.
Yeah, so the amazing thing is that, again, because our mind is bad at absolutes, like when we're on like, the crazy French Polynesia, like, $10,000 vacation versus the like, I don't know, you hop on the Metro North and go to New York with your friends, for $30 kind of vacation, like, we're not comparing it against that. Like, we don't have this obvious comparison point unless you insert it, and that would be bad. Like, when you're in New York with your friends, you're not constantly like, well, this would be much better if I was on a $10,000 vacation, right? You just don't, minds just don't do that unless you give somebody that reference point. And what that means is that there's no, for most experiences where you're having positive affect, like, it's just that it's above baseline, that it's a change from your normal daily life here, and it doesn't have to be a big change. And so this is kind of the crazy thing about positive and negatives, and one of the things that comes from not recognizing absolutes is that what our mind notices is change. Like, our mind notices is change from time 1 to time 2. It doesn't often notice the duration of that change, like how long your experience is. And it also often doesn't notice as much as we think the like magnitude of that change. It's just like, oh, this is better than before. And so the key is like, you don't actually need it to be that much better for it to count for your mind. It's kind of like at like a ceiling effect when it's just better, like minds notice that. And so that means that like, yes, there's probably some difference between going to your grandmother's house and going on this other crazy vacation. But in practice, if you're savoring the things that are positive, if you're grateful about the things that you have, if you're kind of being mindful throughout it, sometimes you can make those experiences just as good. Or at the very least, since we're never kind of doing the absolute line-by-line comparison, your minds just won't notice. One of the worst things that you can do is always compare whatever you're doing against the like crazy $10,000 awesome vacation. As we saw, that's a like savoring killer, where it's like, oh, it's not as good as this other thing, or it's not as good as I thought it would be. That's just bad. But in general, all of them positive. So in these experiments, they often are positive experiences, and they usually equate across with the material goods at a monetary level. So they'll say an experience that cost $100 or an experience that cost that much, and they'll match it with the material thing. But it's hard to match in like, not monetary cost, but like an awesomeness, because again, like we just don't have any absolute way to rate that, even though we think we might. Yeah.
In this activity, we're going to focus on meditation. Why meditation? Well, as we saw in class, a wandering mind is an unhappy mind. Through the process of meditation, we can curb our mind wandering. We can just be in the present moment. Meditation also has a host of other positive benefits. It can increase our mood, and it can do so in just a couple of weeks. It also decreases our stress, and it can even boost our gray matter. So how do you make the most of this meditation activity? Well, if you're new to meditation, just try it out. Do it for about 5 minutes a day. If you've meditated before, try to increase the amount of time you spend in meditation. And as usual, track it. By tracking our meditation over time, we can turn a little bit of meditation into a long-term habit. So get out there and try some meditation. It'll make you a little bit more zen and maybe a lot happier.
Just as a reminder of where we were before and where we're going, we started with misconceptions about happiness and why our expectations aren't so good. Then we went to how we could overcome our biases, and now we're finally on the stuff that really makes us happy that you've been waiting for all week. Okay, so starting us off, quick moment to review. You've seen this a little bit before, but we have all these things we think we want. We've seen we don't want them as much as we think, or if we want to make them good, we have to put these effortful practices in to get as much out of them as we want, right? And so what's going on? Well, we saw that this is this case of miswanting. Like, we tend to want the wrong things. And we say, why does this happen? Well, it happens because of these crazy biases, these annoying features of our mind that mess us up. And last week we talked about, okay, that's great, but how can we overcome these annoying features, right? How can we not fall prey to these kinds of things? And last week we saw a couple good things we can do. We can have strategies we can use to intentionally change our biases. And we talked about a couple of those strategies. One set of strategies is that we want to find ways to thwart our hedonic adaptation. We want to savor, we want to be grateful, we want to break up this natural process that makes us stop loving the things that we love. And we saw good strategies to do that. We also saw strategies that we can use to reset our reference points, reframe things so that they seem better. Lots of strategies to do that. But when we ended last time, we ended on this other annoying feature that we didn't immediately have an answer to, which is the fact that our mind is delivering to us intuitions about what we want that just seem to be wrong. And the question we ended with was this issue of how are there these things that we should be wanting that we don't realize? And if there are those things, what are they? Like, how can we want the stuff that's really going to make us happy? And that's what we're going to tackle today, things you should be wanting but don't currently want. And there are going to be kind of two flavors of these things that we'll talk about today. One, I'm kind of calling these better ways of wanting, but one set of better ways of wanting are wanting the right parts of the things that we already do want, right? Those things that we wanted are there, like, for some reason, right? Like, we all need a job, and we probably want to be in a relationship, and you're taking these classes and you need to do something about grades and so on. But let's find the right parts of those things. That's going to be the first part of today's talk. But then we're also going to get to the second part, which is kind of totally new things that many of you have not said that you wanted yet or don't think you want yet that are actually going to give you a lot of bang for your buck, right? The things that you don't realize are really, really good, but are the kinds of things that are going to have a much bigger impact on how happy you are. So let's start with the stuff that we know that we want some version of, but we kind of get what part we want wrong. And we'll jump back to one that we've talked a lot about, this issue of how to think about a good job. I mean, we all need to probably have jobs unless you guys are independently wealthy, right? So we're probably all going to do something for our careers. But what we've talked about is that the thing we think we want to get out of our job, which is like higher and higher salaries, those things are not going to give us the happiness boost that we want. So this raises a question. We're all going to go out and get a job. What factors should we be looking for in a job? What should we want when we seek out a job? And today we're going to talk about two different things. One is this phenomena that you guys have experienced a little bit in your testing so far, which is that you should be seeking out jobs that kind of activate and let you use your signature strengths. And the second one, and then this one comes from a researcher, Marty Seligman. He's one of the inventors of this field of positive psychology at the University of Pennsylvania. And he was the one that kind of first came along to talk about the importance of these sort of signature strengths. And it's in his book, Authentic Happiness, if you want to check it out. But in his book, he kind of catalogs the fact that there exist these things that he refers to as character strengths. And loosely defined, these are just kind of desires or disposition to act or feelings that seem to lead to this recognizable excellence or this instance of flourishing, right? They're these kind of virtues in the way that we act that when we think about them, we're like, oh, those are generally good things, generally good ways we could be spending our time. And when Seligman first started looking at these, he noted as he kind of went through what these strengths could be, that they all seem to have these interesting features. They tended to be ubiquitous, so they're kind of recognized across all different cultures. They tend to be fulfilling, so they need to be kind of things that aren't just like traits that you have that are just, willy-nilly. They kind of like lead to this lasting satisfaction. They tend to be morally valued in most moral systems of the world. They tend to be the kind of virtues that don't make other people feel bad. So they're not something that like you have and it kind of makes other people jealous or something. It's like things that you can have that actually bring other people up. They seem to always have an opposite. So if we were to look in the dictionary, we would see one of the things that are these character strengths, it would have a bad thing associated with it that was its negative. And they tend to be kind of trait-like in his research. They tend to be the kind of things that are stable in individuals over time. They're good for psychologists in that they're pretty measurable. We can kind of identify these things. They tend to be distinctive, so they're individual strengths that aren't redundant with the other ones. And then they have these features of how they vary across people. There are people for each character strength that we can think of as like kind of paragons of that strength, so people who like really, really have it in some expert way. There are kids who we think of as prodigies of having these traits, so kids who show these things really early in life and really precociously. And there are also folks who like have a kind of selective absence of these traits. We can point to people who like lack one of these character strengths to some interesting extent. Finally, there are ones that seem to be really institutionalized in our schools and our religious institutions. We seem to value these things to some real extent. And so Seligman's goal is to say, okay, let's find all the virtues that fit with this, try to identify them, measure them in people, and rank them to try to see how they work. And when he did this, he came up with a whole set of these kinds of virtues. In fact, in total, he came up with 24 different character strengths that all kind of fit the bill for those stringent criteria. And so here's the kind of big list of them that's not in the like infographic form. Hopefully some of you guys have seen all of these, because one of the tasks that we've done in class is to actually measure your ranked order of these different character strengths. And hopefully you guys have done this as part of this Virtues in Action character strength test, where you go to and take this big survey that asks you about these different virtues, and it kind of spits out your own little profile that's your kind of ranked order of all these different character strengths. And this, it turns out, according to Seligman, is really important. It's not just that we have these things and we vary in them. We have some that are the ones that we consider most important, that matter most to us, and the ones that we show most strongly. And he referred to those things as your signature strengths. And just defined as these are the ones, these character strengths, that are kind of not just that you have really strongly, but that you feel are kind of essential to who you are. You feel is almost like meaningful when you think about them. And Seligman's idea is if we can identify different people's signature strengths, and you can put those strengths into action, those are going to be the spots where you do best, you kind of show the most virtue, and the spots where you feel yourself flourishing the most. Those are activities and maybe even jobs and careers where you're going to kind of experience the most meaning. And so to test this, what he has done is a few instances where he's kind of given people the task of just like, for a week, figure out what your signature strengths are first, and then for a week, use those strengths. Like do different things that actually activate them in a new and different way. And so here's the prompt, super simply. Use one of your top strengths in a new and different way every day for 1 week. And at the end of the week, subjects would have to come and give the list of the strengths which strengths they used and how they did it in a new way every single day. The neat thing about doing it in a different way every day is it's kind of getting over the hedonic adaptation, right? You're not just like showing gratitude or showing love of learning the same way every day. You have to mix it up. And so you kind of get the most power there. And he then looked at how this affected happiness relative to some control, where you just wrote about your experiences for the day. And so here's what we find. We're going to plot happiness scores here, pre-test, and how this signature strengths intervention worked across different months. And what you find is that relative to the pre-test, at 1 month out, 3 months out, even 6 months out, you're seeing happiness effects for this act of using your signature strengths over time. You're kind of bumping up your happiness scores merely by kind of consciously making sure you're using your strengths. Even more powerful effects came when you looked at not just kind of your happiness score, your subjective well-being, but really looking at cases of depressive symptoms. So now bigger bars is like more depressed symptoms. When you look at that, you can see effects of this signature strength manipulation even 6 months out, and kind of relatively big effects. Like feeling like you're using these signature strengths in action is going to reduce feeling depressed over time, or so it looks. And so the idea is, given that this is the kind of thing that seems to boost our happiness in our activities, could this be the kind of thing that we should be wanting in our careers? Like, should we try to seek out careers that are either allowing us to use our signature strengths in a particular way, or spots where we can actually just employ these signature strengths even if the job itself doesn't require them? And that's what these researchers looked at. They actually had a big set of workers surveyed, and they asked them about a couple things. One is they had them take these strengths tests, and they kind of measured and asked them, do you use your character strengths at work, and which ones do you use, how many do you use, and so on. And then they asked them other traits about how much they like their career. Do you have satisfaction in your job? Are you being productive in your job? Do you experience positive affect when you're at work? All these things. And what they find is that as your use of your signature strengths go up, so too goes up your productivity and your job satisfaction. And the neat thing is they found what mediates that effect. In other words, what's the thing that's kind of causing that effect? And it seems like what it's caused by is the fact that if you do this, you tend to experience positive emotions in your job, which makes you more productive and makes you like your job more and so on. So just the mere act of making sure you're intentionally using these things seems to make your job kind of more fun for you and a better place. This was followed up on in what I think is a really cool way, which is a set of researchers who asked this question: what makes a particular job a calling? So we could think of some job that we have, just kind of like just a job that we're doing to have money. We can think of a career, which is kind of like more a long-term thing, or we can think of what we're doing as like a true calling, right? Like it's this part of our identity, it gives us meaning. Like what turns a job into that? And their hypothesis, as you might guess, is that it has to do with your signature strengths. And so to test this, they tested the number of signature strengths that people used in their job throughout the day. So the idea is you could use one, like say you have love of learning, maybe you're using that one. You have creativity, you'd have other things. And so what they find is that they're tracking the number of strengths individuals are using on the x-axis, and on the y-axis, all kinds of scores about positive affect and productivity on the job. And what they find looks something like this. So as the number of strengths you use goes up, so too does all your reports of positive affect. And they also found there seems to be this sweet spot in using 4 of your highest 7 strengths for whatever reason. It seems like if you can kind of put them together in this like nice little node of a bunch of strengths at once, it gives you this big boost. And so the neat thing is not only did this increase positive experiences at work, but if you use some fancy statistical techniques like known as mediation models, you can find that not only does using your strengths increase your positive experiences at work, but both using your strengths and those positive experiences tend to contribute to you thinking your job is a calling. So basically the idea is the more and more signature strengths you use, typically this sort of awesome point around 4, the more likely it is that you call your job not a job, but a calling. And so if you want to find a job that's a calling, it might not be a particular thing. It might just be finding ways to use multiple of your signature strengths at once, which is kind of cool. Merely using these things is kind of making you feel like that's your dream job, which is pretty cool. And so that is one thing that I think we don't think about often when we're sort of looking through a job. What we really want to do to get the job that's our dream job, that's going to give us positive affect, job satisfaction, and so on, is just pick one in which we can use our signature strengths. And the cool thing is you guys have seen from using your signature strengths and kind of thinking about them is that there's lots of different ways we can use them and lots of possible jobs in which we can do that. So it really buys us a certain amount of flexibility to think about how we're using them. So that's kind of factor one that seems like actually is the kind of thing that makes your job feel meaningful. The second thing that seems to increase satisfaction on the job is finding jobs that give us what I'm going to call flow. And flow comes from a concept invented by the positive psychologist Mihai Csikszentmihalyi, is just how you say his name, I think. But he has a fantastic book on flow, which he sort of refers to as an optimal experience. So what is flow? Some of you might be able to guess from the term, but it's this idea that we have this mental state in which you're performing an activity where you are fully immersed, where you feel energized, focused, you're fully involved, and you're kind of enjoying it as you go. It's kind of like being in the zone. It's kind of like this period where you're sort of losing track of time in this deep enjoyment of something. And so some of you who participate in like sports activities might experience flow there, particularly if you're expert in some of these things. Some of you students were on the ski trip yesterday, so I hope some of you experienced flow maybe when you're skiing if things are going well, maybe not if things were going well. This is the kind of thing that athletes report experiencing when they're kind of at peak performance and performing super well. Musicians can talk about this, but this is also the kind of thing that we experience when we are working sometimes, and the work that we're doing is just like feeling like we're on. We're like losing track of time. It just feels really good. And so researchers have tried to document, okay, what are some of the features of flow? And it's hard because it's kind of this sort of esoteric thing. You kind of know it when you're feeling it. How many from this description feel like they've felt that in something that they've done in their life? Okay, so lots of you guys. So here's some kind of features of it. It feels like you're doing something that's challenging, so your attention is engaged, but it seems manageable. It's not kind of stressing you out. You're just kind of doing it at your peak level. It also seems like you're just like really, really focused on concentrating on that activity, so you're incredibly in the moment. The activity is also in and of itself intrinsically rewarding. You're not doing it to like get some grade or get some performance. Like you're just loving it while you're doing it. You have this feeling of serenity when you're in that moment. You can even lose a sense of self-consciousness. You often lose track of time passing, so you do this activity for a while and then you realize like, whoops, like 2 hours went by, what's going on? And that means that sometimes when you're doing this, you can lose awareness of your physical needs. So you kind of come up for air and you're like, oh gosh, I haven't eaten or gone to the bathroom in like forever, I should like deal with that. But the most important thing is that you have this kind of complete focus on the activity itself, like you're completely kind of in the moment. And so this is flow, and the question is really, okay, it seems pretty awesome, like how do I pick activities that achieve that, right? Like what is the kind of sweet spot where we start to feel in the moment so much when we're feeling in flow? And what Csikszentmihalyi has looked at is the kind of relation that flow has to the sort of task you're doing, the kind of challengingness of that task, and the amount of skill you bring to it. And so he comes up with this kind of cool graph where it's like we're plotting how hard the activity is on the y-axis, like from really low, it's like super easy to super, super challenging. And also how much skill you bring to the table, whether you don't like have that much skill in it or you have lots of high skill. And the idea is that we want to be in certain points on this graph to experience flow. Some of the things he talks about are kind of bad states, when you're kind of like low in skill or like low in challenge, like that can like lead you to kind of apathy or boredom. Like those aren't states that when I experience sample you, you're feeling good about. You're kind of not liking those activities very much. There's the one that I think Yale students wind up in a cell up there a lot, which is that you have high challenging things, but you don't feel like you have the skills to do them. So that produces a lot of anxiety. It's not just high challenge states. You have to feel like you have the skills to do them. And it's really feeling like you have them, because I think many of you have them, but that's a side point. But you don't want to be in that cell. You also don't often want to be in this cell, which it turns out, even though it's kind of relaxing, it's slightly more positive than boredom and apathy. It doesn't really feel that engaging when you kind of have super high skill, but your challenge isn't that good. What you want to do is kind of zoom in on that sort of sweet spot at the top, like even better than kind of being aroused, but not really having a skill or kind of feeling in control, is this point where like your skills are getting tested by the max challenge. And that is flow. And the idea is that what we want to do is seek out careers, activities, etc., that plop us in that state, that can are maxing out our skills at the right challenge level. And so he has this wonderful quote about this where he notes, the best moments in our lives are not the passive, receptive, relaxing ones. The best moments really occur when a person's body and mind is stretched to its limits in a voluntary effort to accomplish something difficult and worthwhile, right? You're not being forced to do it, like your skills are like at their max pushing level to kind of accomplish something that you really dig, that you find intrinsically rewarding, right? And so can we actually see this in the context of people's jobs? I think this is another spot where our predictions, our forecasts about what we like, seem to actually be wrong. And there's a lovely study looking at this, which actually just does this experience sampling to test when are people most in flow? Like when are they most in this state that they really are getting something out of? And so in this study, a bunch of workers were surveyed during their day, this experience sampling. Basically, at the time in the 80s when the study was run, you have a pager. Nowadays, you have an app on your phone. It pings you and it just says, how are you feeling? And it asks you certain questions. But it turns out this is a really good way to kind of tap into people's moment by moment feelings and happiness. And so they did this during people's days when they were at work, when they were home, when they were watching Netflix, whatever they were doing, and they get lots of data. And so the questions they ask in this case are, how are you feeling? How much are you concentrating? And what would you rather be doing? Like, would you rather be doing something else, right? And so they're measuring people's happiness, they're measuring people's challenge, but they're also asking people's prediction of what you would rather. And here's the interesting thing they find for most folks who are having kind of interesting jobs, is that when they're at work, they describe being kind of happy. They're in this high challenge situation. They're really being challenged, but probably because they're at that job, their skills are about the right fit to handle it. And they actually report having these feelings of efficacy, feelings of self-confidence. They don't ask them about flow, but what people are reporting are those states. Like basically you're more likely to be at flow when you're at work, because those are the times where you're kind of face these challenges and so on. For you guys, it's like you're most likely to be at flow when you're doing some challenging academic activity, because that's what's challenging your skills. The interesting thing, though, is that when people were surveyed when they were doing leisure, they're watching Netflix or they're sitting around joking, whatever, those are things where folks are reporting that they're experiencing low challenge and often don't have the skills to be doing that sort of thing. And when you ask people how they're feeling, you haven't pointed out to them like, hey, you're at leisure, this is great, how are you feeling? You just ask, how are you feeling? People report well, they kind of have some apathy and some boredom. Like when you're really sitting around clicking through Netflix shows and you haven't decided what you want to watch, you're not often in a really good state. The amazing thing, though, is that these often are the states that we are choosing to put ourselves in. Like when we have free time, we often do these like boring, low skill, low challenge kinds of things, and that doesn't actually make us very happy. And we can see that even in this data set, because as I noted, they also asked subjects, what would you rather be doing? And what folks like by and large said is that if they're at work, they would rather be at leisure. They would rather be choosing the like kinds of things they could do. But in practice, like it seems like the leisure is not making folks very happy. By the same token, if you ask, would you prefer to keep doing what you're doing? If they're at leisure, they say, yes, I would prefer to keep watching Netflix. I don't want to go to work. Whereas if you're at work, you say, no, I want to get out of here as soon as possible. And this leads to this interesting disconnect where it seems like we're not very good at predicting the kinds of things that are actually making us happy. Like being at work and doing problem sets and doing the stuff you guys complain about are probably actually in the moment giving you a little bit more feelings of flow and feelings of kind of getting your challenges accepted and feeling meaning in that than a lot of your leisure. And so the message from this is your homework's not so bad, or your job's probably not so bad. It's actually, it's particularly not bad if you can find ways to kind of challenge yourself at that sort of sweet spot of your skill set. The other message from this is that sometimes the leisure activities we choose are kind of more apathetic and boring than we think. If we could have leisure activities that allowed us to kind of gain more skill and sort of challenged us a bit more, we probably would like them a little bit more as well. And so that is the data that we're getting on what makes a good job. What we really want to be looking for are our signature strengths and also thinking of activities that would give us some flow. And so that's a case where we kind of want this thing, but want it for sort of the wrong reasons. Those are good reasons to seek out, good reasons to want stuff that we should be seeking out. Now we're going to do a different and maybe even closer to home for you guys thing that we talked about before, which is what you should want in the context of your learning goals here in terms of whether you should be shooting for good grades. Like how should you be participating in your own learning while you're here at Yale? And just a reminder about good grades, because I feel like even though I've showed you this graph a few times already, it's important to hit home. What we're seeing is that just getting good grades doesn't make us happier. Just a reminder, this fantastic Levine et al. Study where they had people predict how are you going to feel if you get a grade that's lower and higher than you expect on this scale. Just a reminder, what happens is that people mispredict. They predict that if they get a grade that's higher than expected, they're going to be really high on that scale. If they get a grade that's lower than expected, they're going to be really low. But what actually happens is pretty much no difference. I'd say this again because like you guys are just about to go into midterms. My guess is if I asked you your predictions, you would be falling prey to this very effect, but it's just not true. Your predictions are off. And so we've seen that grades are not the thing to focus on, but what is? There's a second reason that grades are a bad thing to focus on. It doesn't make us as happy as we think. But it turns out that focusing on grades also does something else that we probably don't like, which is that it steals away the deep motivation we have for learning about stuff in general. So probably most of you guys who are Yale students at some point back in the day were like this little girl where you like read these books just like to learn this stuff and you thought this stuff was super cool. And somewhere along the way, this became the thing that people started complaining about on Facebook about how much they like disliked this stuff. Like, what happened? And well, what happened was that we set up structures for you guys that allowed you not to do these kinds of cool learning things just for the love of learning. It allowed you to do them for a different motivational factor, which was something external to the situation. And so psychologists define these kinds of motivators as in two categories. You can think of extrinsic motivations, which is that you want to engage in a behavior in part to get some external reward, be it a grade or to avoid a punishment. Like you're doing it because somebody else is giving you some outside motivation to do it. Or you could do different tasks because you have an intrinsic motivation. You just do it because you like it. Right? Probably those of you who went on the ski trip yesterday didn't go on the ski trip because someone paid you to do it, because you knew you were going to get a good grade, or it was just like fun to go on the ski trip, right? The idea is that these things that are internally motivated, no one has to pay us to do them. They're just kind of fun in and of themselves. At some point for all of you, learning was that kind of thing. It was just fun in and of itself to do this stuff. But the presence of these external motivators might have a kind of counterintuitive effect. It might steal the intrinsic motivation, kind of move all the motivation to the extrinsic side. Is that really what happens? Well, if you've taken intro psych, you've probably heard about a super famous study on motivation by Deci back in the 1970s. he picked an activity that people find kind of intrinsically motivating, like playing with this, like it's called a Soma puzzle, where you have to kind of put all the blocks together to make a square. It's kind of hard to do, so people get really into it and they like want to play with it to see how many blocks they can get together. And he asked the question, would giving people some evaluation, some grade, or some extrinsic motivation affect how much they like doing it on their own? And so here is how the task was set up. Subjects came in to do this puzzle, and they did it over 3 visits. In the first visit, it was the same for everybody. Everybody just did the puzzle for free. In the second visit, though, the people were split into 2 conditions. Half of them were paid $1 to do this puzzle, which in the 70s was like, more money than it is now, but not like an astronomical amount of money. You're not getting paid very much, but you get paid to do it. Other people, there was no mention of money. You just did the puzzle for free. And then everybody comes back on visit 3 and nobody's paid anymore. I think they actually tell the subjects like, oh, we ran out of money the subjects in the first condition, they say, oh, we ran out of money this time, so like, we can't pay you, but you can just do it if you want to do it. And the question is, did the payment affect people's motivation on time 3? Presumably people are at chance of how much they would like this puzzle normally. Does the payment mess them up? And so here's what you find if you look at the amount of seconds everybody works in the payment condition and the no payment condition. At the first start in the intro, everybody's doing it for about the same amount of time. If anything, the paid people are doing it even more time, so maybe they happen to like it a little bit more. When you actually get paid to do it, you see the effect of incentives that everybody expects, which is that if I'm paying you to do this, you're probably going to do this for even longer than you did before. But the real question that's relevant for motivation is what happens at time 3 when you come back and you're not getting paid if you're in the first condition. And what you find is that those individuals dip down to a pretty substantial degree. They don't want to do it anymore because it's no longer eternally fun just to play with this puzzle. Having that external motivation is actually killing your internal motivation to enjoy this thing that you used to like before. And so this is the sad thing about extrinsic motivators, is that they seem to have the capacity to undermine your intrinsic motivation. Why are we talking about this in the context of grades? As you get more and more obsessed about what that grade is, as you care about it because it matters for your internship or it matters for you to get into medical school and so on, it's stripping away the very love of learning that probably got you here in the first place, which is kind of sad if one of your goals is probably not just to get a good job and do all that stuff, but to learn some interesting things while you're here at college. And so I think the kind of focus on grades that students have nowadays might be really undermining intrinsic motivation in an important way. And so kind of finding a way to get rid of grades as your focus can probably help your motivation. And the consequence is you'll just like doing this stuff for the fact of doing this stuff, which is probably much more fun than that reverse. But it turns out that a focus on grades can do something else that leads to a mindset that's particularly problematic. Because in addition to undermining intrinsic motivation, a focus on grades can also undermine a mindset that's known as the growth mindset. What do I mean by this? Well, the idea of a growth mindset comes from a fantastic researcher at Stanford, Carol Dweck, who's kind of studied the beliefs that we have about our own abilities and the beliefs that we have about our own learning. And what she finds is that people tend to fall into one of 2 categories in terms of their beliefs. Some people have what she calls a growth mindset, which she thinks of as very good. This is the idea that your beliefs and your intelligence and all your skills and all that stuff, it can be trained. You might start with some basic abilities, but those get improved over time through hard work. This idea that intelligence isn't fixed, you can kind of change it with some effort. That's a growth mindset. Some people kind of believe intelligence works like that. But other people have a different kind of mindset, which she calls a fixed mindset, which is kind of just the opposite. It's this belief that intelligence or your skill sets, they're just kind of these basic qualities that are there that maybe you're born with, and you can't really do much with them once you have them. You kind of just have them or not. And really what everything in life is doing is revealing whether you're truly smart or truly skilled or not, right? Turns out people fall into one of these 2 different mindsets, but they have all kinds of consequences for how you learn and how well you do in school, and in particular how you react to failure. Because the idea is that if you are a fixed mindset person, you're probably going to focus a lot on grades and performance, in part because that's your measure of your intelligence, right? It's telling you this honest signal of what you were born with and your basic qualities that you kind of can't change. In contrast, if you're a growth mindset person, you'll focus a little bit on grades, but only as kind of a measure of whether or not you're learning. What you want to do is see those grades going up. You believe you can do that through hard effort, and that means you're not going to focus as much on the outcomes. These mindsets also have other features too, which is that for a fixed mindset, you think, well, good performance just comes naturally. I'm either going to do well or I'm not. Whereas if you have a growth mindset, you're constantly thinking that, well, to get better, it's going to require some hard work, right? If I put more work in, it's going to make me even stronger. Fixed mindset folks see hard work as a bad thing because as soon as they have to work at something, it's revealed to them like, wait, I thought I was really smart at this, but all of a sudden it must not be. Whereas for growth mindset folks, hard work is really good. You're like, oh my gosh, I gotta work hard at this. The more I'm working, the more this is a signal that I'm getting better and better over time. And so for fixed mindset folks, seeing effort is bad, it's scary, it's shameful. Whereas for growth mindset people, it's usually pretty good. And this leads fixed mindset people to these nasty things where they kind of conceal their deficiencies, whereas growth mindset people are kind of liking deficiencies and making the most out of them. It also leads fixed mindset folks to hide their mistakes, which is probably bad, whereas growth mindset people like to see their mistakes because that's like, ooh, this is something I can capitalize on, right? It seems like the stuff that we're seeing, the fixed mindset, is overall kind of bad. Probably it is the case that in reality we're not in a fixed mindset. We know people can get better over time, right? That's just an incorrect notion of the way minds work. And it's also bad that you kind of see effort, as soon as you have to have effort, you kind of shy away from things and get really sad. It also comes with a host of kind of depressive symptoms, kind of worries about your own efficiency and so on. In general, it's really bad. But it also turns out it's bad for performance. It's bad for performance, particularly at times when you need to work the hardest, particularly at times where you're going to have to struggle with things because that's just the nature of what you're trying to learn. And so that's what Carol Dweck and her colleagues have looked at. In all these different contexts, can your mindset actually affect your performance when the going gets tough? And so she did this in one context with college pre-med students. She measured their different mindsets, and she saw what happened when they had to take those pre-med classes that are not known to be very easy, things like orgo and so on. Like, do you just say, oh, that's it, I have a fixed mindset, I must not be smart at science, I'm out? Or do you see those challenges as something cool that you can kind of learn from? And so what did she find when she tests them? Well, what she finds is that people with a fixed mindset were more worried about grades than growth mindset folks. Again, it makes sense because they're like trying to see what their really fixed abilities are. And as soon as they did poorly, lost confidence and often would drop classes and take off. Whereas those with a growth mindset seemed to be concerned about learning the material. And in fact, when they did poorly, they ended up working harder. They realized, oop, I can kind of calibrate how much work I have to put in, and they did better. How does this result in their grades? Well, what you find is that folks with a growth mindset in the end had a higher final orgo grade than those with a fixed mindset, controlling for performance and science background and all this stuff. Another neat thing they find concerns differences in where you start and where you end. Because there is one spot where a fixed mindset allows you to do well, and that's the one case where you come in with a high grade and it's not very hard for you. When you come in with a high grade at first, this is kind of what you come in with on the x-axis and kind of where you wind up on your final exam grade over there. If you come in with a high grade, then a fixed mindset kind of helps you because you're like, yep, I'm really smart. I'm just proving that I'm really smart. And like you continue to have this belief that you're really smart and you're fine. In contrast, if you kind of come in and you need to do some work, a growth mindset is going to be helpful for you. What's the consequence of this? It shows that the only spot where a fixed mindset is good is if you're never really growing or learning. Like if you're good at something and just stay at that level, then a fixed mindset is good because you believe like, yep, I'm going to be awesome at that, and you stay awesome at that. But at anything where you have to actually grow and improve, a growth mindset is going to help you out even more. And so this is what they find, is that growth mindsets show no decrease in intrinsic motivation when grades are bad. Fixed mindset folks drop a lot. Overall, growth mindset had higher grades, and higher performance increases, so both the final grade and the kind of slope of increase. Fixed mindsets, you only achieve good grades at the end if you were achieving good performance in the beginning. And at any point where your grade drops, any signal that things are going bad, grades get even worse over time. You see performance drop over time. And as you might guess, there's some emotions that go with this fixed mindset. There's more rumination about whether or not you're good at science and whether you're good at orgo in general. And there's a real loss of self-worth for nearly everybody who kind of drops at any point. Right? So this is bad. This is not a mindset that's going to cruise you through the sciences very well. It's also not a mindset that's going to cruise you through any spot where you have to have some growth. And so another spot where Dweck and colleagues have done this work is in contexts like in adolescence, like in the shift from junior high, from middle school to junior high, where you're going through things like learning hard math for the first time and so on. How do these different mindsets affect students' performance? Well, they tested that in 7th graders. They matched students with different achievement scores, and they tested whether they had a fixed or growth mindset. And you see the same classic things. Fixed mindset, those 7th graders are super focused on their grades. Growth mindset students are more focused on learning than their grades. Does this have a consequence for their math scores moving through from 7th grade on? Well, this is what you see. Again, this is matched for students' grades coming in, is that students with a fixed mindset, when they see algebra and the scary stuff for the first time, like either don't do any better or like can almost get a little bit worse, whereas growth mindset students are kind of seeing this challenge of this new math as a good thing. They're not getting a decrease in self-worth and so on. Interestingly, we now have some neuroscience evidence of the kinds of things that are going wrong in the context of the moment when you're getting bad feedback in these two different mindsets. And so Mangels and colleagues did this cool study where they used ERP caps to kind of measure people's attention over time and where they were devoting their attention. And this was the task they gave folks. They had students answering these hard questions on a computer. And the way it works is I'd ask you a hard question, you'd have to do it. You'd give your answer, and then you'd get two things. First, you'd get feedback. I would just say right or wrong. So you learn whether you got it right or wrong. And then after that, a second after that, you're going to get the correct answer if you got it wrong. And then what they did, at the end of this, you do all these hard questions. You think it's just like doing these questions. And then I say, surprise, we're going to see how much you really learned. We gave you all the correct answers. Do you actually remember them? Right? And we're going to see how this varies depending on different mindsets. And so here's what these folks find. What they find is that there's a difference in when attentional signals in the brain are on, depending on your mindset. So if you have a fixed mindset, all the kind of ERP signals that are associated with attention come on when I tell you whether you're right or wrong. That's when you're like, was I right or wrong? And you find that information out, right? If you have a growth mindset, in contrast, those brain waves kick on more when I show you the correct answer. You don't care as much if you're right or wrong. You're sitting there waiting to soak in, like, okay, what was the correct answer so I can learn something? And the consequence of that, as you might expect, if you have a mindset that's not letting you even look at the correct answer, is that you don't actually learn it as much. And that's what this graph is showing. It's showing in different kinds of conditions where you sort of like thought you had a lower and higher chance of saying the answer, or you just skipped that question. You said, I'm probably not going to know it. In all those cases, later when I retest you, those yellow growth mindset bars are doing better. You're actually learning the material better. And we kind of know why. It's like if you're so focused on the grade and your evaluation, as kind of as features of a growth mindset, you're not going to learn the correct answer. And so are we kind of at the mercy of our mindset? Some of you, I'm seeing a lot of furrowed faces. Maybe you had the intuition that I had, which is that I growing up totally was like all fixed mindset. I was like, I grew up and I was like, I'm smart. When I got to challenging things, including math, I like kind of was like, oh man, I must not be a math person. And this is the reason I still haven't taken calculus to this day, because I got so like worried about math and whether I was good at math and all this stuff that I kind of shied away from it. Because to me it was like, oh man, this is just a signal that I'm just like not good at it, right? So I grew up with a very fixed mindset. The good news is that you can actually learn to have a growth mindset, which is good because basically all of neuroscience shows that a growth mindset is the correct mindset anyway. So we kind of have a false theory if you have a fixed mindset. But this is what Blackwell and colleagues did. They said, can we teach people to kind of get over their fixed mindset? Can we teach them to have either a fixed or a growth mindset? And they did this by just teaching students about neuroscience. And they either gave you an article that kind of showed a fixed mindset. They said, hey, you know, what neuroscience is showing is like you're just kind of born with something. If you're smart or you're not smart, like hard work doesn't work as much as you think. Or they give you an article that taught you something about a growth mindset. They said, you know, what we're learning is that anything you put hard work into, you're going to get better. There's no basic abilities that you're born with. It's all learning and growth and yada yada. So I give students this feedback in the beginning, and then they measure whether or not their math grades go up after this training. Those same math grades that I just showed you before, this tough time in 7th and 8th grade algebra where these mindsets can really mess you up. And here's what they find. Time 1, when nobody's learned anything. Time 2 is the math grades as is typical in junior high where your math grades are kind of going down. Then they give you this intervention. And what they find is that in the control case where you're learning about the fixed mindset, grades are going down even more. Whereas if I give you the information about the growth mindset, then I pop you back up again. I can recover your score just by changing your mindset, just by getting you to think that hard work is actually going to pay off. And so the upshot is that all of you guys who are worried about good grades are undermining your intrinsic motivation and probably messing with your mindset. What you really want to get is not good grades, but a good mindset and a good that will deliver back to you the thing that matters most, which is your intrinsic motivation and your ability to learn this stuff. And if you're worried that you have a very fixed mindset and you want some interventions, mostly you just have to read about all of modern neuroscience, which is showing that a growth mindset is probably the correct one. But I can even give you the little blurb interventions they use for college students. You can just read that every day, and the data suggests it will get you better and better. And so that is sort of the second thing in our better wanting, these ways that we're kind of not wanting the right parts of things. What we saw is that we can want the right parts of good grades, we can want the right parts of a good job, but our mind doesn't really click into the right stuff. Now we're going to do, I think, even the more interesting thing, which is the kind of stuff we should be wanting, but we don't even know that we want yet. For the most part, when I kind of asked you guys at the beginning, what are the kinds of things that would make you happy? For the most part, these things were left out, although there are some seeds that folks got it right, so that's good. Some of you are onto something here. But what's the stuff that we're just totally missing? One of the things, just a reminder, it's not this stuff. You keep seeing that, but it's still, it's good to mess with your own forecasts many, many times, which I keep repeating these things, like, because you still think you want some of this stuff, but you don't. Okay, so what is the good stuff? What are we not wanting because we don't realize we should want it? One of the things that consistent work shows we should be seeking out more is opportunities to act more kindly to one another. We should be seeking out opportunities to do acts of kindness. Sounds less like the thing that your miswanting is telling you than getting good grades and getting a high salary, but it turns out this has much more happiness bang for your buck, just simply doing kind things. Again, it sounds like a cheesy like Hallmark card or like the kinds of things like your grandmother sends you in like bad fonts over Facebook or something like that, but it turns out lots of empirical evidence is suggesting that simple acts of kindness bring us happiness. How do we know this? Well, the first thing we know is that if you just look at people who are happy versus people who are not happy, and you try to see, okay, what's the difference between those two? As we saw, it's not salary, it's not being married or not, it's not all those things, but what it does seem to be is how many simple acts of kindness they do themselves that they notice in the world and that they pay attention to. And this is what these researchers looked at. They're trying to see if there's this connection between kindness and happiness. So they measure people's subjective well-being. They divide them into two groups, the kind of very happy and the very unhappy. And then they ask them about their own instances of acting kindly, both their motivation to act kindly, how much do you like to do kind things for others, their memories of kindness, how much do you notice kind things in the world, your own actions and others, and do you actually do kind behaviors? They have this big list of kind behaviors. And so what do you find? Well, what you find is that consistently happier people are thinking about doing more kind things. They're more motivated to do them. They're having more recognition of kind acts, so they remember them more. And if you actually look at kind behaviors, they're doing more than people who are unhappy. So already we're getting some clues that happy people are thinking about kindness and so on. But this isn't kind of causal. What would be nice is just force these unhappy people to do kinder things and try to see, does that bump up their happiness? And so this is the kind of thing that we can do. We can first just have people start thinking about kind actions in the world. Remember kind things that you did, or remember kind things that other people have done for you. Does merely thinking about kind actions make you happier? Well, what we do is have people think about these things. We ask participants to track each act of kindness that they do. So this is like changing your reference point. You are a kind person. You've done these acts of kindness. I could do this today and say, just list for me kind acts that you've done in the last couple days. You would write them down. And then I test your happiness afterwards. You're going to report these back to me, and I'm going to make sure you did this, and I'm going to see if it made you happier. And so here's what you find when you do this. Here's the experimental condition where you're having people think about their kind acts. And what you find is that on a pretty standard happiness score, you jump up like almost a half to a whole point. Just thinking about you're not actually doing any more kind acts, you're just thinking about the ones that you've done, and all of a sudden you're starting to feel happier, which is pretty cool. But what if we actually have you increase the number of kind actions that you actually do? Not just remember the stuff you're already doing and focus on it, but like actually do more stuff. Does that help us out? Well, this is what Sonia Luber-Mirsky and her colleagues have done, really have people do these acts of kindness. And so what they do is they give people the prompt over the next week or the next day, you're to perform 5 random acts of kindness, so either in one day or across a whole week. And those are the different conditions. On one day, on different days, or you do no acts of kindness, I just say, write about the events of your day instead. And the question is, does this pop up happiness? And here's what we're going to find. We're going to look at changes in subjective well-being. So they measure happiness at time 1, and they see whether kindness changes it. And here's what we find. In the control condition, happiness is going down. Interestingly, if I have you do one act of kindness but on different days, we don't see much of a change. The big kind of bang for a happiness buck is making you do a bunch of acts of kindness in a single day. Why? Probably it just like forces you to like see them all and think about it all at once. But if I tell you in 1 week, just pick a day, like on Friday, just do 5 acts of kindness, all of a sudden that's gonna bump you up relative to your old subjective well-being in a pretty substantial way. And so it seems like these acts of kindness are actually like really making us feel better. This is not the happiness of the people who receive the acts of kindness. This is just our own happiness. We should be seeking out and doing more of this stuff. And this also leads to an explanation for one of the counterintuitive effects we probably saw before, which is this other effect that we keep talking about where increased salary isn't making us that happy. We talked before about why that was because of hedonic adaptation, because we spend money on things and not experiences and things we get used to and so on. But one of them is that maybe we're not using our salary to do as many kind things for others. Maybe if we kind of combine these things, getting some money, but using that money to do something for somebody else is gonna make us even happier. And this is the premise of a recent book called Happy Money, which is by the 2 psychologists Liz Dunn and Mike Norton, who've done some really, really cool work on this stuff, doing these interventions where they get people to spend money in different ways, showing that it actually makes people happier. And they tested this idea that spending money on other people was going to be really important in a very cute way. So they walk up to people on the street, they say, do you want to be in a study? People say yes. They say, okay, rate your subjective well-being. People rate it, and they say, awesome, here's $5, or here's $20. And they say, it's just yours, this cool windfall, and the only rule is that you either have to spend it on yourself, so I give you $5, the rule is you gotta buy something nice for yourself sometime today, it's great, or you have to spend it on somebody else. That's the only difference. And then you agree that I can call you later this afternoon, I can call you in a month, I can call you at different times and check how happy you are. People love this study. People are like, this is the best study ever, right? Interestingly, for the $5 condition, it turns out the modal thing that people do is to go to Starbucks and buy like some sort of chai thing, right? It also turns out that that's the modal thing you do for somebody else because you have to spend $5 on somebody else like sometime today. Easy thing to do is to get them a really delicious chai or something. So sometimes you can have exactly the same thing purchased. The question is, when they call later that day, which of the 2 sets of subjects is happier? And so here is what people predict, because they also asked people, you know, if you were in the study and I did this to you, like, and I called you, which would you be happier in? People's predictions are twofold. People predict, I'm totally gonna be happier if I spend that on myself than if I spend that on somebody else, like duh, right? They also make a prediction about the money. They say, I'm gonna be way happier if I spend the $20 than if I spend the $5, because obviously $20 is like 4 times better than the $5, right? But it turns out that what really happens is different. What really happens is you get a super strong, significant effect that the money you spend on other people makes you happier than the money you spend on yourself, which is pretty cool. The other thing you find is that it doesn't matter how much money you spend. So the folks that spend $20 on somebody else are just as happy as the folks that spend $5. It doesn't matter the amount. And again, this tells us 2 things. One is, it is the case that doing kind things with our money for other people is good, but we also don't realize that. This is another spot where we are miswanting in a bad way. Liz Dunn and her colleagues have now done a bunch of different studies on this to look at the mechanisms of this, and this is one of the most robust effects, I think, in the field of psychology right now. And one of my favorite follow-ups that she did asked 2 questions. It first asked, well, these studies were originally done at UBC, which is where Liz Dunn is a professor. You know, maybe there's just something strange about these like happy folks in Canada, like they have all this money, you know, they're happy Canadians. Like, can we see this in other cultures too? And so they ran this experiment in a bunch of other cultures. I'll tell you just about one, which is that they did this in a rural town outside of Kampala in Uganda. This also allowed them to do a second thing, which is, yeah, spending $5 on somebody else, you know, makes us happier than spending on ourselves, but like $5 is like, it's just $5, right? It's not like a real amount of money. They couldn't do in UBC studies that cost a real amount of money because like grants, and you don't have that much money to do them. But to take this same experiment and run it in Uganda, they could actually give people in that population a pretty substantial amount of money, because sadly in this town where they were running this sort of thing, $20 isn't just like, oh, I'll buy a couple of chais. Sadly, it's like, oh, I could get my family HIV medication for the month. Like, these are like real amounts of money to the people there, right? And so the question is, first, do you see the same effect across cultures? And do you see the same effect when the amount of money in question is like a real amount of money that you're not spending on yourself, that you're spending on somebody else? And what you find is that the very same magnitude of the happiness effect seems to exist across the cultures. It doesn't matter if you're just like buying somebody a chai or you're getting their family like crucial medication for their family that you give up to have for yourself, you're still getting this same effect where spending on others makes you happier than spending on yourself. And so it continues across cultures and it continues across income levels to some interesting extent. And so the upshot is that it seems like acting in a way that's kind, whether it be kind of random acts of kindness that you do for people that you just remember or that you do extra or that involves actually spending money, is a thing that's a thing that we don't realize is going to make us happy, but even really does. And even when I ask you about the specifics of it, you don't realize it's going to help, but it does. So this should get plopped out of your miswanting and into your real wanting. Welcome everyone to the Psychology of Wellness. I am really excited to be joined here today by Dr. Elizabeth Dunn. Dr. Dunn is a professor in the Department of Psychology at the University of British Columbia, where she does really cool work on self-knowledge, happiness, positive psychology, and how mobile technology can help us improve our happiness. She is the co-author of a super fantastic book called Happy Money, The Science of Happier Spending, which she wrote with Dr. Mike Norton. Her work has appeared in all kinds of fantastic journals, including, I think, 3 papers published in Science, and she has a really cool TEDx talk. Liz, thank you for joining us so much today. And so here in the course, we've been thinking about all the misconceptions we have about happiness. And what we've seen in the course so far are all these cases where we misperceive or miswant certain things in our lives. Like we think we really want better grades or we think we want a very high salary, but the impact on our happiness of those things isn't as much as we think. And we've also seen cases where there's this stuff that does in fact make us happy, where empirical evidence suggests that getting more of that is going to have a big impact, but we don't have the intuition that we really want that, and so we don't seek out those activities. And I wanted you to talk today about your work showing that one of these really important things that really can boost happiness and flourishing is the act of being kind to others. Maybe even the opposite of getting money for ourselves, like giving money away to others. So talk a little bit about how you get interested in this question, right? Like we often think about accumulating wealth for ourselves rather than giving up wealth. How did you get into doing research on that as a focus of happiness?
Yeah, so I first got interested in this question when, for the first time in my life, I started actually making money. So I got my first real job when I was 26, and I wondered, now that I was suddenly like a normal income earner, what do I do with all of this money? Because I was used to living at kind of the poverty level sort of student lifestyle. And so I, being a nerdy psychologist, kind of turned to the literature to see what the research literature could tell me about how to use my money in order to be happy. Mm-hmm. And I was surprised to find there really wasn't a whole lot out there. There was a few strands, but just not very much. And so I started thinking about some work suggesting that helping others can actually be good for us. So I thought, well, what if we use money to benefit other people? Might that actually promote our happiness more so than using that money to benefit ourselves? Mm-hmm. So to start to get a handle on that question, we decided to basically make it rain money. And we went out on campus and just literally walked up to people and handed them money. So we gave people either a $5 or a $20 bill, which we asked them to spend by the end of the day. Now there was a catch. So we told half the people they had to spend the money on themselves. We told half the people they had to spend the money to benefit others. Mm-hmm. And what we found when we called people back at the end of the day was that people who were assigned to take this money and use it to benefit others were actually happier than those who'd been assigned to use that money to help themselves.
And so did that hold across different amounts of money? Like, does it matter? Do you have to give lots of money to someone else? Did you see any effects of amount of money on these things?
So that study was pretty small, much smaller than the studies that I would run now. And so we weren't able to detect any differences between, getting $5 versus getting $20. It didn't seem to matter that much. What was interesting, though, even in that very small study, was that even just giving people $5 to spend on somebody else made a difference for their happiness on that day. So this suggests that although it might be great to make big changes in how you spend your money, making even little changes, using your money to even engage in small, generous acts like treating a friend to coffee or, helping out somebody who's having a rough day by getting them some flowers might actually do something for your own mood that's big enough for us to be able to detect.
That's really cool. And that is one of these cases, I love this work because it absolutely doesn't fit with my intuition. Like my intuition, if I have a bad day, is like, I'm going to go out and get a treat, or I'm going to go get a pedicure. I'm going to do something nice for myself. I'm never thinking, oh, let me get my best friend a pedicure because that would make me feel a lot better. Like, was that your subject's intuition as well?
Yeah, so we actually asked people, what would you, if we just gave you some money and had you spend it, how would you like to spend it? And people generally do seem to share your intuition that like pedicure option sounds great. And like, yeah, I'll take the money for myself. Thank you ever so much. And indeed, I think that intuition particularly comes into play when we're just sort of gliding through our days and making sort of split-second decisions. If you're feeling a little bit in a bad mood or want to cheer yourself up, it's very natural, I think, to want to use our resources to do stuff for ourselves. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I think spending money on ourselves can be great, and there's some good ways to do that. But I think we may overlook this opportunity to buy happiness by helping others.
And another thing about your work is that you showed that this isn't just isolated to, say, like UBC students that you studied. This seems to be a cross-cultural phenomenon. Do you want to talk about the follow-ups that you did?
Yeah, so when we started doing this work, it was all conducted in North America. And it was actually when I was sharing this work with the media and with students that people kept asking me, okay, but you're looking at fairly well-off people, individuals who have a fair bit of disposable income. So is this just something to do with sort of people having extra money and not knowing what to do with it?
Mm-hmm.
And I took that issue pretty seriously. And so what we decided to do was to see if we could find the same effect in kind of corners of the world where people really were struggling to meet their own basic needs. And actually, my husband helped find me collaborators. He was doing some work in Uganda at the time, and like actually just went up to people and like asked them to help get involved with running the study. And so we developed this team of collaborators in Uganda and eventually South Africa. And we were able to run parallel experiments across different countries. And what we see is that even when people are really struggling a little bit, when they don't always have enough money to buy food for themselves, even in those places, we still see that people feel happier when they use money to benefit others.
That's awesome. So even if even if the money that you're dealing with isn't a disposable income, even when those purchases for the self could be really impactful on the self, you still get more kind of happiness bang for your buck spending on others.
Right. And I think it's so surprising because I think many of us kind of tell ourselves, oh, I'll give to charity once I am making more money.
Mm-hmm,
or,
mm-hmm.
It's other people, the people that are like a little wealthier than me, they should definitely give. But I just need to look out for myself. And I think this research is kind of a nice wake-up call and saying, hey, these people in Uganda who report on our surveys that they were like struggling to find money to pay for malaria medication, even they are getting this emotional boost from using money to benefit others. So we don't need to wait until we are making more money. Like this is something that you can do today and you can do in small ways.
That's awesome. So this is nice work showing that spending on others actually makes you happier than spending on the self. But you also have work suggesting that even focusing on money at all might not be the best thing to focus on, or kind of prioritizing your time towards earning potential might not be as good as prioritizing your time to just having time. Do you want to talk about some of the time affluence work?
In our recent work, we have been really interested in these constant trade-offs that people are navigating between time and money. So if you think about it, most of the time you could have more money, but you'd probably have to give up some of your time, or you could have more time, but it might cost you some money.
Yep.
And so we wondered whether there's sort of chronic dispositional differences whereby some individuals are more likely to be willing to give up their time to have more money, and some are willing to give up their money to have more time.
Mm-hmm.
And indeed, when we've now conducted very broad surveys, nationally representative surveys within North America at least, and what we see is that the population of North America seems to be pretty split down the middle, in that about half seem to prioritize money and about half seem to prioritize time when sort of faced with these trade-offs. And so, you can see the value in trading off one against the other depending on the situation, but sort of dispositionally, when we look across situations, what we see is that individuals who chronically prioritize time over money, who are willing to give up their money to have more time, or to say work fewer hours in order to have more free time, we see that they are happier than individuals who prioritize money and kind of aren't willing to give up their money to have more time.
Excellent. So in some sense, like time makes you more affluent than like wealth makes you affluent, or at least makes you happier in some sense.
Yeah, and so what is definitely clear is that both time affluence and material affluence matter for well-being. So I think sometimes people hear sort of a little soundbite about my work and they think that it means, oh, money can't buy happiness. And that's not true. Money can buy happiness. Like people who have more money are happier, but also people who have more time are happier up to a point, right? So people who say that they feel really busy and pressed for time, like they haven't had enough time to do the things that are important to them, tend to be less happy. And interestingly, the wealthier you get, the less likely you are to feel like you have enough time. And that seems to be both a function of the objective realities of wealthy people, for example, working more, but also the sort of subjective perception that as your time becomes more economically valuable, you tend to view it as scarce because what is valuable is scarce. And so what we're seeing then is that perhaps people need to kind of rejigger their priorities a little bit. At least once sort of basic material needs are met, it may be worthwhile to think about prioritizing time.
That's fantastic. And so throughout the course, we keep hearing that to do this, we sometimes have to put these intentional practices in place, right? We might have this intuition to just like spend all our time, making as much money as possible, or that we need to buy things for ourselves when we're having a bad day, but those intuitions are wrong. And we talk about how you need to put intentional practices in place to do this better. Like your mind's not going to tell you to do it automatically, so set your habits up so you can do this to maximize your happiness. Now, have you taken some of this research to heart? Have you started in your own life trying to put these practices in place for either kind of pro-social spending or for time affluence?
Yeah, I mean, so first off, I would say it really is hard sometimes to put these ideas into practice. So I have to admit, when I started doing all this pro-social spending research, I was meeting with my tax accountant, and he started tapping the line of where it said how much I donated to charity. He's like, gosh, I sure have seen your name in the media a lot about the value of donating to charity. I was like, yeah, I guess I could do a little bit more. And so I think I have tried to alter my approaches a little bit. For one thing, I think in our charitable giving work, one thing that we see is that charitable giving doesn't just automatically make people happier all the time. It really depends on how you do it. And so charitable giving opportunities that make you feel more connected to others, charitable giving opportunities where you can really see the impact that your generosity is having, tend to have the biggest emotional boost and are therefore most likely to be self-reinforcing. And so I've tried in my own life to try to seek out some of those opportunities. So for example, with a group of friends, because I live in Canada, we're able to bring over a family of Syrian refugees and basically kind of help them adjust to life and provide for them for the first year that they're here. And so that's a kind of opportunity where I think it's very emotionally rewarding because it's a group of friends working together to do something that we find really meaningful, where we'll get to see the difference that our actions are having. And so I guess through my work, I've learned to be on the lookout for those kinds of opportunities where I can not just sort of like click donate on a website, which is also great, but really have the chance to see the impact that my actions are having.
And that kind of fits with your work too, right? Because in the original studies, even in the like $5 studies, don't give this to a friend or do something nice for a friend, didn't you find that kind of boosts, doing nice things for others is boosting your social connection, and that might be one mediating factor that leads to increased happiness? Is that right?
It does seem to be one very important factor, yeah. So the more that people are getting a sense of social connection from their giving, the happier they turn out to be.
Excellent, cool. And so how about on the time affluence side? Has that work led you to kind of prioritize slightly differently?
I struggle with the time affluence.
I mean, we're both, so one of the reasons that I'm doing the course, as I tell my students, is that I can notice myself being in some ways like a hypocrite about this, right? Where I know this work really well, I know how you build in habits, but then I look in my own life and I'm not necessarily
pursuing habits or kind of doing them because they take this intentional work. So don't feel bad. You're just like modeling modeling behavior too. So.
I mean, one thing I do is that I have thought fairly intentionally about the parts of my day that are the most frustrating or least happy, and I try to ask myself, can I use money to eliminate those moments of my day? Because that's likely to be a really good use of money based on our research. And for me, I am like the worst cleaner ever. Like cleaning, as my husband would be quick to point out, if I try, he's great at cleaning. He can clean a kitchen like that. For me, it'll take me like an hour to do a terrible job. And so I've decided, you know what, it's just worth it to pay for a house cleaner, even though it seems a little bit indulgent. Like it takes out that terrible part of my day, terrible part of my week. And so it's a way that I can use money in order to buy happiness.
Yeah, and use money to buy extra time, right? Because it's not the time that you spend cleaning too as well. Cool.
Exactly.
But you're also a surfer, right? So I feel like you must have some time after, or at least on your webpage, it mentions you being a surfer. So yeah.
Yeah, no, and I think my colleagues would say that I'm okay at maintaining the like work-life balance thing. But it's still challenging, right? Because I think we forget how busy we're going to be in the future. So it's easy. I always think like, you know, oh, I'm too busy to do that tomorrow, but like in 2 weeks, I'll definitely have time. And so that's one other thing that I've learned from my own work and from others' work is to try to think about, okay, if I don't feel like I have time to do this this week, I probably won't feel like I have time to do it in 6 months. And so trying to restrain myself a little bit in terms of how many things I take on.
Perfect. Well, it's good to hear some aspects of the work being put into practice, but also the example that we keep talking about in the course where this is hard, it takes intentional effort, and you have to kind of go against, even if you know this work, it's hard to kind of make that part of your intuitions. So thank you so much. Again, this was Professor Elizabeth Dunn. You should check out her book, Happy Money, The Science of Happier Spending. Thanks so much, Liz.
Thanks, Lori.
But first, I'll tell you about the second thing and the final thing for today that seems to make us happier than we think, and that is this phenomena of social connection. Just being around other people makes us happier than all the things we do to worry about our problem sets and worry about all that stuff. Like, it seems to matter a lot more than we think. And here we have a wonderful Yale example, I think, of the importance of this. I think a couple of you mentioned this in your comments about kind of being socially connected, which is great. You guys didn't overlap, I don't think, with Marina Keegan, but some of you probably know her famous essay on the opposite of loneliness, which I think kind of nicely shows the power of this social connection. So she writes in one of her final YDN pieces, she says, we don't have a word for the opposite of loneliness, but if we did, I could say that that's what I want in life, what I'm grateful and thankful to have found at Yale, and what I'm scared of losing when I leave this place. And she goes on to explain this. She's like, at Yale, we're full of sort of tiny little circles that we pull around ourselves. And she's graduating at this point, and so she says, we won't have those next year. We won't live on the same block as our friends. We won't have a bunch of group texts. She also goes like, you know, we won't have the hat party, we won't have all this stuff. And she kind of goes through this. And she notes, this scares me, not having this, more than finding the right job or the right city or the right spouse. I'm scared of losing this web and this elusive, indefinable opposite of loneliness. What's great about this is I think Marina is hitting upon what a lot of the research is saying. It doesn't matter if you find the right job or the right city or the right spouse, but if you lose this feeling of the opposite of loneliness that we feel here so much at Yale, you are going to lose out something in terms of your own happiness. Because it turns out this wonderful thing that she talks about at Yale, this thing that we have at Silliman and that we have like all through the things at Yale, can just show off all happy Silliman photos, this kind of connectedness does seem to matter much more than we think. And so how do we know this? Can we actually do some studies where we look at social connection? And this is another thing that lots of positive psychologists have looked at. They've just tried to measure, again, take this insight, like, okay, let's just look at happy people and unhappy people and ask, like, what are the differences? It's not salary, it's not this stuff, but it turns out it seems, social connection. Just how much do you hang out with close people that you're close with? And so Myers has looked at this, and found a bunch of things in his lovely review on this topic. He notes that, look, close ties with people and having this social connection is good for all kinds of health-related stuff. It can actually make you less vulnerable to premature death. So if I look at whether or not you're going to die, if you're an elderly person, you have more social connections, you tend not to. It can make you more likely to survive a fatal illness like cancer or heart disease and so on. And it makes you less likely to fall prey to the sorts of stressful events that mess up your life. All kinds of health consequences to social connection. But there's also all kinds of happiness consequences too, at least when you look at who's happy and who's unhappy. And this is what Ed Diener and Marty Seligman did. They kind of divided people up into those who were happy and those who were unhappy. And then they tried to look at those people's ratings of their own quality of social relationships. And so here's what they find. Here's folks who are very unhappy or very happy, so the two sides of the scale. What you find is you look at their number of close friends, very happy people have more. If you look at the number of strong family ties, very happy people have more. And even if you look at the number of romantic ties, things like marriages and stuff, very happy people have more and have better ones, right? You can also look at this if you have people rate their daily activities. Just how much time do you spend by yourself and with your friends? And when you look at that across very unhappy and very happy people, what you find is very unhappy people spend more time alone, and very happy people spend more time with family, friends, lovers, all this stuff. So merely just spending time with people can allow me to predict whether or not you're going to be happy or unhappy. But here's the question, is this really the case? Can we kind of intervene on people's lives, give them more close social connections, and increase their happiness? And so this is what researchers have tried to do, not even in the context of the best sorts of social ties you might think, not even in the context of like true friendships of the kind we showed in those Silliman pictures. What about kinds of interventions I can do in really strange circumstances, like a bunch of strangers around you? Can you increase your social connection with those folks, and does that increase your happiness and your positivity? So this is what Nick Epley and his colleagues have looked at. Nick has an awesome book called Mindwise about kind of how we go wrong predicting other people's minds. And he did a very fun intervention with folks who were on public transit and just had them try to increase social connection with strangers. So the experiment is you're about to hop on the train to go to work. He says, do you want to be in a study? You say yes, and he says, great. You are plopped into one of three conditions. You're either in the connection condition, which is like, I'm gonna pay you like small amount of money. I think he gives them a banana in some conditions, like not too much, but you're in this condition where I want you to make a connection. You have to sit on this train and you have to talk and have a conversation with somebody, and you have to try to make a meaningful social connection, as long as you need to, but like you need to leave here feeling like you're connected with this person. Or he says, you're in the solitude condition. Your goal is to just like enjoy solitude. A lot of people love solitude. Just be quiet, be by yourself, and just like try to enjoy it as much as possible. Or you're in a control, which is I say, go on this train and do what you would normally do on the train. You know, maybe some people are more talkative than others. We'll just have that as a control. And the question is, what happens to their happiness over time? He also has people predict what's going to happen, because as we've seen with this miswanting, we sometimes get this wrong. But here's what people predict in this experiment 1, when you're on a train and I tell you to do that. What people predict is probably what some of you might predict, which is that the solitude condition is the best of positivity, followed by the control, and then the connection, when you have to actually talk to somebody on the train, it's going to make you feel weird. It's going to be awkward, like you're going to have to talk to that person. It's like going to suck. But what actually happens is, in fact, just the opposite. The solitude condition is the lowest one. People actually reduce their positivity from when they got on the train. People don't like that. And they get a big boost in positivity when they do the connection. That's on the train, and you might say like, well, the train, you know, it's a bunch of like intellectual people on the Amtrak, and like, you know, we'll have a great conversation, like going into the city or whatever. What about like, if you kind of ask people like what's the most like, you know, stranger-filled public transport, like on the like city bus, like you don't want to talk to people on the bus is like shorter, you don't even have that much time. Can we do the same thing there? Well, we do that in the context of what people predict. People are getting on the bus, you're like, hey, if you were in this study and I told you to connect with somebody and talk to somebody on the bus, how happy would it make you feel? And solitude condition and so on. And what you find is the same thing, maybe even a stronger effect. People think like solitude is going to be the best. It's going to be super awkward to talk with somebody on the bus. What do you actually find? Just the opposite. In fact, even the normal thing you do on the bus is pretty awful. I guess the city buses are kind of bad, but you can reduce the normal badness of city buses by trying to have a connection and connect with somebody. Again, even though we don't believe this is going to be the case, we absolutely think that it's going to be awkward and weird, but in fact, it just makes us happier. And so Epley and colleagues then went on to kind of check like what's going on. Like, well, one of the reasons people mispredict this is they think like nobody's really going to be happy if I start talking to them. People are like, working and they don't want to get interrupted and it's just going to be socially awkward. So is that really the case? What happens to the person who is talked to? Maybe this is a kind of sad effect. Maybe you talking to somebody on the bus are having an awesome time, but the person being talked to is just totally miserable and like wants to leave and it's terrible for them. And so Epley tested that too. He set people up in a kind of fake social situation where they were kind of both subjects who came in, sort of waiting in a waiting room, kind of like a dentist's office. And then he asked this effect of being talked to. And he did that in a couple conditions. Those same ones you saw before, where he tells people, you got to make a connection with this person in the waiting room, or you got to be quiet, or just do what you would normally do. The second subject has no instructions. They don't know they're in a study. But he's going to ask them later how they feel. He also did this other manipulation, which I think is cute, where he said, well, maybe there's something really weird about like being forced to talk to somebody that makes it feel better. But if you actually had a choice of whether you did it, like if you're actually going to decide to do it, it wouldn't work. So he either says, look, like this is the study, you have no choice, you just have to do it. Or he says, that's a condition, you're free to choose. You could kind of do it as much as you want. Interestingly, what he finds is like everybody does it pretty much the same level, whether they have a choice or not. But what's the effect on your happiness, both for the person who's trying to connect and for the recipient? And so here's what he does. Again, here's the same finding you saw before. That's the connection condition. We're looking at bigger bars or kind of more positivity. Both whether you freely choose it or whether you have no choice, the connection condition is better than the solitude. And in the control condition, in this case, you kind of don't change, but solitude is worse. What happens to the person who's talked to? Like they're not instructed to talk, they just kind of roll in. Is it miserable for them? No, it turns out that in the connection condition, it's better for them than their baseline. It's only in the solitude condition, and interestingly in the control condition, where people seem to feel worse. Like it is the case that the other people you talk to are gonna be happier too, even though you don't realize that. And so the upshot is that like even finding social connections, not the ones we care the most about, not these deep Yale SweetMate connections, which obviously are gonna increase happiness, even these random ones are gonna help us out more than we think. And so this is kind of a point too, is that like as you leave here, talk to the people on the street, talk to the people that are around you. It will make you and them happier than you expect. And so the final thing we'll talk about is why this is, like what's going on in the context of social connection that's making us so much happier. And what researchers are finding is that just the act of being with somebody seems to affect the normal happiness processes and evaluative processes that we have. Simply by being around other people, we're taking in information in the world in a very different way. And this is what Erica Boothby and her colleagues have studied. This is some work by Margaret Clark, who's the head of Trumbull College here and a professor in the psychology department. And she just asked if the act of being around somebody can change your very subjective experience of good and bad events in the world. And the simple event she chose is just eating some chocolate. So you're going to come into a study, and it's an awesome study. You're going to be tasting different delicious chocolates and just kind of giving your ratings of them. You also might be looking at different beautiful artwork and giving your ratings of that. And you happen to come in with another subject. So you come in and there's another subject there. You say, oh, hi, great. But it turns out that the other person is not really a subject. They're just a confederate in the study. But you don't know that. You just sit down, and you're then assigned to one of two conditions. You're going to eat this tasty chocolate, and you're either going to do it at the same time as the other person. So I pull out of a hat and I say, you guys get to go together. You're both going to do chocolate first. Or you do it at a different time. I say, subject, you're going to do chocolate first, but the other person's going to do art. So you're both doing this activity. You're both looking at something that you think is probably pleasant. But in one case, you're doing the same thing at the same time. In the other case, you're doing something different. Subjects aren't instructed to talk to each other. In fact, they're kind of doing this silently, kind of behind a barrier. They just know that somebody else is there doing the same thing. And the question is, does this affect your enjoyment of things? And here's what Boothby and colleagues find. If you measure how much people like the chocolate in the shared experience, they end up liking the chocolate more, a whole point on the chocolate liking scale. And if you ask other things like the flavorfulness of the chocolate, kind of how rich the experience is, you get the same sort of effect. Where doing it with somebody else is making these things better. This is crazy. The same exact chocolate tastes more delicious if you just happen to be in the same room as somebody who's tasting the same chocolate. You're not talking to each other. You don't have a connection. This is a stranger to you. Imagine all the richness of watching Netflix with your sweetmates, or going to the movies with your sweetmates, or going to an art show with your sweetmates, or eating the delicious Silliman dining hall food with your friends. all of a sudden just being around somebody is making these good experiences even better. And so we think that that might be kind of a mechanism of why social connection is doing all of its work. It's just making the richness of life even richer, among other sorts of things that it's doing.
Welcome, everyone. This is part of our fantastic series on the psychology of wellness, and I am excited today to be joined by one of my colleagues, a social psychologist, Nick Epley. We're going to be talking today about miswanting social connection. Just to kind of quickly introduce Dr. Epley, he is the John Templeton Keller Professor of Behavioral Science and Neubauer Faculty Fellow at the University of Chicago Booth School of Business. Nick has done super cool studies on social cognition, perspective taking, our intuitive human judgments, when those judgments go awry. And his work has been featured on way too many cool spots to tell you about. He's been in the Wall Street Journal, on CNN, Wired, and NPR. And most exciting for you guys is that he's also the author of MindWise, How We Understand What Others Think, Believe, Feel, and Want, which is a fantastic book that talks about all his awesome stuff. Nick, thank you for joining us today here in our course. And so what we really want to talk about today was your cool stuff on social perception. Throughout the course, we've been talking about all these cases where we miswant things, these cases where we really, really have intuitions that we should seek out stuff like getting a higher salary or getting a good grades, and this doesn't impact our happiness as much as we think. And then there are all these other spots where we're miswanting in the other direction, where there are these things that would actually make us happier, but that we don't have intuitions to seek them out. And so I wanted you to talk today about some of your work on social connection, one of these many domains where we're kind of missing how good this stuff would be for us. So just kind of maybe give me a quick definition of how you think about social connection, like kind of what is it and why is it so important for our species?
Social connection can be almost anything, from making eye contact with another person or smiling at another person to being in a long-term romantic relationship with somebody. And it turns out that social connection across this entire spectrum tends to be pretty darn good for people. Or another way of saying that is the absence of social connection, social isolation, tends to be pretty awful for people. And in some ways, you kind of understand that. Like everybody has heard, I presume, who's in this class, understands that say, solitary confinement in prison, for instance, probably heard that that's a pretty awful thing.
Yeah.
But what we find in our research is that people sometimes seek isolation. It seems seek solitude in places where it doesn't make them so happy. And they seem in lots of ways to underestimate the benefits that can actually come from connecting with others, including, perhaps most important, with random strangers.
Yeah, and this is one of my favorite of your papers because you've shown not just kind of big cases of social connection like in your life, but in these small daily interactions, just seeking out social connection matters. So tell us about the intervention you did on trains. What did you have people do?
So this started with really just an observation, which is one place that research often starts. So I knew a lot of the psychological literature demonstrating how important social connection was for happiness and well-being. These effects are just massive. And yet every day when I came into the office, I saw people in very close proximity to other people actively avoiding social connection. This seems like a paradox to me. I saw it on the train every single morning when I rode into my office in Hyde Park from the south side of Chicago. People would get on the train, line up along the outside window. Every day it was exactly the same drill, would line up along the outside of the window, and as they were going down the tracks and they were stopping, people would get on and line up next to them. And so you'd be sitting there cheek to jowl with another human being, perfectly delighted. They live in the same neighborhood.
Yep.
And then they would ride for 45 minutes into Chicago and treat each other like a lampshade. They would just ignore each other. And that was interesting to me as a psychologist, because it could mean one of two things. One possibility is that people are being pretty reasonable here. There's a lot of the data in psychology about the importance of social connection looks at really our connections with close others, relational partners, good friends, family members. And it may be that those connections really matter a lot, but that these connections with strangers could be just unpleasant or perhaps even negative. So that could be that people are being reasonable. The other possibility could be that people just misunderstand the importance of social connection for their own well-being. And so they've got this 45-minute period in their day, which on surveys, most people say is one of the least pleasant parts of their day, namely when they're commuting. And they they could be thinking that connecting with this person would be unpleasant, and they might actually be wrong about that.
Yep.
So how would we find that out? We do what we do, which is we run an experiment. And so we did that, and one of the train lines runs south out of Chicago. And in one of our first experiments, we recruited people for a commuter survey, and we randomly assigned them to one of 3 different conditions. So if they were interested, they came up to us. We gave them an envelope, which included a $5 Starbucks gift card, which turns out to be one of the most valuable
powerful
incentives
things to get people to do studies. Yeah.
Get people to do anything for a $5 Starbucks gift card. And inside that envelope was a questionnaire. And we told them, at the end of your ride, we want you to fill out that questionnaire, put it in the mail, and send it back to us. We then told them that on your commute today, we want you to do something. In one condition, we told them that what we want you to do is to just keep to yourself today. Just enjoy your solitude on the train ride in. That was our solitude condition.
Mm-hmm.
Another condition was our control condition. We told them just to do whatever you normally do on the ride in today, which is normally keep to yourself and sit alone, or sit by yourself at least. And the third condition, we told them to do something perhaps somewhat radical. That is, when somebody came and sat next to them, we asked them to try to form a connection. Try to get to know something about him or her, right? And then that's all we told them. So then we had them fill out the survey. Survey included a bunch of items. The first 4 were the ones that we really cared about. We asked them, how sad are you today after your commute? How happy are you? How pleasant was your commute compared to normal? So those are 3 questions. We also asked them how productive your commute was. We didn't get any differences across conditions in productivity, so I won't mention that right now. But we averaged these first 3 together, and we found something interesting. So remember, one possibility could be that connecting with a stranger kind of stinks. It's unpleasant. We actually didn't find that at all. What we found were that people in the connection condition were actually reporting the most positive experience, and people in the solitude condition were reporting the least positive experience. So just like we see over and over again in experiments, connecting with another person was pleasant. It improved your well-being, it improved your mood. So the question is, why don't people do it? Well, to test that, to study that, we have to run a second experiment to test this other possibility, which is that people might just misunderstand the consequences of social engagement. So to do that, we ran a second experiment where we told people about our experiment and each of the conditions and asked them to predict how they would feel if they were in each of these different conditions. This doesn't measure actual experience, of course. This measures people's expectations about how they would feel. And what did they expect? They expected that they would be the happiest in the solitude condition. That they'd be the least happy in the connection condition. So not only were their expectations miscalibrated, they were precisely backwards from what we saw when we ran people through those actual conditions. We've replicated this in lots of other places too, on cabs, leaving Midway Airport here in Chicago, on buses downtown, in a waiting room that we created in downtown Chicago. Connecting with strangers turns out to be surprisingly pleasant.
That's great. And I love that you included the productivity condition, because like when I run the experiment in my head, or when I think about how I interact with people on a train or a plane, I'm thinking, oh, I got to get this grant done, I got to do this other stuff. But what you're finding is that people don't feel like they're any less productive when they spend time talking to a person.
They did predict that they would be less productive. So we did see differences in predictions on productivity. They thought they would be less productive in the connection condition than in the solitude condition. But it turned out there was no differences. Now, to be fair, we don't quite know how to interpret that result. So one possibility could be that people don't get anything done on the train
at all anyway. Right.
And so you have all these plans to do all these things. It turns out you end up fiddling with your phone or really kind of wasting time. So that's one possibility. The other possibility, though, is that people may just reconstrue what it means to be productive. So if you sit down next to me on the train and I've got an important paper to write or something else to do, if we have a conversation that turns out to be really interesting, well, now that's been productive on the train, right? And so, we don't know exactly what's going on there, but we certainly didn't get what people expected in terms of productivity either.
And that gets to another thing that people are kind of mispredicting specifically. They're mispredicting their own affect afterwards, but they also seem to be mispredicting the other person's affect, right? Because that's another reason I don't talk to people. Sometimes I think this person's going to think I'm annoying, or this person will think I'm weird. Or
Absolutely. In fact, and that's the very mistake that we find leads people not to talk. So what we did in some other experiments, we tried to understand why is it that people think this will be unpleasant. It turns out if you ask them to imagine having the conversation, actually getting it started and getting going, they think it'll be pretty positive. They don't actually think it'll be negative. But what they think is that other people don't want to talk to them.
Yeah.
Right? So you sit down next to somebody who whips out their tool of disengagement and is fiddling around on their phone or their iPad or whatever, and you look at them and you infer, well, I guess they don't want to talk to me. Of course, you're doing the same thing. And so what we find is that people tend to systematically think that other people are less interested in talking to them than they are in talking to other people. And if you don't think another person would be interested, then you'd think it would be unpleasant. As far as we can tell, people are just wrong about that.
And so I could see a couple of reasons why we have this misprediction, right? One is that we maybe more than ever have data that other people don't want to talk to us because other people are engaging on these devices and doing this stuff. Another is just we're just off about how important social connection is broadly. Just our minds just don't pick up on it. Do you have a sense of what's going on there?
I think it's probably the latter. So I think it's been true for a very long time that people haven't connected very openly with strangers. And if anything in modern life, we're probably connecting more with strangers than ever before, at least in the long arc of human history. So Stanley Milgram of the obedience experiment fame, after he ran those experiments, got interested in some of these paradoxes of urban life. So why is it, for instance, that people in large urban centers often report feeling more lonely than people in rural environments? And he reported exactly the same norms on the trains in New York City as we find on the trains here in Chicago today. So I don't really think that there's something new about modern technology that's creating this disconnect. I think people really dramatically underestimate how important connection is, or perhaps underestimate how painful isolation can sometimes be. So consider another study by Danny Kahneman and Agnes Deaton, two psychologists and sociologists at Princeton. They did an analysis of about 500,000 people surveyed by Gallup, which looks at the effects of a bunch of different variables, factors, on happiness and well-being. One is money, for instance. And so what they did was they calculated in their data set, what's the effect of a 4-fold increase in wealth, in income rather, not wealth, but income, on your happiness. This is going from the bottom quartile to the top quartile in their income measure. And they compared that against a bunch of other different variables that could also be correlated with happiness. One of them was, did you report feeling alone yesterday? The effect of that alone question, the effect of feeling alone on happiness, was 7 times bigger than a 4-fold increase in income. It's crushing. I mean, it's a huge effect. And I think people just dramatically underestimate that. And so they miss like simple opportunities to feel happier. So consider another experiment we just ran, super simple study that we ran at a lab we have here in the Museum of Science and Industry, which is just over there from my office here in Chicago. We had people walk around a big waiting room. There's a huge lobby in the MSI here in Chicago. We had them assess how friendly people were at the museum today. We randomly assigned them to one of 2 conditions. In one condition, we asked them to assess how friendly people were by walking around, and when people are about 10 feet away, make eye contact with them, and when they're 5 feet away, smile at them. As we asked them to walk around and just be kind of friendly. Didn't ask them to talk, just minimal social connection, just be nice to other people.
And did they want to do that? Were they kind of weirded out in the same way that when you ask people to talk on the train, they're kind of like, I don't know.
I suspect they were a little bit. We didn't measure it, so I can't say qualitatively. I suspect they were. Because people don't naturally do that.
Right.
People don't, and well, you'll hear the results in a minute. And then you can ask yourself, why don't people do this? The other condition, we asked them to go around and assess how friendly people were, but just by watching. So you just watch other people. So in one condition, we've got people making eye contact and smiling, being friendly. The other condition, we've just got people watching, just observing. When they come back to us, we ask them, how friendly were people at the museum today? And what do you think people said? Well, in the condition where they were smiling and making eye contact, they said people at the museum were friendlier than people in the other condition did. Now, it's obvious why, right? They are being friendly because you were friendly.
Right.
Other people will smile back at you, even if they're not smiling at you to begin with. The more interesting thing was we asked people what their mood was, and from positive to negative. And we found that people who were making eye contact and smiling in that condition were dramatically in a better mood than people in the control condition.
That's great, yeah.
And so, I mean, this is a trivial thing, but it turns out being social, being nice, even at just a very minimal level, makes you feel happier. So it's not even once people are on the train, just on my walk to the train, for
Yeah.
instance, I can take those few minutes and make myself feel better just by being nicer to other people.
And so have you done that? So this is a topic that comes up in the course, is that we talk about these intentional actions that people can take to put this research into practice, right? Are you doing that?
Well, let me tell you a few things that I've done. So one thing I've done is I've gotten rid of my smartphone. So I just
Whoa.
carry a stupid
My
phone.
students, when they hear this, will say, "What? What's going on?"
Let's see if I'm not even sure I have it today. I usually don't carry it, but no, I don't have it. I have a stupid phone. It just makes calls.
Wow.
So if I want to talk to people,
It's amazing you can even buy one of those nowadays. But yeah,
You can. You go to Target. There it is. It's off in the corner. My kids are horribly embarrassed by this, but I felt that. So I do have an iPad.
Yeah.
So if I really want to do something, I can. But it's not right there in front of me.
Yeah.
I can be more attentive to people who are around. Second thing I do is I have become more social, I would say, in lots of ways. I'm much more willing to just talk to people. Just find everybody's got an interesting story to tell you. Everybody has something interesting in their lives.
yeah,
You just need to ask them what it is. The other thing that I've done is I know, for instance, we also have a bunch of studies on the surprising benefits of expressing gratitude. Turns out that people underestimate the importance of gratitude on other people. So when I write you a gratitude letter, you're happier than I expect. And so this just right behind me, I have a bunch of letters just laying around so that it's easy for me to write these. And so, yeah, I've done a bunch of these things, and they do make a difference. And I think it's important though to realize what kind of difference they make. They make a difference in the moment. There's an important thing I think to understand about happiness and what you get from social connection. People often think about happiness like height, like it's a permanent thing that, once if I do X, Y, or Z, then I'll be happier and I'll always stay that way. Little like, if I do something to get taller, I'll always be taller. But that's not what happiness is a mood state. It tells you you're kind of doing the right thing at this moment. Being connected to others in a positive way throughout human history has been a good thing for us. It makes sense that we get that positive signal, but it's a mood, and moods don't last. If you watch a good movie, you're not happy for the rest of your life. You're happy for a little while.
Right.
And so I think the way to think about these things and about happiness more generally, it's like a leaky tire. You just kind of got to keep pumping air into it to keep it inflated. So I try just in these little moments to do that. So yeah, this line of work without question is something that's led me to live my life differently.
That's awesome. And as you think about kind of structures that we can put in place in institutions and in our daily lives and, in academics, are there ways that we can enhance social connection throughout these structures? In a class, I talk about this essay from a former Yale student who passed away. She has this essay on the opposite of loneliness. And she says that one of the things that's amazing about college is that she experiences this concept that she has, which is the opposite of loneliness. She says we don't have a word for it, but it's just kind of like feeling like people are around and you can talk to them in the dining halls and these kinds of things.
Exactly, right.
And she talks about kind of promoting whatever we're going to call that word in society. And any ideas from your research about how to do that better? Should we have like forced chat, not quiet cars, but like the opposite of cars on trains,
Well,
which is like the talking cars and things?
The funny thing was when I was doing this work, I relayed our experiments to the folks who work on the trains here in Chicago. And this is the Metro in Chicago. And the woman I was talking with was just a delightful person. She was fantastic. When I told her about the results of our experiment, she said, "Oh, Nick, I totally believe this. I totally understand this. Totally consistent with my experience. But you're not going to believe what we're going to do." So, what are you going to do? Well, she said, "We're about to roll out a policy." I said, "Okay, what's the policy?" She said, "We're going to start putting quiet cars on all of our train lines." I said, "Well, why are you doing that?" And she said, "Well, because we asked people what they wanted, and this is what they said they wanted." I said, "Really? Yeah, that's what our people said too. but turns out they were just wrong. And I asked her, have you ever tried the opposite? Have you ever had like a chatty car where people get together and they just, talk with each other to just kind of unwind at the end of the day or something? She said, no, we've never had anything like that, but we did have something that was sort of similar, which were the bar cars that go out, went way out to the northwest suburbs in Chicago. And I said, well, do you have those anymore? She said, no. Why don't you have them? I asked. And she said, well, they were becoming something of a safety issue. I said, really? She said, yes, they were too crowded.
No.
So look, I think there are lots of different kinds of interventions like this that you can do. Some are small scale things. I really do think in this case that knowledge has power to it. That seeing these data, I think as soon as you think about it a little more carefully, you recognize the importance of this. So I think there's certainly knowledge is power in this case, but I also do think that there are other interventions that you could do. So one of the things, for instance, that we find is really important for a sense of social connection with another person is voice. So I don't think that these devices are necessarily awful, but it's not a technology that's necessarily tailored to creating a sense of social connection with others. Adding voice, I think, would be helpful. There are other places, psychologists and sociologists used to talk about human capital in neighborhoods, about the importance of building structures like playgrounds and things that would bring people together. Those are the other ways that you can do it, is by taking that kind of macro level approach. But I don't have as yet a magical way to make people feel more connected to each other.
But it's nice to know that when you think about doing it in your own life, you can just do it. Like, you can just talk to people. It's not, you don't need like huge structures to do that, which is kind of cool.
So, I mean, we also have adopted a few children. So we've adopted 2 children from Ethiopia, and we're in the process of adopting another from China right now. And, part of the reason for that made me feel more willing to do this was just knowing about how powerful these connections are on our own well-being. So it didn't feel ever like we were sacrificing in any way here. Our kids have enriched our lives so powerfully and so meaningfully. Once you understand the importance of social connection for happiness and well-being, I think there are lots of ways in which you can think about ways in your own life that you can connect with people more effectively and in deeper ways. Doesn't necessarily mean you have to increase the size of your family, but maybe it would.
Or give up your smartphone. Although maybe for our students.
Or give up your smartphone.
That would be
something extreme as that. That's right.
Well, this was fantastic. Thank you so much, Dr. Epley. And again, for folks who are taking the course, do check out Nick's book, Mindwise: How We Understand What Others Think, Believe, and Feel and Want. Thanks, Nick, so much.
Yeah, happy to.
And so when we think of affluence, we often think, as we're wont to because of our obsession with salaries and good jobs and this stuff, of monetary affluence. So if you Google affluence, just the word affluence, this is what you get in Google image search. It's all images of people who are rich, like the one in the middle, all the way on the left. I think that's a golden hamburger. I don't know why that's what people associate with affluence, but that's what you get. But you get this idea that being rich, in some sense, is being rich with money. But psychologists talk about a second kind of affluence, one that's often at odds with this sort of wealth affluence, and that's the idea of time affluence. The idea that you just have time to do the stuff that you want. You don't ever feel like you're strapped for time. Sometimes you have time to just do nothing and just enjoy, for example, a beautiful day in New Haven. And so there's this question about whether or not we should be investing in time affluence. We don't have the sense that we should. In fact, this is why you guys are always scheduled way, way, way more than you'd like to be. But is it the case that investing in time affluence could actually make us happier than we think? And so researchers have looked at this. Are we kind of chasing money or chasing time? And Willens et al. Did a kind of cool study of this. They just presented people with 2 example people. So Tina at the top, she values her time more than money. She's willing to sacrifice money to have more free time. She'd rather work fewer hours, make less money, so that she could have some time off. And then we have the opposite, Maggie. She values her money more than her time. She's willing to sacrifice lots of time to get more money. She would totally work more hours to make more money rather than have time off. And the subjects were just asked, who are you more like, in a whole series of questions, and then later, kind of how happy are you? And what you find, as you might expect, since I'm telling you guys this, is that people that prioritize time over money, people that say they're more like Tina, are happier on average than the folks who end up prioritizing money over time. You can see this in another context, and Hirschfeld et al. Did a similar study on this. They actually were really interested in the reasons that people value time over money. Like maybe the actual reasons might give a hint as to why folks who value time are better off. And so they had people first say whether they valued time over money, and then to kind of go through and sort of look at why that was. And so you can see that both folks who value time and money kind of have often similar reasons. So you either don't have enough time or money, or you're sort of focused on your needs or what you'd like, you're focused on yourself or focused on others, and for each thing, kind of valuing time or valuing money, you could focus on different things. So they kind of collapsed across all those and said, okay, if you kind of look at ignoring the reasons or kind of controlling for the reasons that people think that, what happens in terms of people's happiness when they value time over money? And so they looked at people's happiness levels after people did the survey, and what you find is, first, as you might expect, more people in their survey actually value time over money. In fact, it's about 70% 30, so over 2/3 of people value money over time. But if you look at who's happier, what you find is that in general, those who are valuing time are overall happier than those who value money. And this is on, I think, a 5-point scale, so that's actually a pretty big difference. So again, what we're finding is prioritizing getting extra time and doing less stuff but having more time is better than the happiness associated with money. But then that raises a question of why. You know, why are we thinking, why do we feel like having extra time is the kind of thing that can make us happy? And that's what Mulginer and colleagues looked at. They tried to see, what do you do when you have extra time? Or what do you do when you're focused on having extra time versus having extra money? And they did this little cute study where they found people entering a cafe, and they said, do you want to be part of a study? And the folks said yes. And then they primed them to either think about valuing time or valuing money using one of these cute techniques that psychologists use, which is that they had people do this little puzzle where they had to unscramble a bunch of words, and those words were either about making lots of money or those words were about like having lots of time. And so it's just a cute way to kind of prime people to be thinking about having more time or having more money. Then they had folks go in the coffee shop and they measured, kind of secretly watched how they spent their time, what were they doing while they were in the coffee shop, and then as folks left, they asked their happiness levels. And so here's what they find when they looked at two categories that people could spend their time in the cafe, whether they were socializing or whether they were working. And what you find is kind of the effect of maybe why time affluence is making us so much happier, which is that when people kind of unscrambled the words about time, they spent almost twice as much time at the cafe socializing as when they spent their time unscrambling words about money. And you see just the opposite pattern for when you look at who's working. If I get you to think about making lots of money, you end up spending all your time at the cafe working, whereas if I get you to think about time, you don't bother to work at all. You kind of use your time affluence to talk to people and socialize. You're basically making these social connections, maybe even having some kindness in there, like all this other stuff that we think promotes happiness. They then, of course, ask people as folks left whether or not you're happier, as you're guessing that these folks who are thinking about time or having more social connections, probably it might make them happier. And that's actually just what they found. If you look at people's happiness ratings on 1 to 5, in some control condition where you just unscrambled random words, you're at a happiness level of about 3.5. In the money condition where you're thinking about making money, you don't get any happier than if you just unscrambled random words. But in the time condition, you're almost a 0.5 point happier on this 5-point scale, just by kind of thinking about your time as being rich and open, or just sort of focusing on it, it makes you a little bit happier. And so the upshot is that thinking about time and sort of investing in time affluence is going to make you happier, at least in part, because it's going to make you more social. It's going to make you realize that what you want to be doing with your time isn't doing all the stuff you need to do to earn money. It's just like doing fun things and interacting with others. And so that is time affluence. And you might think it's like, well, it's a thing I can want, but I'll, stick it in after all this other stuff that I do. But this is the sad thing about time affluence, is that you can only have a lot of it if you sort of are worried about the opportunity cost of it. By focusing on things like grades and all the accolades you have to get a good job and finding the perfect partner and all those things, you're taking away from the free time that you have, that if you just have it, you can kind of feel open to do lots of things, and you'll naturally sort of fill it with social connections. So think about all the times that you could have more time that you choose not to. Not this lecture, of course. This is a good thing to be at. But other than that, what are the things you could do? The next one, which is interesting, and I think one that really can help a ton if you put in the right effortful control, is valuing what I'm going to call mind control. And by this, I don't mean the kind of cartoon sci-fi mind control where you're kind of controlling other people's mind. I actually mean controlling your own mind and stopping it from being all over the place all of the time. One of the sad things about modern life, and one of the sad things about being a human, is that we have minds that tend not to stick on the tasks that we want them to stay on. We have minds that are all over the place all of the time. And psychologists have a very cute term for this. They call this mind wandering, which, as you can guess, is a phenomenon in which you're shifting the contents of your thought away from whatever task you have ongoing and from events in the external environment, so the things in your here and now, to other self-generated thoughts and feelings, often things that are not in the here and now. Some of you are nodding, so I'm sure you're familiar with this concept of mind wandering. Here's a wonderful representation of it. You're supposed to be concentrating on your task, and your mind is all over the place, ruminating about something in the past, thinking about dinner tonight, thinking about what somebody thought of you at the party. Like, it's just kind of all over the place. One question, though, is how all over the place is it? Like, is this really as bad a phenomena as we think? And this is what Killingsworth and Gilbert looked at. And what they found is that if you do experience sampling and you kind of page people and ask them where their minds are, our minds are not with us most of the time. In fact, about 46.9% of the time, just under half the time, we are not thinking about things in the here and now. We are not thinking about what we're supposed to be focused on. We're kind of out there wandering around. So this is a pretty pervasive problem. But is it the kind of problem that is like the kind of thing we can understand, right? Why do we have minds that are kind of all over the place? Why do they wander around so much? And this is a spot where I get to introduce a teensy-weensy bit of neuroscience into this course, because it turns out there's a very cool neuroscience story for why our minds are all over the place. And it has to do with a certain feature of our brain and how our brain uses energy. So as you guys probably all know, our brain has different parts that tend to focus on different things. There are parts of our brain that focus on recognizing faces. There are parts of our brains that we use more when we're speaking and using language. Different parts of the brain kind of kick in when we're doing particular tasks. But there's also a set of parts of the brain, a network in the brain, that seems to be on all the time when we're not really focused on anything, when we're off mind wandering. And that's a set of regions that folks have referred to as the default network. It's the default network in part because it's the network of brain regions that kicks in by default whenever we're not doing a task, whenever we're doing something else. It turns out it also has some interesting energetic properties where it might be more efficient to run this network of the brain than all of the other networks of the brain that are focused on a task, which is why we might default to it as much as we do. But researchers discovered this in a funny way. Usually researchers are doing these kinds of functional neuroimaging tasks where they're looking at some other cognitive function that we do, say recognizing faces or language or so on. And they put you in the scanner and they say, okay, focus on faces, and the face part of your brain lights up, where they say, listen to these words, and the word recognition part of your brain lights up. But as soon as you stop doing that task, it's not like your brain just goes dark. A whole set of energetic regions turn on and start chugging along, and they start chugging along in this default network set of regions. And these are what neuroscientists originally referred to as task unresponsive regions. They're responsive whenever you're not doing a task, which is kind of weird. And if you look at what that network looks like, here's a kind of picture of the different regions that are involved. As we said, it's not just one spot, but it's a network of a couple different areas that kick in whenever you stop doing a task. And the funny thing is that what we're realizing is that this network has a couple of strange features that get folks really interested in it. So one of the strange features of this default network, this default mode network, is that it seems to be a set of regions that are really fast. They can come on within a fraction of a second when you stop doing a task. So you're doing a task, you look at faces, great, you recognize that face, and within a fraction of a second, these other regions are taking you to somewhere else. They're kind of mind wandering you around. So we don't have like a lot of like time on the task. As soon as we stop, we're thinking about something else. The other thing is that this set of regions is doing something very particular. These are the regions of the brain that help us do a different set of tasks, namely think outside the here and now. They get us out of our own reality experience and let us think about something else. And researchers know this just in cases where they're making folks do a task that is about thinking outside the here and now. So if I were to put you in one of these fMRI scanners and I said to you, hey, think about these events in the past, this is what your brain map would look like. It looks exactly like the same regions that you use when you're just kind of thinking in default. Why? Because half the time at the moment some task ends, you start thinking about the past. You're ruminating about all kinds of things. If I were to put you in a scanner and have you think about the future, this is what it would look like. Again, almost exactly the same regions. Why? It's because when you're mind wandering, your brain's on default, you're thinking about the future, thinking about dinner tonight, thinking about what you're going to do when you're not here. Same thing happens if I were to stick you in the scanner and have you think about other people, ruminate about what somebody else was thinking about you at the party. You'd get, again, the same similar set of regions. All this goes to say that what this default network seems to be doing is all the kinds of things that our minds do when we get out of the here and now. When we think about the past, something that happened before, think about the future, something that's going to happen later, or think about what somebody else is thinking. It's basically all the sets of things we do when we are not in the here and now. And so the neat thing about the default network is, in some sense, it's kind of cool that we have it. And in fact, we could do a whole separate course on the fact that this default mode network might actually be unique, because we're actually one of the only species that can think from other perspectives or think about our future and think about our past. And so in that sense, this fact that we mind wander using this network is sort of a kind of cool cognitive achievement, right? We can be proud that we're like the only species that gets out of our own heads. But the problem is that it doesn't seem like it's good all the time to be doing this, because there's this interesting question about whether or not all this mind wandering we do, all this activation of the default network, whether that's really making us feel as good as we think. And so this is what Killingsworth and Gilbert studied when they kind of came up with that percentage of how often we mind wander. They did this neat thing where they had this experience sampling survey. So they ping people every once in a while and ask what's going on in your thoughts with a huge, huge sample of people. And they would ping people and ask, okay, what are you doing? So they could get a sense of what tasks they were focused on. And they say, well, are you actually thinking about what you're currently doing? Like yes or no. And they ask a few other questions, including the relevant one, which is, are you happy? And so what they find when they do this is the factoid that I told you before, which is that people are mind wandering a lot. Around half the time you're mind wandering or doing some task where you're supposed to be focused, but you're not. And interestingly, we seem to be mind wandering in lots and lots of different events where we're supposed to be focused. In fact, apparently we mind wander 30% of time in most events. In fact, the only event in which we don't mind wander, according to their survey, is during sex, which I think might be one of the reasons people enjoy sex so much, is that you're actually in the moment, interestingly enough, little tidbit. But in addition, what they found is that mind wandering, as they predicted, had a pretty negative impact on happiness, such that you're less happy in most of the domains in which you are mind wandering. And so here's this cool graph that they came up with. They plot happiness on the bottom going across in terms of all kinds of different activities. And here's what people report, and the size of the dot is how often people report doing these things. And you can see people are doing all kinds of stuff. In general, people are, happy in different moments. Having sex is really high on the happiness scale, but in general, people are above the mean in happiness for most things. And here's what happens if you kind of average all these times when people are doing that stuff, that they're not mind wandering. That's their happiness score. But if you kind of factor in whether or not people are mind wandering, all of a sudden you see something really interesting, which is that if people are mind wandering and they report mind wandering to a pleasant thing, so you're thinking about your vacation or you're thinking about that nice looking person at the party who talked to you, that's pleasant and that's about keeping you as happy as when you're not mind wandering. But all other aspects of mind wandering, neutral mind wandering, what's going to be at dinner tonight, or unpleasant mind wandering, why did I do so badly on that quiz this week? All of that kind of stuff is making you less happy. On average, the mind wandering part of our day is sort of plunking us into the more unhappy part. And this is what Dan Gilbert, who is the co-author on that paper, kind of how he sums up this sort of problem of mind wandering. He says, the ability to think about what is not happening is a cognitive achievement. It's pretty cool. We might be one of the only species that does it, but it comes at an emotional cost. A wandering mind, in some sense, is an unhappy mind. So then that leads to the question, what can we do to stop our minds from wandering? It's like a curse of our species that we can do this. Is there any way to shut this off? And note that this is going to be tricky, in part because the default mode of our brain is probably going to be wandering around. So how do we get it to stop doing it? Well, there's a whole host of techniques involved in the practice of meditation that seems to help out with this. And so for those that don't know, what is meditation? Well, kind of a little bit hard to define because it's a whole host of different practices. But for the purpose of this lecture, we'll define it as the practice of turning your attention away from distracting thoughts, so in some sense away from mind wandering, towards a single point of reference or focus. You can think about the breath, you can think about bodily sensations, you can think about compassion, a specific thought, all kinds of things. But the point is that you're stopping your mind from wandering around to all this stuff out of the here and now and focusing it on one thing. The question is, does the act of doing this actually make us happier? And can it shut off activation in this default mode that our brain is usually in? And this is what Hedy Kober, who's a professor here at Yale, has been studying. She's actually the professor that teaches the Drugs, Brain, and Behavior course. And she's also really interested in the extent to which meditation can actually help us feel happier and be healthier. And so she did this lovely study to try to see if the act of meditating can change the normal default pattern of the way the brains fire. In other words, you stop mind wandering if you're good at meditating. And so to test this, she brought in expert meditators who are defined as having 10,000 plus hours of meditation done versus healthy controls. And then they were asked within this fMRI scanner, while they're measuring brain activation, to do one of 3 different kinds of meditations. Either what's called a loving kindness meditation. I have you sit there and think about the fact that you care about someone and you want them to be happy and healthy. So I'll think Raven, like, may she be happy, may she be healthy. I have like loving kindness towards Raven or loving kindness towards myself. That's one type of meditation. You could have someone concentrate on your breath. So I'm just focusing on breathing in and watching my breath over time. Or what Hedy would refer to as choiceless awareness, which is kind of a meditation where you just note the thoughts that come into your brain non-judgmentally and you kind of keep track of where they are. So just noting the sensations around you and trying to focus on the external environment. And so after all of these, she then had those folks in the scanner doing those meditations, and then she tested what happened to their default network activation. Did folks who are meditating show less default network activation while they were meditating? And so here's what she found. Here's like a little quick glimpse of the brain. And Hedy and colleagues are looking at 2 regions in the brain that are part of the default network. They kind of scroll in on 2 different parts. And the question is, are these areas less active in meditators when they're meditating than normal controls? And when she looks at the change in signal when meditators are meditating, what she finds is that in this first region in the prefrontal cortex and this other region in the cingulate, meditators are using those regions less when they're meditating than normal folks. So they're sort of shutting off this default network that's going off into the world. They're actually focused in on the present. But she found something even cooler about the default network in folks who are expert meditators versus not. And that has to do not just with whether or not the default network is on, but whether or not other regions of the brain are coming in to kind of shut up the default network, whether other regions are more connected when you're actually doing meditation. And what she finds if you look at the connections, comparing meditators with controls, is that meditators end up having, while they're meditating, more connections with other parts of the brain. There's more connectivity there, suggesting that other regions are coming in and saying, no, shut up, default network, pay attention to me, and kind of thinking more about the here and now. The super amazing thing is that happened not just when folks were in the scanner and they were meditating. It also happened outside of meditation, even during baseline, suggesting that the effects of meditation go beyond just the moment where somebody's actually meditating. It's actually changing your default pattern throughout the day so you can kind of be more focused on the present and in the here and now all the time. And so the cool thing is it suggests that meditation practice can curb mind wandering in a very cool way. It basically stops this default mode of being out of the present, both when you're meditating and, importantly, even during your daily life when you're not actually in the middle of practicing. And the prediction is that if it's the case that mind wandering makes us unhappy, then maybe the active meditation practice can make us happier because it stops mind wandering. Is that really the case? Well, that's what Fredrickson and colleagues looked at, just plotting people's positive emotion across a meditation intervention. These are folks who were asked to do a loving kindness meditation for a small amount of time across 8 weeks. And then here's what happens to plotted positive emotion over that time. Basically, what you see is controls are just kind of flat, whereas meditators kind of inch up and then continue to stay up, such that they're having positive emotion over time. Again, this is not during meditation. This is just being a person who meditates over time. 8 weeks on, you're getting this little positive emotion boost, which is really cool. And so it does seem like meditation practice can make us happier, maybe via shutting off this default mode of mind wandering all the time. But it's worth noting that meditation turns out to be this kind of cool panacea to help us in all these other sorts of ways as well. One of those sorts of ways is, amazingly, meditation seems to be building in brain tissue and kind of strengthening our brains over time. And so this is what a group of researchers at Harvard looked at. They actually studied the size of your gray matter before and after an 8-week meditation course and sort of a mindfulness-based stress reduction course. And this was 8 weeks, but it was pretty chill in terms of meditation. On average, people are meditating about half hour a day across 8 weeks. And here's the amazing thing they find, which is that if you look at changes in gray matter content in regions of the default network and other parts of the cortex, what you find is you get big boosts in those who did a mindfulness-based stress reduction program. You're actually increasing the size of your gray matter in these regions, and then in regions in other parts of the brain, like the cerebellum, involved in motor coordination and so on. You're like literally changing and strengthening your brain by doing this meditation. And again, not very much, a half-hour a day for 8 weeks, right? Imagine building that much muscle that quickly for a half-hour a day for 8 weeks in terms of exercising your body. You also get sort of big boosts in terms of cognitive performance on things that some of you guys think should matter but don't, but bracket that, like things like the GREs and so on. And that's what other researchers looked at, trying to see whether or not meditation could affect GRE performance. And in this study, they had people do 4 45-minute classes for 2 weeks, learning about meditation and so on. And then folks had to do 10 to 20 minutes of mindfulness exercises outside the classroom. The control group did the same sort of classes, but they learned about nutrition strategies, and they were supposed to increase their nutrition throughout the week. And so here's what they find when they look at performance and accuracy on terms of the GRE. What you find is that in the nutrition case, there's no change from pre to post test, but you get a relatively huge boost in the concept of when you're doing a mindfulness-based practice. In other words, as you're doing more meditation, you're boosting your GRE performance. Again, grades shouldn't really matter, but those of you who want to get into grad school, this could be a little bit of a help for you. Finally, there's lots of evidence, new evidence, suggesting that meditation can actually help you increase the things that we also see can increase happiness, things like social connection and kindness and so on. And that's what a group of researchers at Stanford looked at. They had people do a loving kindness meditation and tried to see whether it increased social closeness. And they did that by giving people photos of strangers that they didn't know. And they said, how socially close do you feel to these strangers? Just look at this picture and see how close you might like to be to these people. They also did this cute implicit liking measure where they had people make judgments about those folks using different adjectives that were positive or negative. And they could look at the speed that people judge things. So if I really press very quickly to say you're a nice person, I'm kind of socially close to you. But if instead I press really quickly to be like, it seems like you're mean, then that means I'm like kind of implicitly really don't like you. And so then folks did this loving kindness meditation for one of those 3 different strangers. And then they looked at folks testing both before and after folks did this. And so here's what they find on these differences in social closeness numbers. So this is a difference from pre to post. So bigger numbers mean more social closeness. When you do a loving kindness meditation, you boost up your social closeness measure by a whole point over controls. And in fact, it works not just for the person you lovingly, kindly meditate about. So if I'm like, oh, Raven, I want her to be happy and so on, but what happens to my loving kindness towards Darwin or towards Gabriella? What you find is even meditating on one target increases your loving kindness and your social closeness for other targets too. So you don't have to kind of do a loving kindness meditation for everybody, just doing it for one person can kind of increase your social closeness more broadly. And they found the same sorts of patterns on this implicit liking measure, even bigger patterns. You kind of get a big boost in your speed for saying nice things about the target relative to controls, and still you see a pretty big boost even for those non-targets too. All this goes to say that these kinds of meditations can be increasing the stuff that we already think can make us happy, namely increasing social connections and social closeness. So all that goes to say that finding time to put the effortful practices in to increase mind control can make you happy via kind of shutting off your mind wandering, but can make you happy via all these other positive benefits as well. And so if you had to pick one effortful practice to add into your daily life, meditation is a pretty good thing to do. The final one is 2 sets of things I think you should be doing, but they both fall under the guideline of we should be seeking out not good grades and not a big salary, but we should be seeking out healthier practices. And this is the point where I get to be like a terrible salesman in the course, where I could pretend I have like a happy pill, like the panacea pill to just make you happier over time. And it has all these cheesy things that you'd see on infomercials. It will make you happier. It'll give you better grades, even though you're not supposed to care about that, but it will. It will make you look better, even though you're not supposed to care about your looks, but it will do that for you too. It will also have no side effects, and it's legal. It's not like some sketchy drug, and it's even free. Like, what could this horrible, like, wonderful thing be? Well, it turns out that it is 2 things that are completely available to you all the time, but we forget the importance of. And the first one of these is just simply exercise. It sounds really cheesy. You think you want a huge salary, but really simple increases in your physical activity all the time can have huge, huge psychological benefits. even huger benefits than the other mechanisms we have for boosting happiness chemically. And so this is what Babiak and colleagues looked at. They tried to see whether or not they could use an exercise intervention to really increase happiness in a population that was really suffering from happiness deficits, namely people with major depression. And so they assigned people to one of 3 conditions for 6 weeks. Either exercise, which meant you just 3 times a week did 30 minutes of your own choice of exercise, or a medicine condition. They gave you the antidepressant Zoloft, or they did both, where they kind of combined both of these together. And the question is, when you come back after 16 weeks, can I look 10 weeks after those 16 weeks at your relapse rate, and are you still suffering from depression? Have you relapsed, or are you happy? And here's what they find. It's pretty incredible data. So if you look at the percentage of people who are fully recovered, you get a certain number in the medicine condition, maybe just over half are recovered. But if you look in the exercise condition, about 90% of the people 10 weeks on are actually recovered from this. Oddly enough, it's actually even better than the condition where I'm giving you Zoloft and exercise. But the point is that just exercising 3 times a week for 30 minutes a day can give you as much happiness bang for your buck as taking an SSRI or taking something like Zoloft. Pretty cool. In addition, we know that exercise can boost not just our mental health well-being, but also our brain function and our cognitive function with it. And Hillman and colleagues have this wonderful review where they go through all this different evidence that exercise actually helps cognitive function. Again, you guys shouldn't worry about grades, but if you're worried about learning outcomes, which is what you should be worried about, then adding in exercise can help you with that too. And they show this in a couple domains. One is a domain of looking at physical performance measured in physical fitness scores and cognitive achievements among kids. So this is like elementary school kids. And if you look at correlations between these, what you find is that both in terms of reading achievement and mathematic achievement, there's a correlation with physical fitness scores. So the higher your aerobic activity, the more likely you're going to be cognitively achieving in these domains. Again, it's a correlation, but it suggests this connection between physical health and physical fitness and cognitive achievements. And we see this at the other end of the developmental spectrum too. So if you're looking at the connection between fitness and cognitive performance in older adults across a bunch of tasks, what you find is generally the same pattern. So if you look at the size of the effect in cognitive performance across older adults who are kind of deemed exercise worthy, who are kind of exercising more than controls, what you find is that across a bunch of different cognitive tasks, from executive function to spatial reasoning to even response speed, those who are exercising more are actually doing better. So if you want to stay cognitively with it into old age, you should start not doing more cognitive kind of exercises, but just get to the gym and do some physical exercises. And so all of this is the kind of happy pill panacea. Like, it's going to make you look better and be happier. It's going to increase your grades, and it's totally free, and you can just do it. And so adding these healthy practices of exercise in can actually help you a lot. The final one is an especially important one around this time of year of midterms. Same happy pill panacea. It will make you look better. It will improve your grades. It will improve all this stuff. And it's totally free. What is it? It is sleep. Yes, this thing, you might have forgotten what sleep looks like, undergraduate students, but this is what it is. It is not this of you at Bass Library looking sad, right? It's this. But again, we all kind of like know sort of the benefits of sleep, but so many of you, I bet I won't survey to ask how many hours of sleep that you're getting in this midterm season, but in an effort to kind of study for things or get good grades, all this stuff, you end up not prioritizing in your sleep, but you do it to your own deficit. Because it turns out that actually making sure you get sleep can help you both in terms of being happy, which is what you want all good grades and all that stuff to do, but also it can help you in terms of actually getting good grades and actually having those learning outcomes that you should be prioritizing. And so how do we know this? Well, from lots of studies, but I'll just tell you about one of them. So Dinges and colleagues actually looked at this. They tested subjects' mood during normal sleep, which they defined as having about 7 hours of sleep per night. And then they did an intervention where they deprived people of sleep. So now they're in deprived sleep 4 point. You guys are laughing because some of you don't think of deprived sleep at 5 hours a night, but it is very deprived. Watch these effects. This is terrible. But they deprived people of sleep and then gave them sleep again at the end. And they tested if subjects reported different mood effects. They also looked at whether or not they experienced physical or emotional complaints over time. So they gave people a complaint book, and you could just tick off when you had emotional or physical complaints, like you didn't feel good and so on. And so here's what they find. This is a measure of positive mood over time. And so higher scores are more positive mood. This is when folks were getting the normal amount of sleep, 7 hours a night. Here's what happened during that time period where their sleep was restricted. Again, just 5 hours a night. here's the decrease for 5 hours a night of positive mood. And then just so you think it's not something weird about this time of year, these subjects, when they go back to sleeping 7.5 hours a night, their mood kind of pops back up pretty. Although it has a deficit, it takes a while to kind of pop back up, it eventually does. What about physical and emotional complaints in your little emotional complaint log? They have 1 night of normal sleep in the white, and then the rest of those are the nights of restricted sleep. And you can basically see what happens, which is that your number of physical and emotional complaints like skyrocket. You think there's just bad things going on in your life, but really it's just that you're not sleeping enough. And so that's the kind of happiness side. Sleeping more and sleeping about 7 or 8 hours a night can make you happier. But I can't help but remind you that sleeping has all kinds of other benefits too. Maybe even the benefits of the things that you're not sleeping because of, like you're worried about learning the material in some class and so on. Turns out that sleep can actually help your academic performance and your cognitive performance. How do we know that? Well, a lovely study by Walker and colleagues was actually testing what happens to cognitive performance after sleep. And so they did that in a cute way. They taught people a kind of cognitive task and motor task, and they did people's training and testing either after a long period of being awake, so they trained at 10 a.m. and they tested them at 10 p.m., or they trained them at 10 p.m. and then tested them at 10 a.m. right after people had a certain amount of sleep, and they made sure everybody slept for the required number of hours. And the question is, how much of a boost do you get from training to test? And what you find if you look at their performance over time is that, yeah, you get a boost from training to test during your waking hours, but you get way more of a boost from training to test after you've slept. Just the act of sleeping allows you to consolidate things and to actually do better, which is why some sleep researchers actually advocate taking naps in the middle of the day to get a little bit of a cognitive boost there too. But this comes not just in the context of kind of learning in particular, it comes in the context of a certain form of learning that we think is so important at places like Yale, where you're kind of having this insight learning, where you're kind of thinking outside the box and doing something new. Do you need sleep for that? Well, in fact, Wagner and colleagues found that it seems like you do. They actually gave subjects a test that involved learning a bunch of stimulus response sequences, like just memorizing a bunch of these things. But they set up the pattern in kind of a cool way where there was this secret rule that could improve performance if you figured it out. But they didn't tell subjects what the rule was. The question was, did subjects have the insight to figure out that rule on their own? And did sleep affect that? Did they do that more or less with sleep or without? And so they tested it in a similar way to that last study, except they tested during the day and at night, 1 night where you got to sleep and 1 night where you were woken up. So it was tested at night, but you didn't sleep during the night. So we could see if it's an effect of night or an effect of sleep. And here is what they find, hopefully soon. We'll see if this decides to come back on. Basically what they find is that not only does sleep increase the number of insights that you can have in this task, but it increases it over a 3-fold. So the kind of secret that you're trying to figure out when you're trying to learn Orgo and you don't get it, or like these neat insights that you want to have that are really relevant for that cool paper, like all of those things will not come unless you get the required amount of sleep. And so since the sleep is the one of these many things that I've told you about that you guys are making furrowed faces like, this is never going to happen for me, I just want to do more scare quotes about the importance of this. This is from HuffPo about what you're losing. In addition to happiness, after 1 night of bad sleep, here is what we know happens. You're hungrier and likely to eat more later. You're more likely to have an accident on the job. You're probably not looking your best or looking very approachable because you look like that horrible picture. Your immune system is going down. You're likely to have a cold. You're actually losing brain tissue, there's research saying, even after 1 night of sleep. You're more likely to get emotional and less focused and having memory problems, all those complaints we talked about before. And after chronic sleep deprivation, which again is defined as 5 hours a night, is its sleep deprivation. So chronic times having 5 hours or less of sleep, you are increasing your risk of death, decreasing your sperm count, gentlemen, increasing your risk of heart disease, increasing your risk for diabetes, increasing your risk for some cancers, increasing your risk of obesity, and quadrupling your stroke risk. And so all this goes to say, go get some sleep. It's a panacea of all the happiness stuff. All the reasons you guys took this course, you can achieve just by sleeping a couple extra hours a night. So let's try to see if we can make that good practice. Okay, so that's the kind of end of some of these really happy pill-like happy practices that help us more than we think. But I will pause for now and answer any questions that you have.
I was wondering how the idea of spending more time with others relates to introversion versus extroversion.
Mm-hmm. And so one of the reasons that Nick Epley talks about doing this work is that he doesn't like doing this stuff. Like he didn't feel socially connected, right? And so I think that even for folks who are like more on the introverted side, the act of finding these social connections will be better than you think. Because the power of these sort of social connections that we see in terms of health benefits and that sort of thing, those things can cross all these other personality variables. Another thing to think about with introversion and extroversion is kind of how you do that. Like you might be the kind of person that less seeks out the kind of weird stranger situations and more the sorts of like kind of acquaintancy social connections that you could get to know a little bit better, but that might not feel as scary. So talk to the dining hall workers who you might not talk to as much, but give an extra minute to ask them how their day was. Like pick social situations and kind of potential for social connections that like feel less like putting yourself out there, and those will kind of give you some bang for your buck too.
So I too have found that just in day-to-day life, like talking to randos always makes things interesting better. So I like that. I'm curious if you think there's a delta between the time spent with like very close friends versus people that you don't know that well.
Yeah, and so this is what we'll get to a little bit next week, which is that for sure putting time into close relationships is important too. And in fact, that's one of the things we're going to see is that one of the main problems of miswanting is the fact that it's causing us to put time into things that don't actually matter, right? Like how many times in the last month have you prioritized like doing something that's related to one of those goals that I keep saying is bad, either like something you think is going to be useful for your job or for your grades or like all that stuff that we had up there versus like just enjoying this thing that like Marina Keegan was talking about, like this web of people and this fun stuff that those of you who are graduating this year aren't going to have in the same way. Nick. Aren't going to have in the same way after this. And so, so it is the case that these rich social connections feel more powerful, these continued ones like close friends and close acquaintances. And the way that you can maximize those is to find ways to put time into to kind of make sure that you experience them. And I think you can do that with those strategies we talked about last week, right? Like having gratitude about your friends is one great way to do it. Mess with reference points. Feel what it would be like to not be here for a little bit and then come back. And then those of you who are away last semester might have remembered this. Like you come back and you're like, oh, there's all these people here. This is great. The key about the stranger thing, though, is that oftentimes those situations of talking to strangers aren't cases that's going to take away from the social connection, right? Like if I choose to talk to somebody in a coffee shop line, that's not time I'm not spending with my family or my suite mates. That's just like free extra social connection that we're missing out on. And so that was kind of why I focused on that one. It's a much easier intervention that all of us can do really quickly.
I had a question about the acts of kindness. So you said talk to all these people, but implied in your examples is that people reciprocate, which obviously is not always true, right? You say hi to someone, they ignore you, right? Not the greatest feeling in the world. So what, is there like data on like how that affects you? Is that also helping you? Is that an act of kindness?
So in Nick Epley's original paper, he kind of looked at, because people have strong predictions about this. Like if I start talking to somebody on the bus, they're either going to not talk back or they're going to be mad at me. He actually did all these measures of productivity on the bus, like how much you, or a train in particular, how much work you get done and so on. Because you think, this is kind of what I think on the train is like, I could talk to that person, but like they probably, they're going to their job, like they probably have something to do, like, they don't want me to talk to them because I'm going to like make them less productive or something. What you find is that people mispredict this stuff. Like most of the time when you stop and say hi to people, like they're actually much nicer to you back than you think. And so this is another spot where we're just mispredicting. Like usually people are like happier about it than we kind of expect. So there's not as much work on like what happens when people reject you, but that's in part because it doesn't happen nearly at the same frequency as our mind leads us to believe. The act of seeking it out seems good. But you also raised another interesting question, which is this kind of the idea that these random acts of kindness are going to come back to us in kind. And this raises this question of like why all this kindness feels so good to us. One idea is that we really do have this expectation that like, if I give the $5 chai to someone in the Dunn and Norton study, that I'm going to get a $5 chai back to them. And that seems to happen to a certain extent. But what seems to be even more powerful is that when we do kind acts for people, particularly people in our social circle, what happens is those people believe the relationship to be stronger. Like those people believe us to be nicer people, and that's what has the effect. So it's not like we're often getting the money we spend back in kind. It's just like tightening the ties, and the ties alone are the kind of thing that seems to make us happy. And so that's kind of where we get, sometimes the bang for our buck comes back from reciprocation. Sometimes it just comes through the other person liking us more and having a stronger social tie and so on. There's a final way we kind of get this interesting effect of kind actions, and that's from a like really curious way that our brain processes information, which is that our brain sees the rewards that other people get as our own rewards, right? So if I were to stick you in an fMRI scanner and have you gamble and have you win some money, there would be a part of your brain in your reward center that would light up, that would say, oh, this is great when I get money. It would also light up if you ate something really delicious, or if you saw like attractive pictures of people that you wanted to hook up with, or if I give you a big bit of cocaine. Like that's the region that's like, awesome stuff is happening to me, right? But interestingly, those same regions will fire, in some cases, in monetary rewards for just as much, in cases where we watch other people get different monetary outcomes, and in particular in cases where we have donated those other monetary outcomes to other people. So it kind of seems like we see like our brains are wired to see other people's rewards as our own rewards. And so it's kind of like getting a little like click of cocaine every single time you do a nice thing for another person. Just kind of an accident of the way our social brain is wired up, but we really are getting more than we think. The amazing thing is, again, as in so many cases, we don't realize our brains are wired up that way. We don't realize we're going to love it as much if we give somebody $5 as if we like spend it ourselves. But, you know, our brains have all these annoying features that make us not realize what's going to be awesome for us. We went through these 5 things that we should want but don't often. Things like promoting kindness, increasing social connection, finding time affluence, so opening up sometimes we have free time, finding ways to control our thoughts so that we stay in the here and now, and these healthy practices of sleep and exercise that we don't get as much as we should. And the point of putting these up there is not to say that we never want these things, but how often are we prioritizing all those other things that we started with at the expense of this stuff? And if we could kind of switch our ratio of what we're investing in, we could be a lot happier. And so we'll end today with this idea of, okay, but how do we know how to do that? What we've seen throughout the course is just knowing all this stuff is good for you doesn't mean you're going to put it into place. I would love the fact that I told you about these studies would mean that immediately after this, you would all go work out and sleep more and start meditating, all that stuff. But my guess is that everything we know suggests that merely knowing that is not enough to put this stuff into practice. Reminder of this wonderful G.I. Joe fallacy. We think that knowing is half the battle, but it's not. And so, what are some strategies we can use to put these habits into practice today? We've talked about some of the different strategies, but not necessarily strategies for putting those things into practice. And so how do we do that? Well, I'm going to give you 2 different strategies for creating these habits, 2 things you can do to help put these into practice. And the first of these is paying attention to the situation, finding situations that support you. What we've seen throughout the course is that situations are affecting us in lots of ways that we don't expect. I'll use the food example mostly just because there are pictures on the internet about these forms of temptation. But think about it in the context of like healthy eating, or in the context of whether you want to stay off social media, or whether you want to have more social connection and not playing on your phone. The idea is that there are situational factors that we don't realize that are affecting the extent to which we do this. So if I had one of you guys in here on your phone and just kind of typing and you guys saw that, my guess is your urge to go on social media and check your own phone would jump up, right? The fact that we have the cookies out there at break makes your urge to eat a cookie and eat less healthily there just because they're present. That's why we have the grapes too. But the point is just the presence of the situation causes these behaviors. And so the question is, what can we do to make the situation better? And what you find is that simple changes to the situation, simple making these tempting bad behaviors go far away, and these kind of good behaviors that we want to encourage at the forefront can change the way we interact and can increase our good habits. And again, we know this more from the domain of food because that's where folks have done the most work. And one of the main researchers in this domain is a researcher by the name of Brian Wansing, who's at Cornell. He runs the Cornell Food Lab. And he has this awesome new book called Slim by Design, where he makes a strong case that willpower is completely overrated. Merely changing your situation can affect the extent to which you eat. And his claim is that merely affecting the situation can change the extent to which we engage in all kinds of habits, not just eating, although his research is on eating. But here's one of his famous papers about this. It's changing the visibility of things that we don't want to be doing. And so he did this by working with secretaries at Cornell and giving them a candy jar that was either on their desk or 2 meters away. These were people who were trying to eat healthier. And the question is the proximity of the candy going to affect them? And what you find is that, yes, it does. Secretaries consume about 48% more candies when the thing is on their desk than when it's just a few feet away, right? The proximity of your goal to you is going to affect the extent to which you engage in it. Also, the visibility of your goal helps too. And so he did this lovely thing where he made the secretaries either keep their candy on their desk or at their desk, but just in the drawer. So it's just like you just don't see it. And what you find is that even though it's just as easy to reach for the candy here as it is to like reach in the drawer, what you find is that secretaries consume 25% less candies when they're in the drawer, right? And the claim is that both the visibility and the convenience with which you can engage in your habits actually matters. And you can do this in negative ways like keeping the candy visible, but you can also do it in positive ways. And he's looked at this just in people's daily life, like the big consequences of not paying attention to this stuff. In what is now kind of a famous study on kitchen counters, where he looked at just what's on your kitchen counter and does that affect things like your healthiness and your weight. And so he did that by surveying people, just like what's right now visible on your kitchen counter. And then he measured people's weight in kilograms. And he tried to see just, is what's visible on your counter affecting your weight? And so he did that first with a bunch of unhealthy stuff. So cookies, chips, crackers, cereal, soda. If those are visible on your kitchen counter, you have in general across all these categories about a 10 kilogram increase in your weight right now, merely by having those things visible. This is controlling for whether they're around your house, just having them out. And in fact, he talks about cereal as being the worst culprit, apparently, of all the different things. Having cereal on your counter is the worst for your good eating habits. In contrast, if you do the positive thing, if you put positive things and you make those visible, what you find is that that can have the opposite effect. So visible fruits and vegetables can actually decrease your weight by, again, like 5 to 10 kilos on average, right? And so the point of telling you about this stuff in the food context wasn't necessarily to focus on food, although healthy nutrition is also a good thing to do. It was to think about how you can use this idea of changing the situation in all those domains that we've talked about for whichever of these habits you want to make seem better. And you can do that in both of the ways that Wansing's talked about. You can fix your bad environments, get rid of the stuff that is tempting you. You can, if you had the goal of getting off social media after all my negative comments about social media, you can delete it from your phone. You can put your phone away when you're trying to work. You can do these kinds of things. You can make phone-free lunches so that you have more social connection. You can force yourself to keep your phone in a deep pocket that you had to zip so it's not visible, right? All of those things you can do to increase this stuff. If you want to change around the bad environment of a place like this, where you're not getting enough sleep and you're not exercising and so on, you can shape your environment to have less of those cues about grades that you're worried about, or less of those cues about workaholism or affluence. You can kind of delete the email messages from McKinsey, all that stuff, right? You can shape your environment to have less of the bad cues that are causing you to value the wrong stuff. In addition, and I think even more important, you can do small things to promote these healthy environments merely by having this stuff visible. What does the kitchen counter study show? It just shows that just by having good things that promote these habits visible, that they're there, that you're gonna do them more often, right? What about having on your desk your gratitude journal so that when you wake up in the morning, it's just sitting there? Or just having a little note that tells you that you should be remembering to meditate every morning, right? These kinds of notes and reminders, these simple things sound really dumb, but they capture our attention just like the candy bar on the counter and can make us do positive things. And you guys know all kinds of technological tricks for doing this. Phones are wonderful ways to do it, right? Where you can set up reminders to literally remind yourself, ping you, so that it becomes a positive habit that's part of your environment. You can use those kinds of cues to do that. The other thing you can do is your social context, because one of the most powerful environments that we have is the other social agents around us. So fill your lives with people who are trying to do this stuff too. Like recruit your suite mates to have a sleep fest. Like try to get people to help with you and to engage in all these healthy behaviors. Like start a sweet meditation group and so on. The point is that having others around you who are doing this stuff does two things. One is it promotes the positive habits, but it also increases kindness, social connection, all this other stuff that we think matters a lot. And this is one of the reasons that I'm forcing the whole college to do all these wellness weeks, is if you see people around us that are learning about their strengths or engaging in exercise and all the stuff that I'm making everybody do, it means we're all kind of doing it together. Okay, so that was sort of strategy number one. Harness the situation to get some support. The last thing we'll end on is one of the most empirically validated sets of things for behavior change, and that's thinking about your goals in a very specific way. Setting your goals using a couple techniques that can make your goal achievement a lot easier. And so we all kind of think, well, we have goals, like some of you may have goals for some of the stuff we've mentioned, but to actually actualize those, you have to consider them as goals. Research suggests that thinking about your goals in very specific ways can let you achieve them even more. And so a few of the ways that you can think about them first start with the idea of figuring out what your goal is. And so that is what I'm going to refer to as goal specificity. And I mean something very specific, about goal specificity. It's this idea that you have some quantitative precision about your goal. Like, yes, I'm going to meditate, but how, where? Am I going to meditate here in my house? Am I going to meditate by myself? Am I going to meditate today at 8 p.m.? How many times a week am I going to meditate? For how long? The quantitative specificity with which you define your goal, it turns out really seems to matter. And it matters in the way that you kind of get specific about the task and the way you're going to do it. That specificity seems to give you a plan of how to enact it. And so we can see that across a bunch of different studies. I'll just kind of give you one. These folks had participants doing a hand-eye coordination task, and they wanted to set a goal of doing really well at it. And so they just asked subjects if they had a specific performance goal. So you're doing this task, and they just asked subjects, do you have a specific goal? Do you want to either a percentage correct that you want to hit or a specific speed? What's your specific goal? Some subjects had it, some subjects didn't. But if you look at later subjects' performance, what you find is those who had more specific goals had a better task strategy. So when you have this really specific goal, it kind of forces you to figure out how you're going to do it. And it's actually figuring out how you're going to do it that seems to lead to better performance. And so the upshot is, for whatever goals you're thinking about, make those goals incredibly specific. Like the who, what, where, when, all those different parts, write them down, see it quantitatively, and that will help you. That's part number one, knowing what the goal is. Part number two, though, is thinking about your goal and what it's actually going to give you, and kind of what are the sort of problems that might lead you not to do it. And so for a long time, folks have thought in terms of positive thinking, if you just think about your goals, it's going to be awesome. There's a lot of cheesy stuff. If you look at positive thinking on the internet, it seems you just think about your goals and you will achieve them, kind of the secret. Well, it turns out that's sort of half of it. It is helpful to think about your goals. It's actually really helpful to think about the outcome in a lot of detail, kind of indulge and think about those outcomes. But to get the positive benefit from doing that, you also have to do something else, which is spend the same amount of time as you do thinking about your goal and how awesome it would be to meet it, thinking about some of the obstacles that might get in your way. And this is a phenomenon that researchers have referred to as mental contrasting. It's this idea that you're visualizing your positive future outcomes, everything, how awesome it would be once you get your goal, but you follow that up by thinking about what might be the things that get in your way. How does this work? Well, imagine you're kind of indulging in this positive thinking and thinking about your goal. You're like, oh, I want to get to the top of the mountain. That would be so great if I went to the top of the mountain. And you do that. What's the outcome? Well, you're kind of feeling good about it, but you haven't really done anything to make that goal get closer to happening, because you kind of neglected the fact that it's a pain in the butt to climb up a mountain, and maybe you need to get the good shoes, and you haven't spent any of your kind of cognitive effort figuring out the obstacles. By contrast, if you only think about the obstacles and you kind of dwell on how hard it is, then you're never going to get around to doing anything, because it would be such a pain to get the shoes and so on. Without the kind of thinking about how good the positive is going to be, you don't get both. However, if you actually take the time to, again, intentionally and effortfully do both, first indulge in kind of how great it would be, and then think about what the obstacles are, it turns out that you now have visualized both things that you need to succeed. And this is what mental contrasting is. And there's a bunch of work suggesting that this technique seems to work in a variety of different contexts. Here's just one, again, kind of back to our healthy eating goals. these researchers actually brought women in who had the goal of eating more fruits and vegetables, and they taught them this mental contrasting technique. They said, okay, imagine like what the great outcome will be if you actually eat your fruits and vegetables. So people visualize like, oh, I'll be healthier and I'll have more energy during the day, da da da. But they didn't stop there. They then said, okay, imagine what the obstacles are. People are like, oh, they kind of go bad in my fridge, or like, you know, I have to bring them with me, or like I have to avoid the cookie aisle, or whatever. Like, but now they have both pieces, and they can kind of see that they have to overcome these obstacles in order to get to that good thing. And so the question is, how does that work? Does it actually affect their healthy eating? And so here's just a plot of how many fruits and vegetables these people are eating across a week and across time, from the baseline all the way over to 24 months later. This is like a 2-year follow-up of these folks. And what you find, these circles are the mental contrasting case, is that in the beginning, just kind of thinking about or indulging is good enough. But over time, if you really want to keep overcoming your obstacles, it seems like having both of those things in place helps. And it seems to help even way down the line. This is like 24 months out, that people are doing this stuff, that this mental contrasting is still having this interesting effect. And so it seems like it works pretty well. And so this is the idea of goal visualization. Don't just visualize the good part, take time to do both parts. But both of these aren't enough unless you add in the third component too, which I'm going to call goal planning. And we all know this. Like, we could have had a really specific goal. When I go to the dining hall, I'm going to eat the like healthy apple, right? And we could have like, thought about the outcome or so on. But sometimes you plop yourself into the situation when you're supposed to do the thing, and there's this tempting thing there that you kind of, maybe you thought about the obstacle, but when you're in the situation, in the here and now that situation is affecting you implicitly. Now it's like automatically like, grab the pizza. So how do you intervene on the automatic way that situations affect you without realizing it? Like, how do you intervene on the fact that the candy jar just being present is gonna mess you up? And this is what a researcher, Peter Gollwitzer, has figured out. He's figured out a way to not just have a plan, but to have a plan so implicitly that it allows you to get through situations like this automatically without having to recruit much willpower. And it's a set of techniques that he refers to as implementation intentions. Basically, the idea is that it's a strategy that you have in the form of an if-then plan that can help you lead to better goal attainment. But it works in some of the same ways as mental contrasting, where you just kind of practice it outside the situation. Like, you just have time where you think and you visualize, if I'm in the dining hall and I see the pizza, I will turn and walk away, grab the orange. Like, if I'm in the dining hall and I see the pizza, I will turn away and grab the orange. You set it up in a really, it sounds really silly, but you set it up in a very specific if-then plan. And it turns out that our automatic systems can pay attention to that stuff. Like, our automatic systems listen if you put it in with that level of specificity. And it seems to actually increase habit change and performance. One of the most powerful ways Gollwitzer talks about the implementation intentions is to help you remember stuff. It's also a very powerful intervening technique on memory. So if I want to remember my keys, I think of some specific action I'm going to do, like when I grab the doorknob to leave, think keys. When I grab the doorknob to leave, think keys. And like automatically as I grab the doorknob, all of a sudden that plan pops up and it can actually help me. Again, sounds like why would visualizing this if-then plan help? But it turns out empirically, it just seems to work. It seems to kind of act on our automatic urges and our automatic motor actions. And so here's just one piece of evidence for this. Gollwitzer and colleagues tried to look at whether or not people having implementation intentions, this really specific if-then plan, could help them kind of do well on their New Year's resolutions. And a kind of particular form of New Year's resolutions, your resolutions that you have after you get back from break. So some of you may have experienced this. You're going home for Christmas break and you're thinking about next semester and you're like, next semester, I'm gonna have this goal. Some of those goals might be easy, like some of them might actually be hard, real things you wanna change. And the question is, what controls whether or not you succeed? And what they did was just to survey students about what their goals were, whether they were easy or hard. And they asked, like, do you have this implementation intention? Like, have you really practiced? Like, when I get back, if this happens, then I will do that. And you just saw naturally who had this sort of thing. And then he looked back and tried to see whether or not people succeeded. And here's how he finds, if you look at the percentage of people who succeed, for easy to implement goals, having this implementation intention formed, which is the yellow bar, it helps a little, but not tremendously. And that's because like easy goals, like you're probably just gonna achieve it. You don't need a lot of help. But what about for harder goals? what he finds is that having this implementation intention, this really specific if-then plan, can increase your percentage of succeeding about threefold for harder goals. So really having if-then plan, that's going to actually help you out. And so that's the kind of third piece, which is the goal planning, really having this if-then plan. But now the question is okay, I've given you all these strategies. Is there some easy, fast mnemonic that you can use for putting all these strategies together for any set of goals that you have, from the specificity to the visualizing to the obstacles to the planning? And that is a technique that researchers have come up with that they call WOOP, which is an acronym for wish, outcome, obstacles, and plan. And it's a technique developed by Gabrielle Oettingen at NYU, who has this wonderful book on rethinking positive thinking, where she describes this WOOP process and all the data suggesting that it works. And so here's how it works again, a sort of method of thinking. The idea is you actually do some visualization, take a few minutes a day to visualize this stuff, where you think about your wish, you think about what your goal is, as specific as possible, I want to meditate 3 times this week at 8 p.m. on Monday, Wednesday, Friday for this much time, et cetera, and I actually spend 2 minutes thinking about that. And then I think, what's the best possible outcome of that? It's this first O. And I'm oh, that would be great. I'll feel so good. I'll see the students in the dining hall, tell them I did it. They'll think I'm a good teacher for teaching stuff. And then I say, but what is also the potential obstacles? And then I visualize that. And then I'm oh, this is a really busy week. I have these things, da, da, da. And then you say, okay, what's your if-then plan? And then I do this very specific if-then kind of thing. Little cute acronym, WOOP, but seems like it helps a lot. And as you'll see in a second, she has a kind of cool app that will kind of force you to do this visualization and kind of time you as you do it. But does this sort of thing work, kind of having a cutesy acronym for all 4 of these relevant parts? Well, Angela Duckworth and her colleagues tested this out in school children. And so they picked a set of classrooms of disadvantaged 5th graders, and they taught them this technique with the acronym of think about your wish, think about the outcome, all these things. And then they had each of the 5th graders pick a goal that was important to them that was related to schoolwork. And they could pick their own goal, but it was kind of related to that. And they had them do this WOOP technique every morning when they woke up for a while to kind of think about. And the question is, what happened to their outcome in terms of their GPA, their school attendance, and school conduct, and so on. Again, sounds like a cheesy technique, but when you look at the outcomes, it's pretty impressive. So this is WOOP, but in this paper they call it mental contrast plus implementation intentions, which is basically what it is both of those things together. Here's what happens to the students' GPA. They're actually bumping up a whole potential grade level from a C- to a C+ to a B-. So it seems on average it's boosting their GPA to be thinking about some academic goal they had. In terms of their conduct, they have better conduct rating by teachers across time by whooping every morning. And in addition, if you look at their absences, you can get differences in the numbers of days that these kids are absent over time. It seems actually thinking about and doing these things over time is helping them. What about in adults trying to get to their goals? Well, again, you can get people to do studies by having them do healthy eating or exercise goals. It's just a little easier. And so here's one on exercise goals. They brought in middle-aged women who wanted to increase their physical activity. They taught them the WOOP technique, had them practice this. What's your wish for physical activity? What's your best outcome? What are the obstacles? What's your if-then plan? Think about your important wish, do all these specific parts. And then they measured this not just a little bit of time, but they actually measure their activity months and months later. So is this the kind of thing that can stick over time? And so here's what they find in terms of physical activity. Women who are asked to do the WOOP method versus some control, where you think about, that physical activity is helpful for you and so on. In the beginning, we're exercising a little bit more, but then weeks later, 4 weeks later, 8 weeks later, even 10 weeks later, they're increasing their number of physical activities in minutes by about twice as much, exercising probably at least about twice a week when they hadn't really done that before. So really thinking about these things seems to be an important way to get your habits, which again, 10 weeks on, imagine the last resolution you made, week 1, that might be great, but 10 weeks on, are you still doing that? This is a technique that can help you do that in general.
Welcome. I'm excited to introduce all of you to psychologist Gabrielle Oettingen, author of Rethinking Positive Thinking Inside the New Science of Motivation, and also the researcher who developed this technique, WOOP, that we talk about in the course. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
So what we wanted to do today was just to hear in your own words, what is this technique, Whoop? Students have already heard about it a little bit in class, but we thought that since you discovered it, you can kind of give us some context and talk a little bit about it. So what is Whoop? What is this? It's a strange word, but...
What is Whoop? Whoop is an acronym for 4 steps, which is wish, outcome, obstacle, and plan.
Mm-hmm.
And Whoop is a tool. Whoop is like, a bicycle, or a hammer, or any tool you might use in your life to get by in a better way. And Whoop is a tool which is relatively simple, and we have found that more or less everybody can use it.
Mm-hmm.
So we have done research with 7, 8-year-olds. We have done research with the elderly. We have done research with stroke patients. We've done research through SES.
Mm-hmm.
We have done research with people from different cultures. So it seems everybody can use Whoop.
Yeah. And so just to talk a little bit about what you might use it for. So I'm someone who has a desire to do something, but it's hard for me to do. And so how do I bring Whoop into that?
Right. So you can use Whoop in order to make yourself do things which you don't like to do,
Mm-hmm.
or to not make yourself do things which you like to do.
Mm-hmm.
You can use Whoop to gain insight into your daily life, into your long-term development. You can use Whoop to fully engage into something, feel kind of, this is now what I really want to do,
Mm-hmm.
to develop passion. But you can also use Whoop to understand, maybe this is not the wish I really want to follow up. Maybe I should postpone it to a better point in time, or I should let go.
Mm-hmm.
So Whoop is a little bit like a cleaning up tool.
Mm-hmm.
So you can clean up your life. You can get rid of those things which might not really belong to you, which you might not really feel passionate about, or that you might not be really kind of able to do, in the sense that you feel, okay, there's so much energy and so much costs involved if I want to fulfill that wish. And I put my energy better in things which are more feasible.
Mm-hmm. And so talk a little bit about the actual process of it itself. So students in the course have heard a little bit about it, but kind of in your own words, let's say I'm a student and I have something that I really want to do every day, how do I start?
What you need to Whoop is 5 minutes of quiet and calm.
Mm-hmm. Which is hard for all of us, but students in particular.
It's very hard. And that's actually one of the hardest part.
Mm-hmm.
But it's one of the most rewarding parts too, because you need to take yourself out of busy life, in order to later, once you used it, to get involved again.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't need quiet in the sense that it's as quiet as in the studio here,
Mm-hmm.
but you need quiet in the sense of uninterrupted. So if you're in the New York subway and you travel from Lower Manhattan to Upper Manhattan, you can Whoop,
Mm-hmm.
despite the fact that things are busy around you. But you need to be uninterrupted. You can't do email, you can't talk to somebody. So you need these 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But it's really not more than 5 minutes. Once you practice Whoop a little bit, it can be super short.
Mm-hmm.
That you actually go through these 4 steps.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the first, that's a prerequisite.
Yep.
You need to have 5 minutes. You need to say, okay, this is just for me now. And quiet and calm.
Mm-hmm.
And then you apply Whoop to yourself. Certainly you can apply it also to others. But first you need to start just applying it to yourself. And what you say to yourself is, what is my most important wish? For example, in life, for the next 4 weeks, for the next week, or for today, or for the next meeting.
Mm-hmm.
So you can apply time frame, whatever is important for you.
Mm-hmm.
So you take this question really seriously. You say, what do I want? What do I want in life? What do I want for the next 4 weeks? What do I want today? Today is Monday. What do I want for today? And then you think about, what do I really want? And you isolate one important wish that is really dear to your heart. And you take that wish and formulate it in 3 to 4 words and put it in front of your mind. That's the W.
And the idea is you're really thinking about it. Like you sort of actually spend time thinking about the wish and come up with words for it.
Not yet. You don't really think about the wish yet. You search for the right wish. So the first step is really a searching process.
Yep.
What is it actually that I want? Let the other people be away.
Yep.
So what is it that I want to do? Okay, and then you have it in 3 to 4 words in front of your mind. And then you go on and you say to yourself, what would be the best thing, the best outcome if I'd fulfilled myself that wish? And you would say, okay, the best thing, whatever it is, might be an emotion, might be a good result, but it would be the best thing. What do I really want? What would I really feel then? And you search for this best thing, the best outcome. And again, you take 3 or 4 words and put it in front of your mind. And then you imagine the best outcome. You just let your mind go. So that's not a searching process anymore.
That's
really imagine, experience it in your mind. And you take a couple of seconds, maybe 20 seconds, 30 seconds, a minute or so, to really feel it out. So that's the O. And instead of going on your nice thoughts about wish fulfillment, you would now switch gears.
Now you get practical.
Say, whoa, what stops me that I actually fulfill my wish and experience that outcome? What is it in me that stands in the way that I actually tackle that wish and feel that outcome? What is my main inner obstacle? And then again you search. What is it really? What is it in me? No excuses. What is it really in me?
Yeah.
And again, it can be an emotion, can be an irrational belief, can be a bad habit, can be something somebody said years ago. Whatever it is, just find it and dig deeper. What is it really that stands in the way? And once you identify that obstacle, that main inner obstacle, again, you phrase it in 3 to 4 words and put it in front of your mind. And then you do the imagery again. So you imagine that obstacle occurring. You imagine it, you experience it, you feel it. And you take a little time to really kind of experience that main inner obstacle. Okay, and then the plan. So, to establish a plan, you first ask yourself, what could I do to overcome that obstacle? What would be an effective action or an effective thought to overcome that obstacle? What would be something I could do to surmount that obstacle? And then you find this behavior or this thought, and again, you formulate it in 3 to 4 words and put it in front of your mind. And then you make a very simple if-then plan. And that's the implementation intentions by Peter Gollwitzer. So you make if, and then you put in your obstacle. Then I will, and now you put in the action, the effective action. And then again you imagine if, obstacle, then I will, action. And that's all. That's WOOP. Wish, outcome, obstacle, and plan.
And it seems like from hearing you say it, I think one thing that sounds like it's really important is that this feels like it should take some work, or at least some time, that you're sitting there and really imagining it. I can't just think, so my wish for the moment is I'm trying to set up a regular yoga practice. So I can just be like, regular yoga practice, it would be awesome. Like, it's hard to get up in the morning. I'm just gonna get up and when I see the clock, do it. Like, you actually have to take time to experience the outcome, take time to really think about the obstacle, search for it and get the right thing, but then also really kind of incubate and think about it. Is that right? Or
Exactly. So we know from MEG studies that it really takes mental effort. It takes more mental effort than if I just indulge in the positive fantasies.
Yeah.
It takes more mental effort than if I'm just in a resting state.
Yeah.
So it does take mental effort to do the exercise.
Yeah.
We will be talking later about the mechanisms. The mechanisms are automatic. So this mental effort doing the exercise triggers non-conscious processes, which then do the work for you. But the process, it's the procedure itself, that takes
mental effort. And so I think that's important because I think people could see this technique and think, I quickly think about the W and the O and the O and the P, but it does take work, it takes effort. In that sense, it's very similar to other things we've talked about in the course, things like meditation and so on, that it's like, ultimately the outcomes are good, but that you have to put in the effort to start. It's not it'll feel like it's taking work at the time. And so you alluded to the mechanism. So one of the, I think that the exciting things about Whoop is that, it's 5 minutes in your life. And the data do really seem to suggest that if you do this practice, if you can bring yourself to do this 5-minute practice every day, there's a host of positive benefits. So do you want to talk about some of the empirical work, like the kind of surprising findings of how effective this is?
Yeah. Before I do that, let me go back to the first step, the W.
Yes.
So you can do Whoop in 2 ways. You could specify a wish that is actually feasible to you, and that is a little bit challenging. And that's the exercise which we put on the app and which is on the website. Once you specify a wish that is feasible, principally feasible, it's hard to do, but it's feasible.
Right.
I mean, I can do yoga.
Yeah, every day, yeah.
I can do, I can run or whatever.
Yeah.
So usually it's feasible for me. That means you will likely discover an obstacle that is surmountable.
Yep.
And then you really can go for it.
Yeah.
And you're determined to actually implement it. You can also use Whoop to find out whether something is feasible or not. So if you have a kind of eerie feeling about a meeting, or if you feel, I don't know whether I should go here or I should go there, this course or that course, this life path or that life path, then you can actually just have the wish. And then by identifying the obstacle in you, find out whether this is something you feel that is overcomable and is also fitting into your life, or whether this is something maybe doesn't fit in your life so well at the moment, or maybe you want to have it let go because you have more important things to do.
Yeah.
So Whoop is for going for the feasible wishes, but then also for understanding whether something is feasible, and then going for those which are feasible, but also letting go from those that are less feasible.
So
So
you can see
it's
that-
really a cleaning up tool.
Yeah, so the right process of Whoop might really be, there might be some wishes for which, when I really think carefully about the obstacles, I say either this isn't going to happen, or maybe there's a different way to get that positive outcome that's not exactly that. And so it's kind of there's a feasibility thought process where you're really kind of coming to terms with what you can really do and what you really care about and what really matters.
And the main objective of Whoop is really to get you involved. So you might sort of, through going through a Whoop, you might discover, okay, this wish I can't, but a little lower. So 7 times a week jogging or yoga, this is just not going to happen, like you say. But 4 times, or jogging over the weekend, or jogging together with a friend or something. So then you get creative. You get into the process of really kind of tackling your wish. And at the end, this wish fulfillment might look differently than you thought before, but you got involved. You you got really into the problem solving.
Yeah.
So WOOP is a problem solving technique, if you want.
So let's talk a little bit about why it works, which you mentioned a little bit before. So part of it just seems to be that I have this space to think, to do this searching and to think about this. It's kind of this feasibility check, right? In our daily life, we often don't do that. We just think, oh, I want all these fantastic things, but then I don't think about the work that it would take to get there, right? But a second part is something specific to WOOP and how it interacts with the way our minds work. So maybe talk about each part of that and and how we're...
So the critical part in WOOP is the obstacle. And what we find is that this conscious procedure or exercise of WOOP triggers non-conscious processes, automatic processes, that then are responsible for the behavior. So, and you can divide them in three kinds of processes. One is cognitive. So it links the future with the obstacle. So it creates associative links, very strong associative links between the future, between the wish fulfillment and the obstacle.
Yep.
And between the obstacle and the instrumental means to overcome the obstacle.
Right.
And in addition, it changes the meaning of the reality so that you recognize this is an obstacle. So now, for example, the party on Saturday night is not a fun party anymore. It's now the obstacle to doing well on the exam on Wednesday. So the idea really is that by triggering these non-conscious cognitive processes, that the WOOP exercise will allow you to kind of automatically do later on what you want to do.
Right.
Namely saying, okay, maybe I leave the party earlier or whatever.
So the idea is that, so I've whooped a lot about yoga and getting up in the morning. So when the alarm goes off and I want to stay in bed, my automatic brain can't just think about it that way. It's already made the association between, that feeling that you have when you want to stay in bed, that's preventing you from getting all these good things. I can't just do it normally anymore. There's this automatic link.
Exactly. And the links, the associative links, they happen between the future, between the wish fulfillment and the obstacle, and between the obstacle and the behavior to overcome the obstacle. And then I recognize and I interpret the reality as an obstacle. And it's really the obstacle which is important. Not so much the behavior, how to overcome the obstacle, that's important too, but without recognizing that actually what my obstacle is, these behaviors run into empty.
Yeah. And the obstacle is powerful because it just gives you something to link the plan to. Like when you see it, there's this association with when I see this, I'm supposed to do X, Y, and Z. I've thought about it carefully.
And by kind of imagining the obstacle, very often these kind of behaviors to overcome the obstacle that just kind of fall on you.
Yeah.
By recognizing, that's the obstacle, then you also recognize, this is how I could.
And this is the other thing we spoke about in the course is all of Peter Gollwitzer's lovely work on implementation intentions, that somehow this process just kind of harnesses, you just kind of get it for free. You're like, oh wait, I'm supposed to do this next thing, and you go from there.
And the implementation intention, the P in WOOP, kind of explicitly adds on what is implicitly already done in mental contrasting, because in mental contrasting, the obstacle and the instrumental means to overcome the obstacle is already implicitly linked. But with the P, we just add on another step to make that really explicit, so that this explicit forming of the plan can strengthen the implicit processes later on.
And so now we understand a little bit about the mechanism, and so then let's talk through everything we talked about.
Okay, there are two more mechanisms which I briefly want to mention. One is motivational. So what is motivation? Energy in times direction, if you want. It heightens energy, and you can measure that by blood pressure or by feelings of energizations. And then the third one is that if you get criticism or setbacks or negative feedback, then you actually push against that in the sense that you don't take it personally, but you process all the information entailed in the negative feedback, so you remember them, and you put them right into the plans. So negative feedback is not a threat anymore. It's now an opportunity to get good information of how to better fulfill your wish. And negative feedback is leaving your self-concept
intact. Yeah.
intact.
So it's all kind of opportunities to problem solve. You're like, oop, there's another obstacle, and I'll just work through this,
Exactly.
rather than judgment or something like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And these processes then mediate the actual behavior later on. So it's kind of practical.
Yeah.
In a way, you do a mental effort strategy for 5 minutes. It triggers automatic processes that do the job for you. And that's the kind of nice thing. It's not this kind of effort and sweating strategy. It's a strategy where you discover a lot of interesting things about your life, wish, outcome, obstacle, plan, which triggers these kind of automatic processes you don't need to care about. And then it makes you get involved into life. So you discover again, through interactions, through novel interactions with, people, your work, nature, whatever, wherever your way is leading you.
That's great. And we talk in the course a lot about trying to harness behaviors that you can turn into something like brushing your teeth. And the beauty is the effort that you do for the 5 minutes can make the other parts of it feel that easy, where it's just like, oh, of course I brush my teeth at this time, and so on. So now maybe let's talk about all the spots, because I think one of the fantastic things about this is that it could sound like, it sounds so magical, it can be big plans, and little plans, and yoga and all this stuff. Does it really work? Is the science really there? And I think that's one of the fantastic things, is that we know from the research that these kinds of things work and in different contexts. Do you want to speak a little bit about some of the spots where we've seen this play out?
So certainly we did lab studies where we tested these kind of very minute, kind of quickly working associative links, for example. But then we did also field studies, and we did intervention. And the nice thing is that even with kind of minimal effort, without that, we were teaching for long times or whatever, just very minimal effort, we got effects in all different areas of life, or many different areas of life, achievement, in interpersonal relations, in health, so that we feel it matters. So WHOOP matters.
Yeah.
And it matters in the different areas. And I think the nice thing is you can apply WHOOP in different ways. You can sort of test whether WHOOP works with respect to a specific wish, and then you measure how people dealt with that wish. But you can also measure when you teach WHOOP as a strategy, as a tool, then when people apply it wherever they go, would it help them? And we have data sort of showing that both works. So you can teach, for example, WHOOP to people in the area of more exercise, or more healthy eating, and you find that effects last over 4 months, over 2 years, despite the fact that the actual intervention was only an hour and half an hour telephone follow-up. You still find differences 2 years later, and people have been kind of left alone. So these studies, they were kind of minimal effort. So I think if people apply it in their life, then you would see the benefits even much greater.
Although then the issue becomes how you actually get yourself to do it, because there's a kind of chaining problem, right? Like I might want to WHOOP to do yoga, but then I have to WHOOP, and then I need to WHOOP to do the WHOOP to do the yoga. So another thing we're talking about a lot in the course is whether the people who come up with the science for this actually use these practices in their own life. So do you WHOOP? Do you WHOOP every morning? How do you get yourself to do it? Has it just become a habit now?
Right. I think I probably wouldn't have kind of put so much effort into, doing the app and doing the website and sitting here. If I hadn't seen the benefits, kind of anecdotally and personally, because once you experience them personally, then it still has a different kind of quality than if you read findings in the literature, or if you actually produce these findings.
Yeah.
So after a while, when you practice Whoop, you feel the benefits because you get so much more clarity in life. And you get so much more clarity about each step you go that it gets kind of addictive. But you need to practice it. You need to experience it, and you need to experience what it does to your life in order to get this kind of addiction.
Yeah. Do you have a sense of how long that sort of thing, or like when did it become easy, where you like sought out the whooping in the morning, or
That can vary. I mean, 4 years ago or 3 years ago, I did a Whoop session with a couple of people, and I thought there was this one person, and I thought, okay, this didn't work at all for him. He left early, and I thought, okay, probably he didn't like it. I don't know, maybe he had an appointment. Who cares? 2 years later, he came back and said, I'm now married. I lost so many pounds. I have my life in order, and I want that you devise Whoop now to all the people I'm working with.
Wow.
So that's a kind of dream story or whatever. But you never know. Maybe sometimes when you really get deep and you really understand, gee, this is an obstacle which held me up for years, people might get very quickly, and then they might feel kind of motivated to actually do it in daily life on a regular basis too. Some other people see that their awareness and their clarity in life grows, and then they do it on a regular basis. People have stopped smoking and lost a lot of weight. I mean, if you have these benefits, then you won't lose it again.
Right.
But for some, it might be a little less kind of immediate. And for them, I mean, what helps is just establish a daily ritual. Maybe do it in the morning or do it in the evening before you go to bed. Take these 5 minutes, same place, same time, and just go through it. It's really a short time, so it's not like, you need to establish a kind of routine and jogging for an hour or something. So it's not so complicated, or going to the gym all the time or so. But do it at the same place, at the same time, trying to establish a ritual. And then you don't need to be perfect. And Whoop changes with life. So don't go back to your old wish and say, I need to redo it now. Just always think about, what is my wish for today, for next week? Because these wishes, they come from our needs. We have done research showing that when you make people kind of deficient, for example, with respect to water, or with respect to meaning, then they positively fantasize about taking care of this deficiency. So the positive fantasies come from our needs. And you can trust that these wishes come from our needs. And since life changes all the time, it's a constant change, and you develop, and these needs are different. So your wishes come from these needs. Now, you might have kind of chronic needs because just from your background. And then let that be. The wishes come, and Whoop them. And you don't need to think, okay, I need to fulfill that wish now. That's not the issue. It's very unevaluative. It's very unperformance. Just take it in order to lead a more pleasant and constructive and fulfilling life. That's all. So you don't need to be perfect. You can Whoop as many wishes as you have, and you probably have a lot of wishes. So take it easy. Take it unevaluative. Take it as a friend whom you can always ask and say, what do I really want out of this situation? Why am I here? And so that's the idea. To have a friend who kind of replaces a lot of, maybe a coach or therapist or trainer. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't see a therapist if you feel you should see a therapist. Actually, you can whoop seeing a therapist if you're in a difficult state.
Yeah.
But take it as a daily help. And once you understand that it's really a daily help, you will do it anyway. And you can do it under stressful situations. So sometimes stress is such that you forget everything because you're so focused and so stimulus respondent, or when you have too much in your life and you're just torn between too many things. Then take this 5 minutes out and say, actually, what do I really want? What is it that I really want here? And then you will see that will help you enormously to get a little distance, to collect yourself, to get more aware, and to say, okay, that's what I want. And then you can go ahead and whoop, outcome, obstacle, plan. But don't switch the O's. Because our research shows that once you switch the O's, it doesn't work anymore. And the reason is you only can discover the obstacle in the framework of the outcome. So you need to throw the ball into the future first. Then you will see what in the reality is the obstacle. But if you first think about the party, you will think about how nice it will be and who will be there and what you will wear or whatever. And then you think about the good grade in the exam, but that doesn't, nothing. So you need first the exam, then you discover, oops, the party is now the obstacle.
Right. Awesome. Well, both for clarifying your needs and for putting those into practice in a way where you automatically get through them. I think it's a technique that a lot of the folks who are taking this course are going to use a lot. So thank you so much for sharing tonight. Again, we encourage everyone in the courses we have and our lectures to check out whoopmylife.org, where there's a lot more how-to tips, frequently asked questions about Whoop, and so on.
Yeah, and you can share your experiences. And if you have questions, write via Whoop My Life. We will always get it, and we will always respond.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us today. Really
Thank
appreciate
you
it.
for having me. Thanks.
So I'm interested in meditating more, and I was wondering if there are any specific kinds of meditations that have been shown to, or like if there's meditations that are aimed at doing certain things or changing certain things, or like which meditations are best?
Work best. Yeah, totally good question. So when I got into this, learning about this work, I assumed that I would have a specific answer to your question, that certain ones would be like better than others. My read is that the data are like any way that you shut off your mind wandering and that you do it as a practice, like you do it for some amount of time, not like once, but like regularly every day, like has a lot of these same effects. The difference is in kind of the nuance. And so for more, if your goal is kind of more social connection, more gratitude, some of those loving kindness sorts of meditations work a lot. If your goal is kind of noticing more things like body sensations or kind of getting more in touch with your body, your healthy eating or that sort of thing, these kind of body noting practices or like body scan, it's often talked about is good. You kind of think about the different parts of your body. And for all the cognitive ones, there's more nuance to doing the kind of breath or this sort of noting practice where you're like, you stay with and you know all your external experiences. But the upshot is that all of them seem to do a lot of the things. Like, you saw in those data, I think Kober and colleagues were really looking to see, okay, which one of these is going to shut off the default network? And the answer is they kind of all do. And I think they all do for the right reason, which is like, anything you can do to just focus on one thing in the here and now, no matter what it is going to like shut up the scatter that is your mind. And it kind of almost doesn't matter what you do. So there's like some nuance. What I would suggest is that try different ones and see which one sticks. I'm terrible at the thinking about the breath. It's just kind of super boring for me. So it takes a lot more work. I'm much more into the like kind of choiceless noticing of what's going on. And I kind of dig the loving kindness. It's like sort of like cheesy in the right way for me.
Is there any evidence that yoga has some similar effect?
Yeah, so I didn't present that because it ends up being kind of a combination of the meditation part and some of the physical exercise part. And so if you do yoga in a way that you're really focusing on your breath and doing a meditation practice as part of yoga, where you're really kind of like in the here and now and focusing on that stuff, it can have similar kinds of effects. I say the if because some people do yoga and they're like power yoga, you know, there are different forms of it. But if you're really focusing on your breath and getting in the here and now, you can do that stuff. And this is also true that you know, we think of the meditation of, you know, I'm like sitting, you know, on a meditation cushion and doing this. You can actually meditate in all kinds of different ways, and exercise is a really good one. Some people talk about like training for a marathon and stuff, and they claim that like when they're training for a marathon, their head is empty, like they're just in the here and now, and they're just like focusing on the steps of their feet hitting the ground. If you can do that in anything that you do functionally, like anything you can do to kind of force yourself to be in the here and now and focus, in some sense is a form of meditation. That's why I kind of left the definition so vague. Some people do like walking meditations where you walk around and pay attention to your breath. Like, I think the key is to kind of figure out for you what shuts off that mind wandering. And it can look really, it doesn't have to look like, you know, you on the cushion, like with your fingers like this. It can look like all kinds of different things. And yoga is definitely one of them. Yeah. My question? Yeah.
Okay, I have kind of like two questions. One of them was kind of like being motivated and kind of like finding ways to kind of like motivate yourself like throughout the day. So like an idea I had was that like I could put up like a poster of like some motivational quote that like inspires me, or like a picture of like some motivational person. But then I felt like I'd have to get like a lot of posters, because then I'd get used to like that poster and like I'm motivated like 2 weeks in, and I have to keep buying posters. It's like, like it's this weird like getting used to thing. That's something I wanted to like ask about. And two is a question just about like sleeping. So, according to this, there's like an app that I use that like kind of tracks my sleep, and it says like my average is around like 5 hours, which apparently is deprived. So I'm kind of
that's sleep deprivation. Yeah. Just yeah.
So like I don't really know. Like when I'm like, it's like, say it's like 1 o'clock and I have like a 10 o'clock class, I'm like, I have to finish this reading, I have to get this thing out of the way, I have to send out this email, I have to get, like, I know that I should be getting 7 hours, but I can't, I feel really anxious if I like go to bed and just ignore all that. I don't, like I feel like if I was going to make this 7-hour thing a reality, I have to like, I guess I'd have to make a huge like life shift or something, and it's just really like ominous, and I can't really get around to doing that. I'm just
Yep.
Just go do the reading, man.
Yeah. Spoken like a second semester senior. Who knows?
I'm serious.
Yeah.
I made that shift.
Yeah.
Sophomore year.
Yeah. No, but I think, look, there's something that the whole point of telling you this stuff, I mean, you said you're gonna have to make this huge life shift. Like, this is what this is about, right? Like, you didn't walk into here, many of you walked into here thinking that the stuff I started with should be the priorities, right? And I'm telling you that like, those shouldn't be the priorities. The priorities should be like having time affluence, like having time to just go sit around the courtyard and think. It's having time to spend a half hour every day thinking about nothing but your breath and meditating, right? It's getting out of this focus on like being perfect at your grades and worrying about accolades. It's like having the time and the space to hang out with your friends and do acts. Like this is meant to be a big life shift, right? And so following a lot of these suggestions is gonna be like a restructure. It's gonna feel like a paradigm shift to a certain extent. So like, yes, it's going to be a paradigm shift, I guess is the answer. Or I guess doing this right to see these benefits is going to feel like that. That said, on a local level, what can you do to do that stuff? My guess is a few things. One is try it. Like try the idea of like just not doing that stuff before you go to bed and get some sleep. People are having really horrified reactions to like, no. But like try it. If you're too anxious before you go to bed, get your little insight meditation thing and like play a sleep meditation, and literally the sleep meditation will be like, all you gotta do is sleep. Be like, this is your time, like and then see what happens. Like my guess is your grades won't go down as much as you think. My guess is you'll wake up, if you've been getting 5 hours a night for most of your time at Yale, you'll wake up with like the kind of cognitive efficiency that you've like never experienced before. It'll just be like you like on like, and like you'll be like Superman and you'll get that stuff done. But I think it takes like so I would say as a first pass, try it and see. And then, go from there. But it is going to take a big restructuring and stuff. On the poster thing, I think you don't need to buy all the posters unless you want to. But your intuition is right, which is that changing your environment so you see this stuff matters in all the ways we said. Visualizing it, having reminders, all that stuff is good. And you don't want the reminders to get stale, right? Because if you do it, if it's the same reminder every day as we saw, you just won't notice it. And so I think this is where you guys are good at this stuff, right? Because you guys know about technologies that's not just putting a big poster on your wall. You know ways to digitally intervene on yourself and all the cool apps to do this, right? So I would say more powerful than a poster is imagine you set a reminder to yourself to change your desktop background every few days, or just every Monday morning when you get up, you put another icon on your desktop that you notice. And you guys know apps that will ping you in your Google Calendar or whatever calendar thing you're using to get you to do this, right? You guys are good at harnessing technology to do that stuff. But I think that's the intuition is you do want to change it or you're going to get stale about it. Having it there in a form that you will notice it is useful. For me, again, poster on my wall would be less effective than in my background on my phone, the phone screen that you swipe every day and stuff like that. But it's pretty good. But I think get creative about your use of technology. And I bet you guys, because you know this stuff better than I do in my old age, will know good ways to do that.
I just wanted to comment. I think it's not necessarily a choice between sleep and doing all of your work. I think there's a lot of other stuff you do that takes up your time. So yeah, just prioritizing which is the hardest thing for me. Picking what I want to spend my time on, but yeah.
And this is the thing is I think if you do that, it's really wonderful advice. I think you'll learn two things. One is you're just going to see that your default, if you really kind of non-judgmentally try to figure out, is that helping you, might not be. Right, and I have this in spades. There are many nights that I'm stressed and I come back and I'm I just want to watch something dumb on the Netflix, or I just want to, even worse, I want to scroll mindlessly through random links on the internet. And it's and none of that, and I'll do that for if I just stopped doing that, I would have 2 extra hours of sleep a night, really, right? But if you look non-judgmentally as what am I getting out of that? I'm at my lowest point in flow, right? I'm low arousal, low challenge. I'm probably by myself when I'm doing it. I'm not getting any social connection. I'm not sleeping. There's an opportunity cost. I could be meditating then. I could be exercising. I could be doing something else productive and so on. So part of it's non-judgmentally looking at what do you get out of this stuff that you're spending your time on. That's point one. But point two, when you take that suggestion, is I think you'll just be I don't have enough time. I have all these activities, I have these things I've signed up for, I have these obligations. And that's where you really just need to take the sharp knife of cut things out of there's no rule that says that you have to do all the extracurriculars, all the things you committed. You've committed to that. You've chosen those, I think, because you think they're meaningful or they're going to make you happy. And if you really have done that to the point that your time affluence is at 0 and your extracurricular affluence or wealth affluence or whatever is super high, then the data might suggest that you need to cleave some of those off. There just isn't enough time in life to do all the cool things that there are to do at Yale. There's just not. And if you carve off too many of them, then you miss out on the time affluence and all these other things that are making you happy. So you're meeting all these goals and you're why does this feel so stressed and so miserable? It's because you've kind of cut out the stuff that your mind didn't tell you was important to put in there, but it really is. Okay, with that, we will wind down. And so reviewing, what have we seen so far? Well, we saw all the stuff we think is going to make us happy and healthy that we continue to invest in unless we take intentional effort to not do that, doesn't make us as happy as we think. We saw why that was. It's because we seem to miswant these things. And we miswant these things because of these annoying features of our mind that mess us up. We get used to stuff. We don't seem to set our reference points correctly, all this stuff. We said, well, what can we do about this? Well, there are intentional strategies that we can use to break those biases, to break our reference points, to stop getting used to stuff, to break our hedonic adaptation. And we said there are also things that we can do to tell ourselves that we're miswanting things. There's stuff that we should be wanting, that we're delivered this answer that we don't necessarily want very much, but we should want in general. And we went through these ways to want stuff that we do want, but we don't want the right parts, like how to really pick jobs and learning outcomes that we dig, And then we saw this final set of wanting, these things we don't realize we want, but we should put into practice. All of these 5 things that if we put into practice more often, if we didn't have the opportunity cost of losing these things to other stuff, we would actually be happy. And then we ended with 2 strategies that we can use to kind of go beyond just knowing this stuff, but actually put those things into practice, sort of setting up the right situations and maybe really thinking about specific goals that you can start tonight and thinking about specific goals in a very specific way. And so with that, we're going to wind down, but I wanted to give you a set of homework for this time, which is a little bit more engaging than the homeworks last time, which is most of you are taking this course not just because you wanted to learn about the science of psychology and to hear this stuff. You're not taking this course because you wanted to know this stuff. You're taking this course because you wanted to put this stuff into practice and probably you wanted to be happier and like increase your own personal well-being. And so this is the challenge. Are you guys actually ready to do this? And so the challenge is that I want to see which of these strategies you want to put into practice. So which of these spots of these things that you don't necessarily want, that you should be wanting more, that you can actually put into your life so that you're doing them more often, using these techniques and strategies we learned about at the end, and sort of using these techniques and strategies we learned about at the beginning to kind of get rid of your biases to kind of curb them. And the goal, and what I'm going to see if you guys want to do now, is to see if some of you would be game to commit for the next 4 weeks to like do some of these things. And it doesn't have to be a lot of them. In fact, the more you focus on one particular goal, the better. If you just picked one of these things that you wanted to do more of and just focused on that, use those techniques explicitly, that would actually be better. If you're game for that, what we will do is we will come back and we will meet here in 4 weeks' time. And the hope is that we will all like have achieved this stuff. We'll kind of have check-ins and we'll have the social support of our situation. And I'll kind of ping you guys and remind you about your goals and so on. And then we'll come back here and see how it went. And at the end of that, we will also return to what we started before, which is that I'm going to want you guys to measure your happiness. Hopefully most of you guys took the happiness survey before, but we will revisit it 4 weeks on to see, did you guys do these things and is it actually making a difference in terms of your authentic happiness score?
Welcome to your final Rewirement Challenge. The Rewirement Challenge is the final project for this class, and our goal is to let you apply what you learned in class to your everyday life. When we started class, I told you that I wanted to do 2 things with this Coursera course. I wanted you to learn about the science of well-being, but I also wanted you to put that science into practice. Remember the G.I. Joe fallacy we learned about in class? That knowing is not half the battle? That means that to actually see personal changes from taking this class, you need to put in the work. You need to put in the time needed to really rewire your bad habits and strategies. And that's why we build that time into the course. By making this final Rewirement Challenge an assignment for you to complete the course, you're more likely to actually make the changes that you really want to see in your life. You're also able to marshal the social support of these thousands of learners who are going to be doing this Rewirement Challenge with you. This assignment is our way of nudging you into all the behavioral changes that you've wanted to make for a while, but you haven't had the time to put in yet. For the final Rewirement Challenge, we're going to ask you to do a few things. First, we're going to ask you to pick a rewirement that you want to stick to for 4 whole weeks. We're also going to ask you to reflect on the rewirement and how it's going through several short writing prompts. Finally, we're going to ask you how your happiness has fared. I really hope you'll enjoy this Rewirement Challenge, and I look forward to seeing your progress. Welcome to your 2nd week of the final Rewirement Challenge. How did week 1 go? Let's take a moment to really think about it. We'll pause the video here. If you did your rewirements every single time you plan to, congratulations, that's fantastic progress. If you missed a few times, that's okay too. As we've seen in the class, changing behavior is really hard. Building better habits isn't an all or nothing process. It's okay to mess up every now and again. Let's consider week 2 a really fresh start. And as part of that fresh start, I'm going to give you another pro tip. This week's pro tip is to socially commit. Tell somebody about the change you're trying to make. Share it with a friend or with one of your fellow learners in the discussion forums. You should try as much as possible to make this social. Ask a friend to do a rewirement with you, or tell somebody you really care about to boost your accountability and increase the likelihood that you'll stick to this new routine. Good luck this week. I can't wait to see you for week 3. Welcome to week 3 of your final Rewirement Challenge. You're halfway through. How did it go last week? Again, let's pause for a second just to reflect. If you hit your target, well done. If you didn't, also perfectly fine. Full disclosure, I also struggle to stick to all of these things, and I'm the professor teaching the class. And that's why we need to reflect on some of the obstacles that might be getting in our way. What could you do better this week? One thing you could do is to follow this week's pro tip. This week's pro tip: design your environment. Remember what we learned in class about harnessing the situation to do a little bit better? How can you harness your situation to promote good environments and fix the bad ones that might be getting in the way? Think a little bit about how you can design your spaces to promote your success. Good luck! Welcome to week 4 of your final rewirement challenge. You're finally on the home stretch. Congratulations on making it this far. Right now, let's take a second to pause and think about how much progress you've made so far. Hopefully, the rewirement you chose to do is starting to feel a little bit more automatic. And that's the goal. We really want your rewirement that you chose to become deeply ingrained in your routine, so you can continue doing that rewirement even when the course is over. This week, we have one more pro tip for you. And this week's pro tip is to keep a growth mindset. In class, we learned about a growth mindset, this idea that you can continue getting better over time, to not focus on your performance, but on how much you're learning. We want you to keep going with week 4, thinking in terms of a growth mindset. How much are you improving over time? What else can you do to make this rewirement a real part of your life? At the end of the week, we'll measure your happiness and compare that to the measurement you took at the beginning of the course. You're on the home stretch. You can make it. We'll see you at the end of the week. Congratulations, you have completed your final rewirement challenge. You've also made it a whole month where you're focusing on improving your habits and having a better life. So now's the time to complete it. Now's the time to write and submit your peer review writing assignment. When drafting your response to these prompts, just try to be honest. Try to be as complete as possible in your answer. The rubric isn't looking for anything in particular. There's no right or wrong answers. We just want to see that you've answered truthfully and that you've learned something. When grading your peers, keep these same tips in mind. Really, we just want you to grade based on the effort that your peers put into the project. All of you have a lot to be proud of, and we hope that you've learned not just some new scientific insights, but that you've taken those insights to heart, that you've tried to rewire your behavior to be a little bit healthier and happier. At this point, you've learned everything that the science of psychology has to say about how to live a better life. And now it's up to you. We really want you to put these tips into practice in your own life beyond the course. So go for it. We know you can do it. Congratulations on completing the course.
All right, so Raven and Marina, thank you guys for agreeing to come in and talk about how your wellness activities went. I picked you two in part because you guys were here for all the different Silliman lectures, and you both agreed to kind of participate in our little 4-week challenge. But the neat thing was that you guys picked different activities that you were going to focus on, and so I thought it'd be fun to talk about each activity in turn, kind of what worked and what didn't. And as you know, I also did some of those activities too. Some that you did, Raven, and some that you did, Marina. And so we'll sort of see how we both fared. So, so one of the activities that came up both for us and for some of the other students was to focus on exercise. So we talked a lot about building in healthy habits as the kind of thing that can promote mental health and happiness. And so, Raven, you thought about doing exercise. So you want to talk about why you picked exercise? I also planned to add in exercise for 4 weeks, but do you want to talk about why you picked that one? And
well, yeah, so I guess I picked exercise, like, kind of like for 2 reasons. Like, one, like, so that I could, like, get in shape.
Yeah.
And then, like, the other because, like the research showed that it, like, increased happiness and, like, productivity. And so, which is, like, I feel like I'm always tired, so I thought exercising would, like, help me feel more energized.
And you talked about, so I did it for the same reasons. I was like, what, of all the habits to get in, like, that's good for happiness, but also for other things, like, I had planned, I think in my response, I wrote that I would do yoga every morning was my plan. And so what did you claim you were gonna do?
Yeah, I think I also said I was gonna do yoga a few times a week and then, like, vlog Pilates.
Mm-hmm. Nice. And so how did it go?
I think the first week I was, like, really good and I, like, did it, and then, like, after that, like, no.
Yes. We must have been on the same schedule because I did the same thing. I think the first week I was probably about 4 times a week I did yoga. Then it was Yale spring break, and so there was some break in my habits, and then doing it a little bit, but not as much. And so one question, and one of the things we're focused on thinking about these kinds of strategies is like, so what, like, why didn't it, like, you planned to do it, right? I mean, I know I planned to do it. Like, why didn't it work? Like, what's your sense of what went wrong?
Well, I think kind of like in the same way, like I can like procrastinate like with like schoolwork. Like I can like do the same thing, and I'm like I wake up in the morning and I'm like, I can just do it like later on, and then later on comes and I'm like, I'll just start tomorrow morning, and then like, and it's just a cycle that like continues and continues.
Yeah, I mean, I can do that too, and it's like Monday morning, it's like, I'll just do it tomorrow morning. You know, I'm supposed to do it 4 times a week, I'll do it tomorrow morning, and then, you know, yeah, awesome, cool. So that was exercise, which is one that lots of folks did. Another one that several folks were talking about, which I actually didn't put in but thought was a great idea, was sort of committing to using your signature strengths. And that was what you tried out a little bit, right, Marina? So why did that one seem like a good one to focus on?
I think when you had mentioned it in lecture, I thought, oh, that's an interesting way to like increase your happiness, like play to your strengths.
Yeah.
And so right after that lecture, for about that week or so, I tried it out and I realized, oh, it's really nice to think, oh, you're good at this, default to this and you'll be happier.
What were your particular strengths?
I remember the first one was honesty, and that helped a lot just because it's a nice moral thing to be doing, default to being honest and to be upfront with people, but also be upfront with yourself. So I thought that was just a general good thing to be practicing. And when I did practice, I realized I was much happier.
Awesome. Were there particular ways you practiced it, or maybe just a general sense that you're being more true to yourself? And more
I think it was like a kind of in the back of my mind, thinking like, you know, kind of be honest and like be honest. So it was little things like, you know, you're spending time with your friend, you're like compliment your friend if you like what they're wearing, sort of thing, but also being like, you know, I think today I need to exercise. And then exercising. So it was that sort of 2 different types of honesty, and I think that helped me a lot.
Awesome. And so we were hoping to kind of do these activities for a full 4 weeks. You mentioned you started in earnest the first week. Did it kind of keep up, or how did it go?
It didn't go very far past the first week. I think mainly because right when I had committed to that, right after that, my classes started getting especially stressful. Because we were ramping up into midterms, and that involved all of my assignments crashing in at the same time. So I wasn't really thinking about myself, but just thinking about doing things on time and handing them in. So I wasn't really sleeping that much, and also I was just
another
stressed.
one of our tasks that we've talked about. I mean, I'm hearing a couple of things there. One is we talked a lot about the fact that because these kinds of strategies are new, unless you do them for a while, they don't become habits, so they don't stick. Like, it doesn't become like brushing your teeth where you just naturally do it at the time you would normally do it during the day. It's the kind of thing you have to like work hard at. It feels like it's intentional. It feels like it requires work, at least in the beginning. And when your life is stressful for other reasons, you don't feel like putting work into the things that feel like work. You kind of go back to the easiest mode of being, and like sounds like that was kind of what was happening there. Another thing is that stressful periods and exam periods are times when your attention has to be elsewhere. You have to kind of shift your focus of attention to something else. And that's the kind of thing with these strategies, unless you're like even remembering like, oh wait, I was supposed to do that, like you kind of miss it, and then you don't wind up doing the strategies as much. So it fits with what the science would say about what went wrong. But when you were practicing it, you were feeling
and I was feeling really good, and that was actually a huge motivator for me to like keep doing it. But then it wasn't so much like, oh, I'll save that for later, but it was more of just like, I can't be thinking about that right now.
Like have to take a backseat. Which is sad, because part of the backseat is, I mean, again, we all do this, right? Which is why so many of these things are misconceptions. It's like you're taking a backseat to focus on your grades, and we know your grades aren't going to make you heavy, so it's, you know, again, these things are so strong. But okay, so then another strategy that a lot of the students focused on was sort of trying to increase their gratitude, kind of have moments where you experience gratitude. This was another one of the ones that I tried to do. And Raven, you also tried to increase gratitude. So why did you pick gratitude?
Well, I picked gratitude because that's something that like going into the year I thought I wanted to do, and like I started to do, but like wasn't really sure about like how to like go about that.
Yeah.
And then like after like the lecture, like I had a better idea of like how I wanted to do it. It's like, yeah, that's like why I picked it.
And how were you actually doing? Were you like writing, like physically writing it down?
Yeah, so like I keep like a bullet journal, so like within like my weekly planner I have like a spot for like gratitude, like
Nice.
to like write down what I'm grateful for like every day.
Awesome. And so did that one work? Is that a habit you stuck with? Oh, good.
Yeah.
And so why did you get a sense that that one was different? Like, why was it easier to do that one?
I think it's because like, well, because I use my like bullet journal every day, and so like every week when I make like my weekly spread, like I have like a little part for gratitude, so it's like already there, and I see it every single day. So I was like constantly being like reminded of the fact that that was something I was supposed to do.
Yeah. So you're kind of using a habit that you already have,
Yeah.
which is using this journal that you kind of nicely built up the habit of. And you have it set up where it's really obvious how it slots in. So I hear a couple of things there. One is you harnessed it to a habit that you already had. You made it really easy for yourself because like you're already in your journal, and you kind of were able to kind of capture your attention with it. There's this like spot in your journal where you're supposed to do it, and it kind of was useful because it like you just saw that and it reminded you. So yeah, cool. So I had a similar thing. I had not had a good habit of gratitude before this, and decided in part because of the class that I was going to do a like daily gratitude, write down 5 things I'm grateful for every day. And so I downloaded an app. The one I used was called Mojo. It's like cute little guy. And the app itself would ping me at night like, hey, do your gratitude things. And because of that, that was one that I actually did pretty well, in part because it was easy. It was just on my phone, and the phone bugged me. So like when my phone buzzed, I was like, oh, I'm supposed to do it, right? Gratitude. And then you could just do it really quickly. So part of it was feeling like it didn't take a lot of work. It was really quick. And I had this kind of external reminder to kind of bug me and get in my face about it. So cool. Another one of the things that a lot of folks talked about was sort of trying to promote like social connections and kind of increasing. We saw in the context of the course that even though we don't think spending time to talk to people kind of increases our time, we kind of feel like it just kind of takes away from our time. It ends up allowing us to really feel like more connected, increases mental health and well-being and stuff. And so Raven, you were trying to do more activities to promote social connection. How did you decide on that one?
Well, I was like, wow, that sounds good, like connecting more with people.
I know it sounds so simple, but in practice we have to do these strategies to do it. But
So like I think I said I was going to like reach out to someone I don't normally see like once a week.
Nice.
But yeah, again, that was like difficult.
How did that one go? No.
Like it only worked once. Like I ran into Marina in the dining hall and like we had brunch, but like then like after that it was like not something that I like thought about because I'm like used to like just like eating by myself to have like productive meals and like do work, and like got caught up in like doing that. So it's like hard to like talk to other people while I'm busy doing work.
Yeah. So it sounds like a couple things there. One is like forgetting like, oh, that was supposed to be my habit. I was supposed to do that. But also kind of overcoming the habits we have built up based on our old expectations about happiness, like you have to spend that time productively. Whereas we saw in the course, grades, which is probably a lot of what you're working on, it's not going to help. But even things like time affluence, like filling your time with all these productive things, we saw wasn't as effective as we thought. So, but again, hard to kind of snap out of that, which is funny. A final thing that we talked a lot about, right, actually I'll rewind that. Another thing we talked a lot about, and this was something that I tried out too, was strategies for kind of controlling and regulating your mind. We talked about the meditation and how powerful it was in reducing mind wandering, and how it had all these like positive like mental health and health outcomes. So that was one that I sort of committed to. I had never meditated before, but decided this was a good time to do that. And Raven, you had done a little bit of meditation before, but also added some more in. Is that right?
Yeah.
So talk a little bit about what you'd planned to do as part of meditation.
Like if I remember correctly, I think I was going to like meditate like every morning.
Well, mine was that I was going to meditate every night before bed, or do a sleep meditation before bed to try to at least have some time before then. And how did yours go?
So like for like morning wise, like it like did not work because I was like, yeah, because I'm like busy like during during the day, and then like at night I'm like, it's like so late when I go to bed and I wake up and I'm like, I could meditate for like 30 minutes or I can like sleep for 30 minutes, and like sleep always wins.
Well, that is, as we saw, sleep is also important. So
Yeah.
for that trade-off, maybe you were, making a good decision.
So like I think I did like meditate like occasionally, and then like in like lab meetings on Fridays we meditate. So like that, like I got some meditation in there because I was like, it's like hard to like devote time to like doing something that doesn't seem productive. Like even though like we learned that it is.
Yeah.
Like when I like plan out what I'm gonna do for the day, like it's hard to say like I'm gonna spend 30 minutes like not doing homework.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is like, I think a couple things in there that are really good points. One is I'm hearing like the need to schedule it really specifically, right? Like if you just kind of wait for the moment, like it feels like a really good time to take a half hour meditate. Like that's probably not going to happen, right? But also just the tension that so many of our habits and our in the day motivations of what we do are built off these things that we think are going to make us happy, and they're super hard to shut off. So just kind of just knowing that like meditation is a good thing to do doesn't immediately let you put it into place.
Yeah.
Even though after you do it, you're like, wait, that was great. For my sleep meditation, I found a good app. The app that you recommended is Insight Timer app that has a lot of sleep meditations on it. And that actually worked pretty well for me. I would kind of put headphones in and kind of listen when I was already in bed anyway. So it was like, it didn't take an extra commitment. And I would like to say that I did the whole meditation through, but mostly I just fell asleep. But I think the fact that I fell asleep so quickly was a nice way to relax. And it did feel like I was kind of sleeping more soundly after that and so on. So that's good. The final thing that lots of students wanted to try out isn't necessarily a strategy to be happier, but it's a method for putting the strategies in place that we talked about working really well, which is this WHOOP method, which is where you think about your wish, what outcomes you get from that wish, what obstacles there are, and then you kind of make this if-then plan for putting your wish into action. This was also something I had planned to do. I was going to try to pick a particular strategy I wanted to do and then use WHOOP. I decided in the shower in the morning I would like think through all those parts and make my plan and so on. But Marina, you also thought about using WHOOP kind of for two things, which I thought was cool.
Yeah, one of the things I was kind of thinking about was like social media usage,
Mhm.
just because I knew I would use that as like a study break that ends up just being mindless scrolling.
Yep.
And I also had read outside that like when you're sleep deprived, you tend to keep scrolling.
Yeah.
So I decided to try to think of social media as kind of like the way I treat my email account, which is only check on it during like working hours.
Ah, nice. Mhm.
So that early in the morning, that wouldn't be the first thing I saw, and like before I was going to bed or should be sleeping, that wouldn't be something I would be seeing. So I tried to use WHOOP to control that.
Awesome. And so how did that go?
It went pretty well.
Nice.
I would say. I ended up like setting alarms on my phone that like were labeled that said like log out of social media or like you can log in now.
And that was part of your plan. It was kind of like if I'm on social media and the alarm goes off, then stop, kind of.
Yeah. So that definitely helped. And even if I did wind up using social media early in the morning, later at night, I already had in my head like, okay, you have to just get off. And that it helped a lot.
Yeah, and that's sort of the power of that approach, as we heard in class, right? Is that if you practice, like the obstacle is going to be I'm on it and I want to keep going, and my plan is like say stop, or just give yourself this feedback because you practice it in advance. When you're in the situation, it makes it easier to use it. So cool. And then you also talked about using WHOOP maybe for a more long-term thing, like kind of some goals about writing more.
So one of the things I always liked writing, but I never submitted my writing outside of campus, and I wanted to purposefully let myself take that leap.
Nice.
So I was using WHOOP to think of those goals, and I ended up my goal was by the time we had this meeting to have said, okay, I sent 3 of my pieces to other places.
It's a pretty big goal, by the way.
It was a pretty big goal, but I thought even making that kind of far-reaching goal was pretty nice because it forced me to talk to my professors about how to do that, and now I have like I was taking notes from what my professor was telling me, and now I have actual like kind of instructions, and I have that in the back of my backpack, and I know I'm ready to go.
That's great. And that's nice because I think one of the reasons WHOOP is really useful is that when you make your if-then plan, it's not just like, and then I'll, submit 3 papers. You break the action down into these smaller steps that you need. Like you realize like, oh, first I actually have to talk to my professor, or first I have to do these. And so even if you only get to the first couple steps, those steps are like real concrete steps that you're taking, and you sort of have forced yourself to break it down into the correct bite-sized parts. So that sounds awesome. So that sounds like a success of some of the goal setting approaches. Cool. Well, one of the nice things about this conversation is that it reveals a couple of things. One is we're all in the same boat together. This was something that I emphasized, perhaps shamefully, but if one can be ashamed of one's human nature, right? I'm the professor teaching this, and I'm still having as much trouble putting these kinds of strategies into place as like you guys are taking the class. And I think one of the things we've seen is first the power of those misconceptions that we have in the beginning. We know grades and working these hours instead of prioritizing our time and prioritizing social connections. We know the data suggests that that's bad, but all of us have done that instead of doing these strategies that we know we would help. We know the importance of setting up the situation to be easy, so making sure it's easy to do your gratitude app, or that you're reminded of the goals you set for yourself, but actually making that situation in advance is sometimes tricky. And we saw the importance of kind of goal setting, that the more we break it down into bite-sized parts, the better. But even I, did that when I set my plan up. It's like, I'll just exercise every morning, but I didn't really put into okay, well, what will happen if I'm really sleepy, and I don't want to do it? And so it even shows the importance of kind of thinking about how much we need to be very explicit in advance about setting these things up, how much they're not going to be second nature until we put these things into place for a while. So thank you for sharing and being really real about both your successes and your failures. I think all the folks who are listening will be able to resonate. If they tried it out and if they're honest about things, we'll be able to resonate. And I think in our next video, we'll talk a little bit more about, okay, what are some of the ways we can overcome some of the problems that all 3 of us have faced as we tried to put these strategies into place. So thank you guys.
Thank you.